a crisis that wasn't in your job description? Wow. Raise your hand if you stay back late just to make sure someone else felt heard. You asked probably somebody would you were standing ovation to. Raise your hand if you said, let's take this offline more than 5 times this week. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Raise your hand if you heard HR only during appraisal time and you still smiled anyway. Many times, raise your hand if you handle a resignation, a conflict, and a birthday celebration all in the same month or in the same day. Just yesterday, still fresh. And raise your hand if you feel that your real superpower is staying calm when everyone else is losing it. And raise your hand up. You're here to celebrate what you do as people to people, soul to soul, right here at the horizon. And if you're here to have fun and not just to discuss about the future of people management, but to design it, put your hands up and give me a picture and give a high five to all the people within your table or across the table, a handshake, and tell them, welcome to Horizon 2025. That's what we do. We spread joy, we spread energy, we respect people. So come on, high five and handshake with a lot of energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me formally welcome you all this morning. Together with people Horizon 2025, the conference, the 10th edition of HR Excellence Awards, which will happen in about the evening presented by City University. The Excellence Conference serves the platform to discuss, celebrate, and illuminate the remarkable work done by individuals and organizations in the field of people management. The talent acquisition battlefield is heating up, as we know it, with companies in sectors from IT, retail, finance, and pharma competing for skilled professionals who navigate the digital landscape. There is massive possibility to capture the need of today's updated applicant pool and adopt new data-driven practices that will foster a tech-savvy, adaptable, and thriving workplace. Today, BWP Horizon 2025 will delve deep into these issues and focus on trends that are transforming and shaping tomorrow's workforce. We have a fantastic set of panelists, speakers who will discuss about the changing landscape of talent acquisition, HR strategies for inclusive talent management, the role of HR in organizational culture, building a future-ready HR skill set, navigating HR challenges in globalized world, and also on leadership development and succession planning. Following a series of enthralling sessions and thought-provoking discussions, in the evening we will venture into the realm of recognizing with the 10th edition of BW People HR Excellence Awards presented by Centurion University for the leaders and pioneers in the HR ecosystem. Before we get started, a little bit about BW People will bring the latest insights of learn CHROs, CXOs, HR leader or recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech service providers, academia, thought leaders, HR solution companies, HR education, government organizations working for people management and social impact agencies working in HR space. Before we get started, I request the team if you can have the BW community MVPs. All eyes on the screen. It's true about BW as well, which is led by person. Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Western Shore Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India with a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and several magazines. BW Business World is proud to be a part of various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive leadership in the digital space as well. With its portfolio spanning across 24 niche B2B communities, like I mentioned, that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Our latest issue of BW Business World spotlight India's rise as a global automotive powerhouse, from the surge in electric vehicles to pioneering voices shaping the future of mobility. This issue captures how policy, innovation, and manufacturing strength are driving unprecedented growth. For more information, please reach out to the Visionary Counter of our Business World magazine and the editorials. Today's proceedings will start with a keen look at the talent strategies to drive business transformation, and we are thrilled to have everybody right here. We also welcome the respected veterans from the HR fraternity, HR leaders from big and small corporates, HR service and product innovators, HR tech enthusiasts, and startup coaches, mentors, founders, and HR tech firms and enthusiastic audience right here with us. Before we start with the next gathering, the next segment, a quick video on today's event, please. Across all BW Business World platform, including our social media channels, and also on www.bwpeople.in. As we flag off today's event, we request and encourage everyone to join the conversation, be part and parcel of this by using the hashtag BWHR Horizon. So you can post, you can have a conversation using this particular hashtag. And before we have the next proceeding, a quick shout out to all our partners. Presenting partners and Children University, Industry Association Partner, NHRB Network, Talent Solutions Partner, Riverhire, HRTX Partner, Sensible, Exhibit Partner, Upna, and even partners with Picture Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Bliss, Exchange for Media, IWM Bus, Impact, Pitch, Vanguard, and Green Coffee. I request everybody to join hands and please like our partners. This edition will not be possible. And quickly for everybody to have a partner meetings.
Only Round AI, your end-to-end AI interviewer. Upload your job description. Then describe your hiring process. Only Round AI instantly learns your hiring DNA, who you want, how you evaluate, and what you won't compromise on. You decide which rounds the AI takes, what you handle manually, and the format, audio, video, or chat. Now you're all set. Add the job link to your career page or across job portals, and your AI recruiter starts work instantly. Thousands of candidates take interviews.
Sure, this one-time customer success rate.
No scheduling, no waiting, no drop-offs. In Sid's dashboard, see who meets must-haves, view AI scores, listen to voice and video recordings, spot proctoring red flags instantly, auto shortlist top candidates. Everything is built to help you make confident, bias-free hiring decisions. 100% inbound applications auto-engaged, 2 to 3x increase in interview process completion, 6 out of 10 shortlisted candidates get selected, 80% increase in recruiter efficiency, hire top talent faster. Switch to only round AI. AI that takes every round, so you can take the only round that matters, the final select.
Regardless of form, context, setting, and mentions, we get into the real deal of the day. Before we get started, are we ready? People to people, we get that energy in the house. Are we ready? Quickly, could I request everybody to stand up for a second, please? Quickly. Thank you. So just to put this perspective across that we have one writers group, one fraternity, one team. I'm just gonna give you a countdown of 3 to 1. At the count of 1, I want everybody to sit down together in one motion, in one action, as a gesture that we're one family, one team together. Can we do this? Yes or no? I want everyone to do this as quick, as swift as possible, so that we have that rush When you sit down quick, you have a blood rush, it really keeps us up and awake. Let's do this, but here's the twist. The last person to sit down will be the first one to start the entertainment videos on stage. And I know we've got the smartest minds in the house, you'll sit on a timing between 3 and 2. No. Only at the count of one, not before, not after. In one sync, one motion. Are we ready? So make sure that you've got your chairs right behind your face. And as quick, as swift, as fast as possible. I want everyone together sit at the count of 3, 2, 1. Well, see, I was expecting a solo performance, but like when I have a group performance. We'll keep that. Do we have some beats? Any random beats? Control the same beats that you were playing for walking. The same beats you just play, and we just want you to clap, vibe with it, and warm yourself up because you're gonna have a very interesting, insightful, and long day ahead. Can we have just any random beat? Yeah? Just clap for the beat. Okay, let's go. Okay, go from there. I with it. Over me. Let's go with the rhythm. Let's take together right now. The next thinking of the other people. So I say, 2025, everything's so. Now we are launch to all the stakeholders, all the partners, all the leaders, and all the buyers. 3, 2, 1.5. Now that they're listening, one, and one more time, a huge round of applause to yourself. Good morning all around and energy in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Bilkis Naqvi. We've got our business head at PW People to welcome us all. Over to you, ma'am. Can we welcome her with a round of applause? She's going to stand, please.
What a beautiful day and a lovely morning. Good morning, all of you. Thank you for being here. It is truly a privilege to welcome you all to the BW People Horizon 2025, a gathering where we have come together not just to share knowledge, but to celebrate the vital role that HR plays in shaping workplaces that thrive. In this world, which is constantly evolving, the work we do in human resources is more critical than ever. Right from championing diversity and inclusion to driving organizational resilience and innovation, the role of HR is dynamic and ever evolving. We will witness some very knowledgeable keynote addresses and panel discussions to dive into fresh ideas, practical strategies, and inspiring stories that remind us why HR is the heart of every organization. We will be presenting a list of very, very important awards today. There is Lifetime Achievement Award, Organizational Excellence Awards, CHRO of the Year, Women HR Leader of the Year, Future HR Leader of the Year, Best HR Team of the Year, Best HR Strategy, and awards in more than 20 categories. These awards recognize not just achievements, but the passion and perseverance that define great HR leaders and exceptional organizations. Let's get ready. Applaud those who raise the bar and set the examples for excellence in HR. Thank you so much for being here. Let's all enjoy the day, applaud each other, and engage in meaningful conversations. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, that one also. Thank you. It's a pleasure to welcome your applause to Ms. Bilkis. And I before I started, I introduced the first keynote speaker that we have. How many of you have been a part of BW Horizon the previous seasons? Remember that. And how many of you have the very first time? Fantastic. Welcome to this particular edition. It's going to be fantastic as we have a lot of segments, speakers, insights, But before that, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce your host for the day, who's going to be your anchor, your host, and going to make sure that we moderate through all sessions with a lot of excitement and entertainment. I wanted to put your hands together, one of the most coolest anchors that we have in our town. We want you to make some noise for RJAMAR, one of the most amazing anchors in India, one of the most amazing corporate hosts in India, award-winning MC, and personally one of the most handsome man that I have ever met. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome your MC for the day, RJAMAR, RJ Ahmed Prabhu in the house. Hi, that's me. You can still clap for me another son of ladies and gentlemen. Today is RJ Ahmed, and I'm absolutely delighted to be your host. And with that energy and with that fun in the house, let's welcome our first keynote speaker. Building the dream team, aligning people and purpose for growth. We have Ms. Sheena Ori, Managing Director, Broadridge Financial Solutions, to take it away, please. With a big cheer, with a round of applause, with a lot of energy, let's start the keynote speaker session. Delighted to have you in your class, Mark. Good morning, everyone.
Nobody can beat that energy. But, thank you very much for having me here. Can I have my slides, please? Yes. Awesome. So what I'm going to talk about here, and I know I'm an aberration Christine, I don't talk to the job. I'm going to talk about what we do at Broadridge to engage our associates, to build a dream team, and to really fire them up with passion and purpose. Right, so if we don't talk about strategy, talent planning, I think it's not just about hiring. It's about really making a difference to our associates, to what we do, to our entire service profit chain, right? And if we have to ensure that we do the right thing for the organization, it all begins with our associates, with our people, with our employees, whatever name you want to call them, right? They are the most important asset for all of us. India and globally, we have a great place to work for. It's run by the Great Place Institute. Broadridge came 92 this year, and we're exceptionally proud of what that rank means to us, coming 92 in all of India, across industries, is a huge thing. And that comes from our associate first strategy, right? We start with culture. Our culture is what we all align to. If you talk about our culture, it's it's something that we have formed into a word, it conveniently formed into a word, but it starts with our clients. It starts with customer centricity, respect, engaged associates, right? Ensuring that our associates are engaged, ensuring that we walk the talk and there is enough accountability in the system, ensuring that we create trust for our associates, for our clients, for our investors, and ensuring that we are entrepreneurs. So create is what we live through our life in Broadridge, and that's the mantra of how we operate. So if you have established the foundation of growth and you have really what you want, how you want to live, it's very important then to take the organization to the why. Right? Are you ensuring that every single associate in the organization knows why they are in the organization? What they do for the organization? What is the outcome that they generate? And how are they enabling the end results of what we want to do? So Broadridge globally has a 6-year plan generally. We are in our 4th edition of that 6-year plan. We call it, not very creative, but we just call it 4.0. And cascading that strategy to every single leader and then to every single associate is important. So every year we have what we call as foundation for growth, and ensuring that every single associate in India understands what we do, why we do what we do is very, very important. And getting that in to the people is very important. We started this last year and it has become really something that we enjoy doing. We started a strategy cascade from the top, and then every single team created a 2-pager as to how they are contributing to the larger purpose of the organization. So I have a deck which is like 150 page deck, but it covers every single team in the organization. And we intend to do the same thing again this year. Our year starts in July. So we're just going to get into the foundations offsite next week, and that's when we do that. So if you have then instilled the why in the organization, then it really goes to understanding what is it that we do from here in India. So from India perspective, and we are global people city center for profit. 5,500 people in India, 14,000 people globally, which means more than one third of the organization sits in India. So what is the purpose that India is contributing to the larger organization? Our purpose is very simple. We want to materially transform ourselves to be a widely accessible capability center that is essential to drive and achieve Broadridge's goals. Which essentially means that from being a delivery center, which we were in the past, we need to be an engineering center, we need to be a technology-led ops center, we need to be a shared services center that can create value for the rest of the organization. So it's not just limited to just being an engineering sector, but across all facets of what we do at Broadridge. These are our 4 pillars that we purposely have created for what we want to do at Broadridge India, right? And because we are a capability center, talent is the most important, right? And that's why all of you are here. The most important thing for us is really to build business acumen, to develop talent that can contribute to the organization to build further our goals and really deliver to what capabilities are in the organization. So our focus is really from a talent perspective to build business acumen with an outcome of saying that we should have at least 100 global leaders sitting out of India, driving global mandates and ensuring that we deliver to the revenue top line and the bottom line of the company, ensuring we deliver the right results to the shareholders. So if you have the right talent, what do you do after that? Right? You actually try to start to invest in the organization to build the right organization structure. So are you having fully formed co-located squads in engineering that is capable of taking any kind of backlog in the in the engineering roadmap? That's something that you have to build. Are you having operations teams? Because we are a SaaS organization, we need to have an ops team. We're a very strong ops team, but is that technology there? We have a very strong niche that we actually do operations on our own technology that we have created, right? So are we able to do technology-led ops, delivering value to the customer, which is on time, with quality, and ensuring it is at the least cost, right? So that's something that we want to build on. We have such a powerful ecosystem. Are we leveraging that? Right? I was just speaking to seniors here from essentially in the university and talking to them about our campus program, right? What exactly we do from campus strategy. How do we leverage campus is very crucially for us. 120 interns were onboarded this year. 20% of all my hiring is from fresh college class. And we want to do that as a principle on an ongoing basis because principally we believe that when you get fresh talent in, you actually ensure that the entire talent quotient of the organization goes up. Right? So if you have 20% of the talent coming in from colleges, you need to ensure that you have very deep relationships with specific universities. 18 universities span India, north, south, east, west. We go there, we build relationships over the last few years, we are now taking it to the next level. We have student ambassador programs that we have now run with 4 universities, where we go, we create liaisons with them, we have an alumni talking to a current person who the college has nominated, we run lectures for them. We bring that to the next step with the universities now, one in Bhubaneswar, one in Punjab, where we are now talking about running credit coaching programs. We're going to create the trainer programs in digital transformation in fintech, specific to us, so that our industry can become better, and we can also hire much regular talent from these universities, and we want to do more, right? We want to really see how we can deepen that relationship with the campuses. India is also something that's very, very big on startups, right? 84% of the payments, right, automated digital payments happen from India. There are, I think last round was 25 unicorns in the fintech space from India. If that's what we have, we need to leverage the startup ecosystem. So how do you have those programs that kind of connect with the startup ecosystem and build on what is available in the market so that they can give us that nimbleness, because we are a highly regulated business. So they give us that nimbleness and we are able to provide them there. And the last piece is of our growth strategy is to see how we can deliver revenue growth from here. Like we are a GCC in India, I have 20 to 25 of my premium customers as GCC in India. So if we talk about Wells Fargo, we talk about Nomura, Northern Trust, HSBC, Barclays, Citibank, SoftBank, there are those kind of names, they're all our customers, and we have large setups here. So how do I build connections at zero distance, at the same time zone with them? And for all of this to happen, we really need you to enable us. So really at the bottom of everything is what is the right capability that we are building. One of the things that we have done is really create persona-based learning programs, right? We hire from college grads, I talked about that. We hire experienced people. We hire really deep tech engineering folks. We have first-time managers. We have first-time managers with us. We have people who are ready to be executed. So there are different personas in the organization.
Awesome.
And each one of them have their own learning needs. How do you build learning needs for each persona? How do you build a learning agenda that defines what each persona needs to do? Right? On day one, what should I do? On day 30, what should I do? And year one, what should I do? Right? So we have curated learning agenda, which are things that we create ourselves, but also very powerful things that are available in the marketplace. We leverage all kinds of things to do that. And that's something that has done really well for us. Right? That strategy has worked really well for us. Our AI first strategy, our AI everywhere strategy, also is enabled by an AI academy. So we have a very strong AI academy that has AI one-on-one programs, but also it has got programs which is, again, available in the industry, all the way up to, doing courses from an informal or a water, right? And it's available to everybody to kind of make that happen. So we are enabling our people to very specific curated niche skills. We have a PO one-on-one, we have an SM one-on-one, which is from our one-on-one. So depending on who you are, what you want to be, there is a program available for you to be upskilled. We also believe in the power of mentoring and the power of coaching, right? So mentoring is more internal, but coaching is more external. And how do you really leverage that as a framework to make things happen? You do group mentoring, you do reverse mentoring, you do a lot of speed mentoring once important to do that. We have executive coaching available. About 100 of my top leaders are being coached right now as we speak. I'm going to end really with this slide. This is a more engineering focus to what we'll be doing and what's the kind of roadmap to learning and to HR that we've been talking about. The various programs that we have, not just from a coaching perspective, but also from a role education perspective. Every 12 months you can apply for a new role. You have a freedom and manager cannot stop you from that. And internal job mobility helps in that. As I was speaking to some peers today, my own personal career, I started in a startup. And because I was in a startup, you had to do everything that was there, right? So you had to move roles, like you did QA1, so you did SQA1, you did SECD, you did dev, you did customer connect, you did support, you did so many things that it actually makes you who you are right now. Right, so internal organization, I think, is a very important tool for HR to invest in and to actually enable it to happen. To track matrices as to whether that is something that is giving you the right results or not, is something that we want to do. We have two kinds of programs that we have for recruitment engagement. One is really run by HR, the other is run by businesses. We have HR-led associate engagement program, which is more, the fun that creativity, allowing you to do things outside of what we are doing. It also has a very deep component of corporate social responsibility. So we do a lot of team building through our CSR initiatives and working with our partners. But there's also a component of business-led associate engagement that we do, which is, we've run a year-long campaign, which is know your client, know your product, and know what the component that you're working on. So we run a year-long program where we have taught people, we've done quizzes, we've rewarded people. So it's not just fun, it is also business-led fun. And it makes a lot of difference in the associate engagement that we're doing, right? That's what I have today. If there are any questions, I can take that now or later. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just a couple of seconds in our phrase, and then give it was still distribution on just let us know application from our end. And this one is a special one. The mementos right here are made by the students of Centurion University, so it's a handmade with a given gift, the Luton Cross. And also, the tickets are just not to get good people now.
Award ಕೊಡುವ
Thank you once again. And now, gentlemen, we segue to the first panel discussion of the day. It's about the changing landscape of talent acquisition. And to talk to us about this, we're going to have Mr. Venkat Gupta, a talent acquisition from Meta. I think the setup has to take place. Can we have the setup for the panel discussion, please? Yes. While we get the stage set, we'll have my slides. Just a small context setting. And also just to clear time, we will try to take a couple of minutes to get the panel discussion set up. I'm going to have display on those slides right here. We've got all the people manager, the HR, the talent acquisition heads. So here is a small bit where we test your talent. Any table, you can place this as a table. Because a small context, I will give you what this at the end. So this activity is called look, don't overlook. We want to see an image. That image will stay on the screen for about 20 seconds, and then I'm going to take it off. In that 20 seconds, I want you to see how many things can you decode, how many things can you figure out. Any table or anybody who gives me the maximum number will get to walk away with a 2 night and 3 days holiday package.
Oh.
Destination will be data. Alright, do we have that slide, please? This is going to be on for about 20 seconds. I just remove the share so that it's visible to all. And also in a fun way, I will reveal your IQ level, which has been appraisal. Alright, I hope everybody can see. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go back, please. Alright, how many did we get? 8, 10. Don't randomly say, come and check the answers. 10, man? Alright, super. 11. 11. Oh, he's written it. Sweet. 12. 10. Somebody said 12. 12 is the highest so far. All right. Front table and table number 3. Anybody at the back? Backbenchers being true to your backbenchers. Status. Not even participate. 16. You say 16? All right. Remember this, everybody? 16 is got. And you can applause you have. The highest we got so far. So now let's reveal the answer. 3, 2, 1. There are about 13 hidden in this particular picture. So 3 is all the creative. I'm sure there's a lot of creative things you can make up. What do you make up? What do you think extras? The rest we give you our imagination to get. Well, the one who got 12, the highest, with the correct answer being 13, we got the highest, not our But just a small detail about this was, can we go back to the previous slide? When I put this up, ma'am rightly said, to the naked eye, when you look at it, the obvious things are the elephant, the donkey, the dog, the cat. Correct? But when you look deep inside, there's a lot more that we came up with. Now look at all the missed options. What did we miss? Answer please. Who got the mosquito? You probably will miss the prawn, probably will miss that bird head. You see, that's absolutely fine. Too big for a mosquito. I'll change the alpha on there. Just coming back to this, the reason why we do this is Monday setting whenever I go corporate training is that when we look at things with the naked eye, there are like 3, 4 opportunities. But when we look deep inside, there's a lot more opportunities that we can uncover. And Horizon stands as a platform to do so. Together, we discussed with design to uncover those hidden opportunities with new perspectives, with new ideas. And that's what Horizon stands for. There's a lot more than what meets the eyes. Like they say in the business world, there's always more money on the table, and we're going to uncover that money, that perspective, that opportunity together by innovating, by collaborating, by end of the day, celebrating. On that note, once again, a good applause. Let's uncover those hidden opportunities right here with the panel discussion taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our first panelist. We have the head talent acquisition at Myntra, Mr. Nikhil Gupta in the house. A big cheer. The size fan from Myntra. We also have a picture for our CHRO at Sriram Properties, Mr. Nemesis Panibrali in the house. A big cheer. Joining us, we've got the enterprise HR FBO tag at HCL Tech, Mr. Hardeep Kamra in the house. Keep it coming. And also joining, welcoming the head of marketing at Triple I, we have Mr. Raghuram KS. Joining the lead, we have head of HR and NG area. We have Ms. Peter Consul in the house. Mr. Hamid Osman. Next, we are in this particular panel discussion at the session chair. We have Professor K.D. Prakash, Dean, HR and Industry Integrated Education at Centurion University. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the first panel, the changing landscape of talent acquisition. Over to the moderator, Vigna Williams.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to all and all. And I have the privilege to have the panel here in front of me in the first session, and as a both, we talk about the topic, because both in terms of the changing the landscape of talent acquisition. So I'd like to have the opportunity to take on the questions right now, and I will want to first question. Then today, in the changing scenario, as we heard, and to talk about the talent, which is the most important thing. How do you actually look at the competition benefits which attract the talent and retain talent? Industry. So we'd like to pick up the question. So, question was, how do you attract that? How do you retain that? First, the demand is changing drastically. It's not the volume something.
కావాలని ఎవరు మంది దాచుకోవడం
It is in the past. Why do people hire and why do you don't take people on board? People first purpose to choose to come here.
మంది దాచుకుంటారు
And that's when change this started. The advent of technology, it's one of new technology coming in. The skill set or the demands are becoming much more tougher. And that's where there has been a force the attraction is getting very better as we change. And that's where the whole landscape of hiring is changing to what can people bring to the table and how the person can grow a business. It also passes down with how do you see the person you got it regularly, and that's what the patient makes easy. So with that, I would say that a lot of these studies are getting formed. At Meta, what we do is we ensure that people who get hired are hired for a purpose for what they really brand, and every role goes to a rigorous screening before we able to decide what we need to hire. It also helps us in terms of not overhire, because that's the mistake which most people would have done. The overhiring is another thing, and that helps in keeping the organization leaner, sharper, and to the purpose. That's what it's.
So, just continuing now,
Sure.
as you said, leader and sharper. Does it mean that, you get the resources on talent, who? And it says, look, we need to probably reach out at some point in time, or we need to probably put it into the right kind of environment. And then, bring them back on track, because it actually also means that the growth of the organization is something. So how do we handle that?
So, okay, so I'll take a step back on that piece. That first of all, why do you need somebody to get into an NI or needs improvement plan? If you are done over hiring, we will not talk through about your hiring before even getting the demand live or getting things out there. That's when these things get started. That's so which is again the principle of keeping the organizations leaner, sharper. And if that's been done, you will have very less number of people getting into the NI category. And then the regular interventions of training, growing them across. We're moving towards an era where anybody can do any role. And the idea is that how do you grow the organization? If people keep leaving you, you're not doing. You're just probably meeting the business targets, but if people are not the same who started with you. So for us, the biggest target is that how sharper we hire, how do we keep them retained, and how do we keep them grow? How much people we are able to grow along with us.
Thank you for that. And I do want to go around and ask you questions in terms of, organically, you build, say, to the potential. And potential may not be more in terms of what you actually hire. And suppose you need to really get the talent on. And you figure out that there's a talent for something else, where the organization presence is also individual. There's a growth path. So how do you scale that, and what point in time do you do the intervention?
So I think Nikhil has shared some great perspectives. I'd like to also contribute to the question you asked before. So there are two parts to that question. One is how do we attract great talent. Second is how do we retain that. Those are two parts. My role is a little different than the talent and EA. And I work at Little Lab, which enables talent acquisition professionals to hire on. So from our perspective, for example, last year we processed almost 96 million candidates globally. So what we learned from that is great talent needs great candidate experience. And we have seen many companies take this for them. In the entire hiring cycle, there are so many points where companies can personalize, companies can do better. So, but we have seen many teams and hiring teams not doing justice to the great talent who they are hiring for. Right, so that is something which we need to put great emphasis. That's what we say. Secondly, to retain great talent, I think we need to be on purpose. Great purpose means great minds together. Secondly, we also need to show the direction.
we also need to show them the growth path of the company. That is something which we do very well at Petrolia. We share our vision. We also enable our associates to realize how they can contribute quarter on quarter, year on year. And we also let them see that how we value their contribution. And of course, the financial compensation is part of that aspect of it.
Thank you. So my next question would be to this, she's saying that now, post-COVID, there's been a lot of change, especially in very.
event
And also very complete work-to-plan exchange. So there's had an impact in terms of hiring, especially for private or activities, I'm going to try one. And we saw them what kind of changes, which is actually the very for. Thank you. Within the context, when we say talent, and not every employee is a talent, but every talent is an employee. Every context we are talking. So who is a talent? It is skill, it is a will, it is attitude, it is comprehension, or combination of all. Basically, our definition of talent, organization disability. I think that need to be redefined. The context of when we are changing, when we are talking about situation, if you look at last 20 years, almost 50% of the Fortune 500 companies, talking about Fortune 500 companies, they don't exist. Either they are merged, acquired, or cease to exist.
Okay.
We are talking about situations where if you look at skill is a perishable thing. Skill is not permanent. So when we talk about a person brings attitude, brings certain level of drive to a system. When we talk about a supply chain workplace, the talent, if I'm talking from a skill perspective, sitting outside and sitting inside the organizations. These are the two contexts when we see basically assuming that we define talent and they're sitting somewhere else, maybe in the market, within the organization's workplace. So what is our mechanism to attract? We are moving from a positioning of acquisitions, talent acquisition to talent attraction. The modality is basically how do I put an environment which attracts them. If I don't feel that it is a commodity, this commodity needs to be acquired. When we say talent, it needs to be attract. So questions when we are talking about the situations last 3, 4, 5 years post-COVID question. When we are talking about post-COVID purpose into it, redefined and in situations where there has to be a level of flexibility in the workplace. There has to be a redefinition of why I'm existing in this earth. Is it only to work, or perhaps something bigger in my life to contribute to the society and to myself as a part of things. So I think that negotiation is happening. So when you look at from the perspective of an organization, particularly in this scenario, you have a supply chain in this things where almost from close to 5 lakhs, by say management graduate or 50 lakhs engineering graduate coming to your workplace, there is a limitation for 10% absorptions in the organizational workplace. You need to define as a talent how I can look at my next 5 years. The skills are changing, and they're going to do that very steps. We started from CV plus yes, in that line. And not that every time you'll be changing that. You have to have your relevance. When there is a newspaper, there is a electronic media also coexist. So we're talking about a scenario of how I can able to coexist, how I can able to contribute. And I think the expectations from the organizational perspective is to create that environment which attracts multi-generational talent. It's not that only one generation talent is one. This experience of the agility. How do you create systems which take care of those things? From a talent perspective, when I'm trying to look at, I want to serve with purpose. I want to put some part of my budget, get those purpose and strong. But at the same time, how do I basically keep them a platform? Because the challenge is the life cycle. Because 3 years, 4 years, nowadays when we're talking about, we started from a manufacturing era, 15 years, then we went into a service era. Now, I don't know, maybe lifetime is around 1 year, 2 years.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. I mean, you have to be right in saying so. So, because, for example, you take telecom, and otherwise you take the IT space.
it's fast changing, the landscape is changing. So what happens is, resources which are very good today in India, we find these resources on the contrary, because hiring is negotiation process. You find that they want to operate from, remote locations, because they are looking for easing out themselves, probably a little more relaxed environment, and they're not with Hashi Kashi, because all of us know very well, if suppose we have a company very online, most of us are not make it, just because of traffic conditions. So that was the more big jam. So therefore they want to be back to that, and then they want to operate from them. So what I wanted to actually make this conference, they want to work from their own place and environment, with their own kind of terms and conditions. But yet your organization has a mandate to say, look, we have to. So how flexible are you in terms of really hiring that? And then you bend your policies, because the standard policies don't allow you hiring.
So who is talent? If company is going to a workplace, or those people are coming to an organization, basically that's a supply chain issue in terms of creating the right talent. I think situations are changing. Almost all organizations are looking at cost efficiency, but there are certain level of layering, because when we talk about tier one, tier three, without getting into that discrimination, there is certain level of layering. When we talk about communications, when we talk about the drive, delivery, and all sort of things, I think those aspects are taken care of. If I'm getting a resource, I think that should be.
Thank you for that. And I would like to move on to the next panel member, which is you have been with us. I would like to ask you if we have to really go about meeting the working family, and we have to give this internal job rotation, we heard from keynote speaker. Actually, how difficult it is when you hire remotely and then you want a remote hiring resource to work with you. How do you do that? How do you actually do that?
Thank you for this question, and thank you, Business World, for making this event happen. I think the question that we are raising right now is the time when AI has played a very important role. Today, we talk about people working out of tier three, or even the parts of the old cities that we're talking about. Even though these people are able to support not even the national agenda, but international agendas as well. We just spoke about, we are all aware about the GCCs being made in India, right? In such a format, do you think that it's important that everyone has to be in a metro city and then only a job rotation can happen? No. Because today AI has taken its own way. There are digital skill sets, there are collaboration tools. The projects have decentralized themselves, which makes it very easy for anybody to work from anywhere. It's not only about metro, but it's also about the other cities, the rural areas. Digital has made it so easy that the line between the metro and the rural area is gone. Today, if I talk about my company, I come from energy sector, so my solar panel, the solar lamps are just way far. They are right inside, outside, the most farthest of the India cities that you can talk about. However, it is excellent. It's amazing to see the kind of solar professionals, the engineers, these professionals, they are coming out from these rural areas. And they're not only helping India agenda, they are helping the global agenda. It's only because of this digital tools. So if I mix it with the previous question, COVID has taught us a lot. Let's understand this. It's made us, it's making us evolve the culture. Even if it's post-COVID or if you like it or not. But let's remember, today talent is looking at autonomy. They're looking at a place where they can be heard. So having these kind of partitions will not make. We've already proved ourselves. We are doing really well. And I think let's progress on those lines. That's what we thought.
Thank you so much. And how do you take this question? I'd like to go on to anyone of you actively. And there is some kind of everybody divide in terms of within the panel. There's some people who are not very comfortable from east to west, east to south, more because of their own priorities, personal priorities in the site. How do you actually go about doing that? Do you have to? Yeah, sure.
Well, I think technology is a great over the last 2 years. When this COVID definitely accelerated this process. There is a set of people who follow the natural migration pattern. We have seen this right from the agricultural work issues are there from one part of the country to pastures for control. And my farmers also do the same. They used to do. But now there is a growing realization that talent is choosing increasingly where they are able to get better work-life balance, where they are able to get, let's say, better cost of living ratio, where they are able to be closer to their extended family, where they can happily, raise their children, etc. So there are other considerations coming to play. So organizations these days, they have great, in fact, we enable our clients to use our ATS to hire remotely, and we enable TA teams to use several interventions to make it possible, to right from finding the right resource, doing the entire recruiting workflow to offering and whatnot. So, for growing organizations, progressive organizations who would value talent for what they are, there are numerous tools available in the market to make that more of a part, no? And yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right in the sense of this. There has been a kind of change which is coming through. So if I have to take this question on, you want to say something?
Yeah, so, I'm from real estate company, and when we see real estate, we're only talking about 6 cities in India. But if I go back and look at the customer base, are we from 6 cities? So they are across, I think. Similarly, if you look at, no, my institute sitting in certain part of India. But the question is, if, as I told, basically, when they have, you need to attract the governance. This is the ability to communicate from the institutional perspective, whether you are participating in an apprentice, and what you are saying, so there is a way of marketing. Is you need to understand, is it related to your curriculum, or is it related to your kind of quality of students, is it related to the issue of market?
I think you're saying positioning.
You need to position it. You need to have those connects. And in the technology area, I think it's very ease of, I think, communicating and ease of understanding. So I think that ecosystems need to be created, because if the absorption is in particular cities, how we wanted to make them connected to those people, that involvement has to happen.
So good, I think, just about what I said, if I can take an extreme part of that. AI predictive analytics, so AI using now in the shop, you will be able to find in industry. So before technology, after technology, not that's what we good about. We need to understand what the science is doing. So we have to really learn those kind of processes, those examples.
So when we talk about AI, see, AI will be using people dynamic, ultimately, the ultimate purpose when we're trying to look at it is to make some resources. But ultimately, what we're trying to make tools of and make the organization ultimate. So that is the ultimate object. In that scenario, you are saying that there is a certain level of data curation, data mines, and bringing a level of intelligence.
I'll show you.
Overall, it is about enabling you to do things efficient. I think I'm not getting into which AI and what is the space of how it is going to grow. On those lines, those are
My voice is coming. Hello, hello, hello.
but as a system, one of the saying that I'm a tax savvy organization. Means I'm
My voice is
putting
coming.
people and technology together in terms of the better. There is a level of intelligence which is coming from the tech side. And I think it is in coexistence in collaboration. When I'm talking about it,
Speaker voice.
for getting into productivity or something,
Mic is not.
I can able to produce my last 5 years trend in different scenarios. Can I predict my actions? Can I predict in the organizations? Yeah. can I look at and say that my hiring efficiency is improving based upon certain technology in system? My reward efficiency,
Yeah,
my focus
I think
efficiency.
there, my question was also to saying that, sometimes when you're hiring a human resource, it has a lot to do with the emotions and also the motivation and the feelings. But when you use technology on top of it, so what happens is if you're a little biased more on technology and you lose the human element, probably we're not able to give way to the motivation and the retention, therefore, of the individual who is a human being at the end of the day is very difficult to do so. So if you get too driven in technology, then they will probably recede from where you want them to go. So that's my point. That's exactly where I was
Next
hitting.
5, 10 years, I think we may be having algorithm with us, maybe as a manager, maybe as TPR, maybe as team member. So some algorithm will be sitting with us as some format in terms of robotic process or AI or whichever format it will come to us in down the line 10 years. That is the way we have to look at. But as I said, it is coexistence. It is not competitions. It is coexistence.
Coexistence. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, please go ahead. Good. One of you.
So the morning I was having a conversation with Nikhil. In fact, some mentioned, we did close to 96 million candidates last year. So we took a close look at 100K interviews over the last 6 months or so. We did use machine learning and to insights on these 100K interviews. So you mentioned the human element is required.
Yeah.
Okay, only from an interview perspective, okay, so humans are fundamental interviews.
Yeah.
So, but okay, interviews, okay. And we scaling it to different interviews system. Syllabus will be similar, just be changes in such as we are. So, obviously,
Yep.
the process can also have a very important. It gives the kind of experience, but
No, yes, sir, Prabhu. In fact, Myntra is a technology company. We all know that we've enabled a lot of things like shopping, which was not, ever dreamt that we will do on an app or technology. We are a technology first company. And what we have seen as a change, and I agree with the point that, we as humans are very terrible at doing interviews. How well we use technology, how well are we leveraging technologies? And I'll take 2 points on this. One is about how well we do the predictive analytics and identify whether we are doing right or wrong. How we use technology, not from an ATS standpoint. There are multiple tools available which you should use. And it also should be run by the organization in a way that, hey, is your workforce or is your employee feeling right or feeling heard? If you don't have that mechanism, you will be just waiting a disaster to happen. Like a classic example, if an employee is not happy and you only get to know when they resign or they have an intent to resign, they already made up their mind. At Myntra, we have a predictive analytics which lets you in advance that which sector, which particular team could have a lot of attrition and why. It's literally using AI, a lot of tools, but it helps us to decide better, retain better. And definitely when we understand that why people are leaving, and just came out that hey, we're a creative company, we're a fashion company, people want the freedom to work. can we force them to come over 5 days a week? To what my co-panelists made a point that today the workforce want freedom, they want the flexibility to deliver. This workforce which we are dealing with today comes with a lot of ownership. And if the organization is not exhibiting ownership, they will always move on. And that's what the AI is helping, or I won't say AI just AI is just a new fad. AI has been there for long. It is too much commercialized now. It's on everybody's mind. But it has been helping the industry change the way we operate, the way we have been functioning. So it helps us to understand the employee pulse better, make decisions better, help our customers deliver, and track our employees' performance. So if you see an employee working remotely, but is with work in India, yes, fine, fair enough. I have no issues about it. So that's what technology is helping us out in industry.
AI is more of a speed enabler
Yes, it's just
in terms of a hiring process.
yes.
And that is true for all of us. I mean, that's the good thing.
Prakash, it's not just about the speed enabler in the employee workforce. It transfers down to good business.
Yeah.
Lots of people using AI for business. So as we know which department of which can be the next buzz in the industry. So yeah,
And the employee preparedness or the organization preparedness to the market.
Yes.
in terms of delivery. That's what also is getting enabled through this process.
Yes.
Absolutely. So, irrespective of the sector where we are, I think that's the key. How you actually move in and not just to try to manage what you're doing good today. But I think constant, thrust is how the organization can go into that block where it can be into the first, second, third, irrespective of whichever sector of the organization is. So, in the whole effort, you obviously want the employees to get up from what they have been doing today to the next level. So taking them to the next level is definitely a challenge because you always talk about the change management process within the organization. So until the preparedness of the mindset is not there, it cannot happen. So AI can actually do that because in some ways we also want to do a fast tracking of talent, saying that okay, my 100 employees. I think earlier we heard this, the keynote speaker talking about it, saying that we have identified and we have put them to executive coaching and the top 100 of the organization are going to move. So the idea is that they're going to be change, agents of the organization and drive. So in one way or the other, I think it's important that AI to be used in not just hiring, but also in a continuous process of progression of the employee engagement. I'm sure you will agree with that. But I would like to come back to one of the thoughts here, which is to saying that while there is so much of all of that is happening, if you look at you said about attrition, and that is where I would like to extend this question, is there is something what's called the natural attrition and forced attrition. Now, today, with the technology coming in and AI coming in, is the forced attrition being more or the natural attrition is being more? How do you see in your organization? I mean, all of you being different from each other in terms of the workplace. So, how does it work?
So it is a difficult questions basically when you
I know I'm asking a very
when we talk about forced attritions or company initiated, it comes from very different perspectives. Your performance standard maybe is X. Now I'm expecting X plus 30%. Maybe in certain scenario it was relevant. In this changing context, it may not be. Maybe skill is changing. So the relevancy, because it's all about fitment and relevancy. Fitment from an employee perspective that how this organization is taking care of me in terms of my overall perspective. And from the organization's perspective, when we are talking about that, what is the minimum acceptable standard in whichever format it is, whether it is when we're trying to look at. So AI can help you to look at it. You rightly said basically in terms of your predictability, when we're trying to do a stay interview or stay feedback, or you are trying to look at from your engagement data or any sort of things when we're trying to look at from the perspective. So you can get some insights. But how the organization is working on those things? If my reward parity for a particular role and there is a demand role, because if I'm hiring a Python and if I'm hiring a Java guy, both with 5 years of experience, maybe skill wise they are competent. Demand and supply are different for that particular skill. So how you created that particular factor to those pay parity? Maybe because that's the demand. In our scenario, when we are trying to take a persons from instructions management and project management, two different outcomes when you're trying to look at from that scenario. So attritions, if I say company initiated, it will increase because of the demand and supply of that business relevance also, because some policy change, you are exporting to particular country. Now there is what we're seeing basically that may affect in certain forms. But in general, the organization's ecosystem is that how do I make my workforce productive? How can they be relevant? If not today, tomorrow, are they willing to come back to me?
Yeah. So there is a revisit.
Things what
There's a
I'm trying to
revisit
look
there.
at. Yeah.
Revisiting what you have set up.
Attrition is always a factor of the market. If the markets are good, attrition will increase. You probably have very less controls over it. If the markets are bad, the attrition will always be reduced. It's a factor. It's an influencer. We also got the great resignation, the 2022, the markets were crazy. And it went into a correction right after that. Now, you need to understand what is the purpose you're given to the person who's getting hired. And if you're very selective and very, focused on why you're hiring, that why has to be answered at the first level of hiring. If you do a mistake there, it will have ripple effects. And that's what leads to a first attrition, a company initial attrition, because you're something wrong.
Yeah. So thank you. And would you like to add?
I just want to say one line that AI is used positively to do a smart workforce planning. And in
Yeah.
case we are not doing it well, that leads to forced attrition. So it can't be directly linked, but yeah, it can be used as one of the tools.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Binal. I think you have really summarized it, the whole thing. So coming back to the next part is, if you look at the organizations today, most of them we talk about either hiring them from the industry itself. Otherwise, we are now talking about using feeders, which is academic institutions, and then saying that, look, let's go into a collaborative mode and unwind the format of what we are looking for, and then engage into that collaborative process and see how it actually evolves. Some of them are very clear and saying that, look, we customized our requirement and then we'll run that and then we'll take them from there. So is it something which is really working, or is it still work in progress? How do you like to share the thought?
So maybe I can talk about again the energy sector, renewable sector where I'm coming from. As you all know, it's rapidly transforming. We have a government mandate to be a net zero country in a certain years of time. So by 2030, we are talking about being a 500 gigawatt. And by 2070, we are talking about being a net zero. With this rapid transformation, what we are limiting is the availability of skill sets. So obviously, every renewable sector has started to look at different ways of sourcing employees. To be honest, 90% of these companies are only adding people, because of which we are already very less in terms of people. We don't have people in energy sector. We don't have that skill sets available. So we are going out in the market. We are hiring people from different tiers, cities. We are going out to the colleges. Very recently, we've hired about 24, 25 trainees who will be taking up permanent positions with us in next 1 year's time. We are looking at even giving the skill, collaborating with skill development centers and making people market ready to be able to pick up jobs in places where the solar panels are there, like the most remote areas. So there are these different avenues being started. It is also important to know that organizations are using different methods. Like today, ma'am said about people, thinking about their own promotion. So moving within these skill sets. Yes, this is something we need to get started. I'm not saying we have started, but organizations are going towards that. They're talking about employees to go ahead with their own promotions in a very focused manner, or maybe take up other roles. So this way, we have a lot of culture mix and movements as well. So yeah.
Thank you. That's really a good thought which you have shared. So, I think what we're saying is today in the marketplace, the competency of the skill is not available, and how we actually acquire that at the fastest mode, because we need to have that collaboration, without which we cannot sustain, because the goal will not be achieved. But on the downside, there are certain risks of hiring. So, how do you mitigate those risks? Because there are risks of saying that the whole thing, what you plan, might fall out. So what's the backup plan there?
Risk of hiring meaning,
You went in for such kind of a skill or competency in terms of setting up a center of excellence, or getting on to that customizing of the program, and somehow it did not yield to the desired result. As a result, you're not able to take them to delivery, and therefore there is a fallout of the objective or the goal.
but we are also making them market ready. Today, they are not only, when we talk about sustainability, we're talking about doing a CSR, we are making them market ready by building them. Today, when we have trained about 200 students, sorry, 600 students for that matter, we didn't take them. We actually created a marketplace where companies came in and they absorbed them. So we have made them market ready to for a larger good. So again, it goes back to the point, organization with a purpose. Employees want to get into organization with purpose, because outside any organization is ready to give any kind of money. So be an organization with a purpose. Gen Zs come with a mindset. They're looking for fairness. They're looking for a purpose, and that's where they want to get into.
Thank you.
This is what.
Another point in terms of campus, probably 15, 20 years back, internship was just a mode of getting some bit of exposure. Over 20 years, it has changed in a way that internship is now looked at how to get myself ready for tomorrow, how do I prep myself better, and even the students are ready to be trained during their internship. That's like extended in engineering or extended course of yours. And across organizations I've seen interns coming in more curious. They're ready to experiment, learn. I've had people from Centurion University as well, and the way they have come in and absorbed themselves. And to the point, what my fellow panelists said, it's okay if you don't observe them, you're making them market ready. The degree will help them get the basic education, the internship, that exposure will help them get ready. Okay, so that's the change which we have seen. Now, internship is not looked as an academic requirement; it's a need of the hour. When communities are coming forward to jointly collaborate, create, these kind of programs, whether it be a train the trainer, the professor connect, or the professor of practice for that matter, and it is helping both academia and the industry to really scale up and be ready on day one.
So that's exactly where I was also getting at, to saying that there are various formats of engagement which was not there before, and today it had to be created, not because for the organization, but also from the user side, how they want to engage with us. So it is fast changing, and here there's somebody else. You might be having an objective to train someone, but then someone else is eyeing on it. And as we heard from Beenal saying that you are actually doing a larger context and not only from your context. So you're willing to let go of that resource, but you're actually creating a lot more awareness in the marketplace. So you're widening the market and bringing a new competency which doesn't exist before. So you are a market leader in that way, right? Okay. So the probably I don't know if we are running out of time, and we are already through. Is it so? Yes. We need to pack up. Okay. So I'll take the last question and then probably pack it up. So it's interesting to understand that, if you look at today's hiring from a cultural point of view, from coming from a diversified country like India, uh, there are cultural influences and strong mindsets. How do you deal that during the hiring process? Because it has changed now than before. For example, somebody says, I want to be more into work from home, format, while the organization might have changed it, but then he's still stuck to it. So how do you really mitigate that? Because you can't let go, because it's a niche resource, and it is not easy to be, available. So how do you go about it?
Yeah. So every few decades, what you see, if you look into the history, and history teaches us whatever we need to know. Somebody has solved that problem in one form or another. So we are at an inflection point now. Must change drastically. Technology is evolving in faster than it has been earlier. So people's aspirations, right? So especially if you look at the new hires, the agencies. So I believe their aspirations are clear. I feel so my team is entirely populated by agencies. So again, safety has more focus. And, so resource is a niche resource. And, it's a critical resource. Yeah. It's an important and such as limited. Organizations have values as resources to be it's the resources. Right? I mean, we create for initiative what is supposed to be about this. But something is supposed to be. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vikram, on that.
That's one. See, we are some of our experiences, and that forms biases. How do we come over biases was one of your points.
Yeah.
And Raghu mentioned that we cannot. As humans, this is what we separates us from machine. We have some bit of our own emotions and experiences. How do you use technology? What are the things you're bartering with? Like Raghu, you classically mentioned it. What are you bartering with? Whether the niche resource versus your, fundamentals of having somebody every time in office. That's a decision which one has to do. Have technology or use technology to help you do that. Come over the biases, come over the mindset can be challenged. There are multiple things available that you can use and say, hey, you know what? I know that it could be against what my thought process is, but the person could be a great addition to the team. And then you constantly track this out. Yeah.
That's right. So, yeah, please go ahead.
My point will be business is all about for the people and by the people, because we are trying to look at from the perspective of the things from a people perspective. So when we are talking about biases, can we eliminate it? No, I don't think so. It can be eliminated. Can we manage it to a point? That's where technology is coming into picture. So I think as an organization, as the leaders, we need to look at the work environment and work methodologies. I think that is the place where we can make it at least balanced.
And bring flexibility there. Thank you. Would you like to? Okay.
I just want to add one point. I had somebody in my team who had joined the organization after a gap of 13, 14 years. She had a need to stay back at home, and she has stayed back at home, which is as against the actual policy of our organization. She's performed so well. She's even won recognition from our organization. So it doesn't really limit anything. Anything is possible.
Thank you. So it's been wonderful interacting with each one of you, and thank you for your valuable time. And I think we have some of the recalling which we have done during the course of this panel discussion, where we can take some takeaways and thoughts in terms of how we can look at leveraging, because today's workforce is far more intelligent, focused, more into attention. But if we do not deal with it properly, probably they will fly off and they will find a better place. And that's what is coming out of this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please. Yes, for example, this is again for me, you should always in the words. Please try to stay away from your phones as much as possible. We have speakers and we have analysts and we have respect. So there's sheet of course to and the process
Is it on? No, this is okay. Yes.
Yes. It's not just a technique, it's a mindset. And it's not, but it's a must lead with. Before and before I start the 10 seconds. So you have to get the instructions clearly for 3 seconds and then get the conversation started, right? So people I look at the title of the channel and books and maybe. Yeah. And then put your finger like this. I need to put my index finger here and keep my left arm. So if you're standing to this, you can put the index finger. Yeah. But keep yes. एक सेकंड जस्ट आई शो इट पुट ना आप हाथ दिखाइए you need to and read you secondly sense. So the second mistake is because zero is loud, nothing hides in habits. Right? So if examples of operations. Devi, and it is always an honor to be a part of people wins. So I'm watching this and such an electric stuff. Dedicated to the topic is quite brutal. And options but see it as these unconscious bias. It's a part of human nature, right? If you like it, don't like it, if you chip it, don't chip it, it will come. But if we are really trying to bring it as done, right? For example, in hiring, there's a JD, there's a CV. I think most of us are HR folks here. We know the thing happens, right? Many things are simple and clean, okay? We belong to the colors we like, the genders we support, right? I'm speaking about some donation from this company, right? These things are very natural to come and to us. It's one of the conditions which we see coming to other organisms is a recency effect, right? You see, simple. There is a degree, there is a CV at the time of is simple competency checklist because of the system qualified. If we not follow us, then there is a question mark and I'm not sure what is indicated. But for predictions, what only is because if there is a KPI set, then okay, it's determined KPI set. And you have the things for all the customers, you have a rating, These days we have enough mechanism of making useful things. All of these things are not done. The actions which we have focused on is the show you how we are getting people quantity, nothing much happen. We get sued. This is the effect, right? So right? So these are the things which are while doing something and the connection. Patients, before we small things are fine, the unconscious because we're not that much. Most of us have seen failures in our lives. Most of us have not seen so much good results and it happens. But say that not so much opinion of you really empathy, right? And forget helps what we get matters more. We can we get as matters more. So, which I want to bring in front of all of you. Thank you. Short story. Yes. Is not pen films, photographs, gender, which which evaluation. So the second is when names disappear, it appears. And we see this because 78% of organizations now have formal DI premises or building towards that. So what is ISS. Over to you, Dr. Sujata.
Thank you so much for that, Devi. And what you mentioned, which is the Hira might become a Pathar, completely agree with you. We've had, and I'm sharing something that I came across during conversations, which is that this person came up and said that the hiring manager asked questions around which university the person had studied from, had passed out from. And when the person was told that he had passed out from an IIT and a symbiosis, and of late there is Harvard and Stanford coming in, then the person got recruited, right? So the person had tailored their response according to what the hiring manager wanted to hear, right? So just like, everything gets rigged, there can be a rigging that happens the other way as well. And hence, we need to be very careful about what kind of questions are asked. And in order to ask those questions, I would go back a couple of steps and talk about culture, right? What does the organization stand for? What does the organization's culture stand for? Where are the values of the organization? And going back to what you mentioned, Devi, which is the blind hiring, I think that is something that a lot of organizations are embracing, because it's so important not to know the backstory or have an assumption about the backstory even before you get to meet the person, because there is going to be a hero out there. How about going and identifying the hero on your own, right? If I go back to the culture of the organization, and it also talks about how are you empowering, creating awareness among your leaders, how are you empowering people within your organization to embrace diversity. And here, diversity has actually become a very vast term. We're talking about genders, we're talking about ethnicity, we're talking about sexual preferences. And it's about embracing all of them. Another story that I want to share is when, as a coach, I am a pro bono coach. There was a person who came up to me as part of life coaching, and he told me that the moment the manager got to know that he had a same gender preference, all the projects that were given to him moved away. All right. Now, and we're talking about leaders, and we're talking about unconscious biases. And it's so important for us to take away the affinity bias here. And if we don't do that, we're coming in the way of a talent's progress and ambition and aspiration. So again, I would go back to what does the culture tell you? What does the organization that you're a part of? How does the organization help you understand our own unconscious biases? And it has to be leadership driven, right? If we see on a stage, another situation that I experienced recently, that, there was a very well-known cricketer who was invited to an organization. And towards the end, they were getting ready for the photo ops. And then there were about 4 or 5 men who went up there. That's it. It was a male cricketer. We have a Mithali. We have so many other women cricketers as well. These are all very subtle messages that get sent out. All that is required to be done is to pull some lady or pull another person who needs to be included in this entire journey and showcase that. Because when you start doing it, when the leader walks the talk, the rest of the organization will follow. And these are things that need to be done consciously. There can be unconscious biases, whether in the hiring process, and we can put our checks and balances around it. We can have structured ways of interviewing and all of it, but it is also embedded in the culture of the organization. And the culture of the organization is what proliferates to the DNA of the individuals in the organization. I would look at it as that kind of a spectrum, not just as a hiring process, because that makes it a lot more inclusive and appreciative of the kind of diverse ideas that would come in from various people who get hired into your organization or your teams. Whether you have an affinity for a color or a university or whatever that is, but it's about bringing everyone together, and it's possible, and it's done in a lot of organizations, and that is the success that we'd like to talk about as well.
Thank you. They are mirrors, right? And what it means is pearls remain hidden in the water if it's not clear, right? You may have pearls in the water, they may be hidden because the water is not clear. But real recognition comes when the gauge is sincere, right? So what it means is, छुप जाते हैं मोती जब पानी साफ नहीं होता है. छुप जाते हैं मोती जब पानी साफ नहीं होता है. पहचान तभी होती है जब नजर में भाव होता है, right? So how clear are we in terms of the thought process, right? It all starts from that. So when we move to the next one, and again a short story to be followed. A manager rated a team based on who spoke most in meetings, right? तो ज़्यादा बात करते मैनेजर को लगा कि मैं भी रेटिंग उनको ज़्यादा कर दूंगा या कर दूंगी, right? A quiet member always delivered but rarely spoke. An HR partner suggested using project-based metrics that the person who's was speaking less was later promoted and became the go-getter, the mentor for the new hires. So what the summary of the story is, voices vary, but value speaks louder when measured right, right? So with this, I would like to ask Ms. Srija, how do you prevent bias in performance evaluations or leadership pipelines? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Devi, for the question. In fact, what you said earlier, the water can be muddy, right? So I think first of all, it is important for us to realize is that water can be muddy. Biases exist because we all go through certain experiences, certain events in our life because of which the biases are built over a period of time. So important is to know, yes, biases will be there because once we know that, then talking about it becomes far more easier. in terms of leadership pipelines, promotions, how do we ensure that biases don't creep in? Now, can we have zero bias? It's very difficult. But can we take away biases? Can we minimize them? Becomes very important. So I think two parts to this. One is the whole culture piece of it, the whole behavior. What is it that leadership, and the people down the line should carry? And Dr. Sujata, of course, spoke about it. And the other one comes is that how do we build our structure, build interventions in the organization in a way that we are able to minimize biases. For example, if it comes to performance evaluations, do we have clear-cut frameworks which talk about projects, which talk about project KPIs, like Devi was saying, rather than somebody only talking about it? So how are we measuring people? Are there KPIs? What kind of, how are ratings anchored, right? Are they anchored on the immediate behaviors, or are they anchored on demonstrated behaviors over a period of time and what the person has delivered? I think putting structure helps in minimizing such biases. And then what are the level of calibrations that happen? So for example, in our organization, the way we look at it is we follow normalization. The bell curve is what we follow, right? So in the bell curve, we look at bell curve across functions, across locations, right? So in the field, in the sales team, what's the kind of bell curve it looks like? How does it look like in corporate? How does it look like in a factory? The way, yes, the proximity bias. Somebody is very close to me. I see the person every day. I may rate the person very differently than person who's sitting very far away, maybe in a factory or a field. So generally, you would see a bell curve for a corporate office looks very different than a bell curve for other places. Very, very real situation. So are we looking at data? So one is structural interventions, and then what does those intervention give us in terms of data? And then we see whether the interventions we are putting together, do they have an impact? So, we put all of that down, and then we look at other curves looking. So there's gender, there's location, there is tenure that people spend in the organization. There are multiple kind of biases that can come. And if we look at data, the data can throw very stark results. And that is why structural interventions, data, and then of course, educating people. Telling people again and again, because a lot of these biases are unconscious. It has to be surfaced up to people. So how are we orienting our people? And then fourth, I would say, is ultimately look at what people are saying. Ask people for feedback. Listen to their feedback. So all of this, these are all hard matrices, and the softer part is the whole culture piece that Dr. Sujata was also talking about. Right? I think all of this put together is when we can try and we can see that how do we keep biases to a minimum. I think that's what my answer
is. Very good. Thank you, Sita. You very rightly said, structure and transparency are not extra, they are essential, right? बोलने से नहीं, काम से पहचान होती है. नापा जाए तो मेहनत की शान होती है. It all depends, what kind of hard work we are putting in, what kind of difference we are trying to make at the end of the day. With this, I'll move to another story. And this is, I'm sure, will be also close to Major Nalini, the work that she's currently doing right now. A visually impaired intern struggled with basic navigation at work. Rather than replacing her, the team revamped its digital system and signages. She later helped design the new accessibility policy. So the summary here is, inclusion is not offering a chair, it's redesigning the room. So with Major Nalini, what does an inclusive workplace truly look like? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Devi. See, as you can see from my appointment, I am not a core HR person. So what I will talk is more from an experience. And as Devi has touched upon my army experience, when we talk of inclusivity, let's say, inclusivity is no more a necessity. Or no more a necessity, it is a necessity. So let me just explain this with a simple example. During Operation Parakram, there's a small item called first field dressing. It's like a blood absorbing pad which soldiers carry on them so that in case of any injury they can use it. So during Operation Parakram, I was from logistic department. This was a major issue because this thing was in short supply. So we were brainstorming about how can we ask industries to, speed up the production and all. Suddenly, one lady officer got up and said, "See, the purpose of this first field dressing is to absorb blood. So why can't we use individually packed sanitary pads for that?" And that actually was used in the army. So this is what happens when we bring in diversity, when we bring in inclusivity. As Dr. Sujata said, it is the leadership who has to walk the talk. Like I'm representing Michael Job Center, which is an institute which caters for underprivileged girls. So we do not differentiate on any other factor other than the factor that the parents cannot afford to financially pay for the girl child. We do not differentiate whether a child is from a Christian society, a religion, any other religion, or from any particular state. We have students from 16 states in India. So that is inclusivity in action, right? Another thing, like when I'm asked, ki, what does inclusivity look like to you? So to me, it looked like the famous television show called Star Trek, where the people were hired for what they bring to the table and not how they look, how they behave, how they dress up. Because as HRs, we have to ensure that the goal is supreme. We need to keep an eye on the goal. Whoever fills in those shoes, there is a wonderful movie called The Intern, where a 70 plus guy, so when we are talking about diversity, we are also talking about age diversity, right? We are way past LGBTQ. In diversity in most of the companies restrict at, women hiring, or probably a person with a different ability, or a person with a different sexual orientation. But like Devi said, somebody who can't speak good English, because English speaking is not the thing. Like when I'm hiring my professors, I don't see what is their marks. I see whether they can teach or not, because I am hiring them to teach, right? So that is what inclusivity looks like to me. Thank you, Devi.
Awesome. I didn't know it's from coming from the And what you rightly mentioned is true inclusion is when everyone gets a seat at the table, right? And inclusive teams are in fact 35% more productive, and they make almost 87% better decisions as per the latest report.
May I just put in one more point here?
Please.
In addition to what he said, that inclusivity is where everybody gets a seat at the table. To add on to that, inclusivity is where everybody gets to eat at the table.
वही जगह सच में सबका खास हो. Before the next story, and I come to my dear friend Madhu. So what I do normally when I meet Madhu is I ensure that I have a very firm handshake with her. And the reason is she heads the global talent acquisition at Wipro. And when I meet talent acquisition heads, what's the first thing that I do? I can right? So I come to the next story. So this is during a crisis, and the Ivy League recruit, waited for approval. And there was a self-taught coder as well, who was not from Ivy League, and he fixed the glitch in hours. Then the CTO called and said one had pedigree and the other one had urgency, and both are required. So the summary here is degree may open doors, but skills break through walls. With this, I would like to share that as per Deloitte, which has been one of the previous employer of Madhu, 76% of employers say skill-based hiring is more effective in performance outcomes than degree-based hiring. So with this, my question to you is degree versus competency. Which comes for you?
How could I basically respond to this? You've already given the response here that, what I have actually experienced so far and, which is true as well. But frankly speaking, currently what we see is still degrees counted in all the assessments that we do, which is the starting point. But if you ask me my preference, I'll say, which is very true in the current scenario where I am, skills is a currency. So I will basically quote that skill is a currency. And if you really have to see competence of a person who brings in the right value, okay, who can convert that into action is most required in an organization, because after you really get the person with the right kind of a qualification, which is fundamentally important to get the right foundation in, which is, which is a prerequisite for the corporate still today. But once the person comes on board, right, what matters is what he brings on table. And my preference will be always to look at whether the person that I am evaluating has the right kind of a competence, has the right kind of skills. More than anything else, has the person has the right kind of a grit to really handle a situation which is adverse, right? In the normal scenario in business as usual, everyone is able to perform. But where the action lies is where the person really is tested, is with the skills of resilience, of adaptability, of change management. These are skills which is not taught in the academics, right? And degree will give you certain level of foundation to give you a little bit of confidence of really cracking an interview. But what happens on the ground on first day and after that is that you'll be put in a project where you have to really prove yourself in front of client, in front of your bosses, in front of your superiors, peers. You have to be in a competitive world. Will you be able to really sustain in that kind of an environment where every day counts, and there your competency and your skills of really showing up each day with the kind of output that you can bring on table with value add, which an organization is looking at with the competitiveness is required. I will always say that, the first will be to look at the kind of competence and the skill of adaptability, agility that a talent can really bring on table. Having said that, I think because the topic is more on diversity and inclusion, I always feel that, even this aspect of looking at whether to look at a degree or education or to look at the experience or the competency, it is also a matter of diversity. So the way that I look at diversity and inclusion is that whether you talk about any segment of diversity, I have run a culture journey of diversity of thought. Because in diversity of thought, everything comes together. Because the starting point is the thought. If you really do not start thinking from that aspect, that will really impact even when I'm making a decision of getting somebody onboarded. That's the first point of my thought, to really say that this is the right person who I would like to, get into my organization, because the person is the right fit for the organization culture. The person will be able to sustain in an environment which is quite challenging. The person will have a viewpoint, person will have a value add to give to the organization, rather than only looking at a degree or an education. I think very clearly I'm tilted towards having skill as a currency, which can be tokenized, it can be tracked, it can be traded, right? These three things is very important for anyone to have, because when you are in a journey of really elevating, that's all it counts. It doesn't count where you have come from.
क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया. Skill can be tokenized, trained, and trade. Track. Oh, wonderful. Golden words of Madhu. Thank you so much. Merit is no longer needed or framed in gold, but coded in skills, as mentioned by her. And the best, another point I loved about is the diversity of thoughts. Such a wonderful point. Thank you. So, last two lines from my end, and we will be able to wrap up this session. सिर्फ डिग्री से काम नहीं चलता है, right? What mentioned by Madhu, हुनर की भी असली पहचान है. जो काम आता है वही असली संग्राम है, right? So with this, I'll try to summarize what we spoke here. We spoke as inclusion is not just a checkbox, it's a choice. We spoke about diversity of thoughts. We spoke about skills. We spoke about a truly inclusive workplace does not just accept diversity, it amplifies it. Not just who we hire, but how we hear them, help them, and hold them up. And when talent feels safe, seen, and supported, that is when they soar. And thank you so much. Dil se Dimag se decisions. Thank you so much. Devi Prashad signing out. Everyone, thank you. God bless you. Thank you again. We can take one question if time permit from the audience.
Yeah, we don't have time, so we'll just.
This is since we have taken up this question of inclusivity, when all the big corporate houses recruit people.
Me, the panel. You want to ask a question?
You can better handle it. We are speaking very well. So, by anybody, because all the panelists are from big industrial houses. Those one who are recruiting, all the industrial houses go up to talks about tier 1, tier 2, maximum they go up to tier 3 cities. But in our debates and discussions, we always say India lives in villages. But and I also, my personal experience is guys from rural India, they are more ethical and professionally committed. But during our process of recruitment, we very often ignore them, if that is the right word, the rural population, the guys coming from rural areas. Many of those having, despite of their big talents, they are pushed into this jobs type of in gig economy or in other unorganized sectors. So how to retrieve that situation and how to give them the right opportunity to these talents coming from rural areas?
So can I first answer, then maybe the panel can answer with all your permission? So, sir, what I'd like to answer is I work in an organization where we go to rural places and hire talent from there, first of all. So we have a company, in fact, known as MedSkills, where we go to rural places, pick them up, bring them up, train them, make them industry ready, and then depute and deploy different client places across India, right? So that we do as an organization as a practice. Having said this, there's also a responsibility lies with the candidate as well, because employers may come, but are we ready? Are we honing up our skills? Are we ensuring that if the company comes to us, when opportunity is knocking at your door, are we completing a sound or grabbing it both the hands? And for, because I also come from a place known as Bhubaneswar, which is a tier 3 city, right? So opportunities didn't come to us at Bhubaneswar. You have to step up. You have to be ready to relocate. You need to be mobile. You need to be flexible. And what is that in terms of knowledge? Are you updated the latest update in terms of knowledge? In terms of skills, are you honing it up? You have a right attitude. सब कुछ होगा. अगर attitude सही नहीं है, तो कुछ नहीं होता है. So it all depends. What's the effort that we are trying to take from our end, and what I have an acronym for this, which I say is we need to follow a REACH formula. What is REACH? REACH. R is for resilience. E is for empathy. A is for attitude. S is for building a silence within yourself. You need to be calm, meditate, and H is humbleness and humility. If you have a REACH framework, you can shine everywhere. Companies will come to you. You can go to companies, and things can happen. So over to you, team. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for that and lovely question. And it took me back to another situation that I've seen. This little girl in the back of beyond of a village in Shimoga, she created a QR code to sell fruits that were being grown by her parents and a lot of neighbors out there. Right? How did that happen? Definitely going back to what you said, the grit and the determination of the girl, but also accessibility to information, technology, infrastructure, all of them have to come together. This person didn't have to come to a city to get trained to create a QR code. She started off with a QR code, but now is an entrepreneur, helping her entire village. What I want to share out here is that it's important that, corporates go to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities and all of it. But there are so many non-corporates doing a phenomenal job. Let's look at the way the startup industry has grown in India. You can go to any village now, and there is something that is happening where individuals, entrepreneurs are setting up things on their own. So I'm looking at how can we stop this hype about only corporates doing something. There are NGOs. Look at what Major Nalini is doing. We're talking about a whole lot of startups that are doing some phenomenal stuff, not just in the technology space, in the fintech, in the retail sector, in just being there, old age homes, geriatric services. There is amazing work that is being done. It doesn't have to be only a corporate. Also, because there are individuals, you spoke about the gig economy, right? In the gig economy, that's what people are doing. So people will come out as long as there are a lot of others who kind of reach out. And technology is not a barrier today. Technology is such an enabler. And it's just about what are we doing in that space. If we see somebody who is probably a cab Uber driver, you hear about something that the child wants to do, you reach out. It doesn't have to be somebody else. You can be the one reaching out to and helping that other person. And that's how the world comes together. I would look at it from that angle.
Thank you.
Just add just one more statement to it. So when we talk about inclusivity, we are not lowering the bar. We are widening the gap, gate. You know, when the gate is widened, all sorts of people can enter and we can enrich more with the, as she's mentioned, the where you come from is again a background bias. That needs to be removed from, as Madhu said, from our thought. Once we remove that barrier, once we remove that as a hurdle, then inclusivity comes.
Thank you. A big round of applause for everyone. The time is up. Let's take questions during the lunch time. You can meet us and we'll be happy to answer you. So over to you, Ramana. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I was just once to be now saying, please don't take my job away. Right. The speakers. As we thought that we could show nothing, we can have and such. And we can show them on 25 percent of the release.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also. Struggling. We have seen recovery. To the success of the company. Infrastructure projects, technology, industry, agriculture. It is institutional. It is uncertainty. Uncertainty. Of course, it. But in cases of it has trust. State its legacy. We are not ourselves as static. Which changes of the financial ecosystem. Of the decades, state has shapers. It has been at the forefront of all of these technologies. Initiatives. Customers registering on it. So, we achieved all of this. Definitely, it's because which is very possible. We employees join and retire. This is because we have experiences. Get exposed to things in space. Somebody asked me the other day,
in vehicles. Etc. And that's what I was saying. I'm not a HR guy. So you can say system. With the constant communications and in significant situations nations. We are also creating a industry. With the look. So we can feel the we believed since inception that we should have us. Business. And sustainability. So, Please, we have used as an environment. It. Families. We were first is in the access we use. So we with we which caters to entire needs of this family. It's totally digital. And through this itself. So, focused areas business. The digital footprint is to engage with everybody through every stage of the journey. This this one is happening. It is we constantly saying IQ, EQ, workforce. Skills. DQ especially great. We specific yes. We have each we establish future skill and thus skill in give APIs spark is rescaling it's as you can see, gamification is quizzes, leaderboards, windows. This is the sequence. Skill. The second extent of the third, secondary skills, for friends, internal, external opportunities. These this you, you, Use Stage, please. Center, please. Very much. Branch and not focus. Task is actually very right. It's a full question. So, please. Stay up on your way. I'm going to give you four instructions. Completely with the outline that you have. Get action. You focus on that's your noise. That's what someone that's your chin. Skill set, essential skills for professional intelligence and designs and continuous development. Yes. That's AI.
Thank you, Amar. As he said, pre-lunch is a difficult one to hold you back from lunch, but we have a eminent panel today. These all are senior CHROs holding many, many years of experience. Today, we are here to discuss what will happen in future, but we will certainly discuss what's required today as well. We will open the session with discussing what's happening right now in certain areas of HR. How many of you heard about Fun Day Fridays? How many of you have Fun Day Fridays? Good amount of hands raised. There's a very interesting story that has come out of Hyderabad startup, which has appointed a golden retriever as their chief happiness officer. That's something that's exciting, and that also brings smiles on your face, huh? Today we have a contrasting view on the panel. Is this so necessary? How critical is that? How critical is it to have a chief happiness officer? We have a different opinion on that point. Apart from that, in this panel discussion, we will also discuss how HRs are need to realign their focus with the larger purpose of their organizations. And it is not only for CHROs. Yeah, am I right? It is not only for CHROs. This will have to be top bottom all across the teams. This is another point we are going to discuss, and we will close with tangible pointers. What should a CHRO 10 years or 20 years down the line would look like? How different? Maybe with a tail, maybe two more hands, maybe two horns. I don't know. We have an eminent panel to decide on that part. But, start the discussion with Rachna. And in your observation, how important is it to have a golden retriever as a happiness officer?
Um, I don't know. Maybe it worked for them, but I would only think workplaces should be happy places. But when I talk about happiness, I don't think happiness is really given. You need to be having a culture which is very, very authentic culture for true happiness to really exist. I would always feel that if you're very fair in terms of what you do in the organization, you are very respectful to people, and you really honor the energy and the intelligence and everything else that the human being brings. If you let the person be the person himself, herself, I think that would give happiness. We don't need external stimulus for the organization to create specific moments of happiness. I would think it should be there in the DNA and the fabric of the organization.
Good evening, Rachna. Vikrant, what do you add to this?
I think first of all, thank you for having us here. I think we've come a long way from reading boards, outside the Taj property in Bombay. Indians and dogs are not allowed to. Dogs now being chief happiness officers. So we've clearly traversed a big journey. To Rashna's point, I think what works for everybody is their call of duty. But I think happiness is very difficult to encompass in the organizational context, right? There are multiple drivers for each one of us as individuals. I think for me, most important thing, and I'll reiterate, is authenticity. If we can genuinely bring in an element of care, right? I think that goes a very, very long way. And it's important to know that care at scale is not as easy as we make it out to be, but authentic leadership, genuine care are the two elements that will probably drive a lot of longevity in organizations if that's where the end goal is. People don't really care who you are until they know that you really care. I mean, that's the principle that, at least I try to embody personally as well as, professionally. So in my mind, I think what works for everybody, but if you're not genuinely caring, if your ecosystem is not built for support and care, you will find cracks. And that's when, fun Fridays and family days and all of that will need to come in forcefully, in at least my humble opinion.
I mean, both of your points are pretty similar, and this is what sounds foundational and core to what an organization should do. But there's a lot of discussion on these trendier things going on. Santana, after you speak your part on this, we will take it in a different direction.
While I can't disagree with Rachna and Vikrant on what are foundational elements for an organization to be an inclusive workplace for everyone.
Santana, mic a little closer to your. Yeah.
Like I said, I can't disagree with what Rachna and Vikrant's views are on what's foundational to an organization and essential for people to function. I also belong to the camp where I don't believe happiness is really the prerogative of an organizational construct, right? There are other things I believe which are relevant. It's to find purpose at work, to be able to have meaningful contributions in the work that you do. How much of this is tied to happiness is, of course, a slightly more philosophical question, which I don't believe I'm qualified to answer. As long as we can create ecosystems which take care of basic hygiene within the organization, which I think everybody will agree, that it has to be psychologically safe. We can't normalize things like abuse and harassment. We have to be constantly mindful of what people's sensibilities are, the changing definitions, and it's changing quite fast in today's world, of what would be offensive to people and what would make them defensive. I think these are some of the things which one is constantly upgrading and being mindful of to create an organization where you have the luxury of having diversity of talent, different people coming in from different walks of life, different age groups and demographics being able to contribute effectively. But what ties them together, I believe, would be purpose and the ability to create an environment that makes people effective in the work that they do. And it might be a controversial opinion, but happiness is a derivative of that.
Interesting. I mean, if controversial is not the right word, but it can nudge people to have different opinions, because this, in my opinion, can also differ from the level of organization, the maturity. We were discussing this beforehand, and this may differ for a 5-year-old startup and 170-year-old company. This can differ, and anything in between. Yeah, there's a reason why I am coming last to Rahul. Rahul, your point on it, and so and also your focus area when it comes to the objective of being an HR and how you drive it.
See, just two objectives. One is how to help achieve your company from today and how to build an organization for tomorrow. Very often, we take a view. I think that's not the future of HR skill that I'll talk about. I think the good balance between the two. And I say helping achieve performance for today by doing two things: ensuring that you have capabilities and time that can shorten your learning curve. You have successes wherein people are able to deliver in their current role. And a build organization for tomorrow, while again doing two things: you have an adequate leadership pipeline so that you have set of leaders who can be identified, who can take the next level jobs, and this entire culture, climate wherein people feel like coming to work. Very often, I've seen people coming and saying that, I'm not happy at work. I said, you don't come here for seeking happiness. And you seek happiness with your family members, with your friends. You do something great. You nurture your hobbies. I think you come here to meaningfully contribute. Yeah, if there is too much shoe is pinching that, my boss is intellectually dishonest and insecure, yeah, we need to have a conversation. If you say that, there is, judgments which are being created on people's way of dressing, then we need to do something about it. But I think bring this happiness, I'm saying that, I'm not happy at work, then you do something about it.
Very interesting. This can make headlines, huh? Racha, I'm coming to you. We were discussing how this can differentiate in different organizations. There is a and one thing that I've kind of gained with experience is that no one process works similarly in all the organizations. So even if you call talent management, as Rahul was saying, creating leaders of tomorrow, though that remains the prime agenda, how it is driven across the organization heavily depends on the maturity curve of the organization when it comes to the business cycles that they are in, and therefore the maturity in general. Second, very deep conversation there is around the culture of the place, right? So the same talent management process, the shape and X organization to Y organization could be very different. The principles remain absolutely the same, but how you would implement them in different contexts would be very different. So therefore, from a skill set perspective, as I was discussing, it is very, very important for all of us as HR professionals to understand the context in which we are operating. Whether it's a business context, whether it's a cultural context, what is that we are operating in? So the playground sensitization is very, very important for us when we are operating our roles. Second thing, just to build it up, I would think with the change that is happening across the organizations, it is important for all of us as HR to start thinking afresh. I mean, zero-based thinking is also very, very important because every day the landscape changes. Now, what happens? We end up doing benchmarking in multiple stuff. I would think benchmarking is more static in nature. Who strives it first, right? So because the context is changing, do we have the ability to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, the context changed. Do we want to do something differently? And be okay to dirty your hands once again. Doesn't get into very fixed mindset is what I would think as we are moving into the newer context and the newer maturity curves.
Very interesting. Kranti, your addition to this. You said something really interesting backstage.
No, I think for me, fundamentally, so how do I look at this, right? So I think principles and foundations have to be there. While generations are evolving into the workforce, I think fundamentals need to be in place for most organizations. One. Two, as HR professionals, I think we have a very different role to play. And I think we talked about constructive destruction, right? So do we have the ability to destroy what we already know in the hope of learning and in the wake of learning something new? If we don't do that, I think as HR professionals and professions of the organizations, we're going to be doing a disservice. And the reason is we don't have a cookbook to solve for the problem that exists today. The cycle times of our problems are becoming much shorter. The need to respond, the need to create organizations that are agile can only happen when we don't carry the whole thing of been there, done that, right? So not invented here syndrome, been there, done that, absolutely should be shed is a personal opinion, because without that, we're going to get stuck in something that worked 15 years ago, 5 years ago, which probably has no relevance to how we will solve problems of today. I mean, think of it. We never anticipated COVID. The world changed, right? We are still struggling to get back into the normal before COVID, right? But we've had to change and adapt organizations, workforces, hybrid working, work from home. We've had to come up with those solutions which never existed earlier, right? I mean, we're talking about, I come from a manufacturing sector, right? You're talking about suddenly tariffs, right? I mean, programs getting pushed out, but you have people on the work, factory floor. What do you do with some of those? How can you evolve those models? So honestly, I think one of the challenges that we have as professionals is we don't have a cookbook, and I can't be more emphatic in saying it repeatedly. Two, I think the ability to anticipate, right, is going to be an extremely important capability for us, right? So I take this analogy from information and data, right? The only interlink between information and data is order, right? And we were talking about this. Order of letters make a word. Order of words make a sentence, right? As HR professionals and leaders that want to lead the organization in future, it is, I think, our responsibility as well as our, the capability that we'll have to develop is, can we make sense and order? Can we put order to things? Because information, data, escalations, disruptions are going to keep coming at it from various forces. So do we have the capability to drive order and therefore help our business leaders to make sense in terms of what strategy should be done, what will work, what will not work? I think will be a very, very important role that we as professionals will play.
I'm so happy that so far in our discussion, there is no discussion of AI and technology. But we will come to that later for sure. But Rahul, do you have an answer to this? If somebody today is becoming a CHRO of, let's say, a very mid-sized company, how will he or she make sure that he's not compromising on fundamentals 100%, but also he's not leaving out the trendier stuff because he or she might have all sets of people across in the organization. How he or she can make sure that he's balancing it at perfect level?
See, there is no perfection, boss. I mean, let's understand one thing. Organizations are imperfect because they are made of human beings, and human beings are imperfect. So there is, but what you said, I like the word balance. You know, very often I have seen HR heads either they do too much of, understanding business, and then miss out on the fundamentals of what good looks like when it comes to HR processes. Because understanding business is extremely important. You must. But if you don't know what good looks like when it comes to identifying next set of leaders, what good looks like when it comes to having capabilities ahead of time which can shorten your learning curve in business. It's like, if you're in the restaurants business and in the restaurants business, and if you're going to venture into a Japanese restaurant, a classical HR will say, okay, who are the best chefs in Indian restaurant? Okay, great. These are the guys. Let me do talent management, talent development. They go to Japan, learn recipes of Japanese cuisine, come back, and they said, wow, see, I have done this. You have done this job very well. Now you're doing this. You're ready for the next role in the value chain. No, I will take the later one. I will say that forget about I am in the restaurant business in India. I know what good looks like when it comes to restaurant in India, in restaurants. I will travel to Japan and I will figure it out what the Japanese chefs do. And I will have a Japanese chef and bring him to India and get into a job. That is how we have capabilities ahead of time that can shorten my learning curve. Doing talent management, talent development with Indian chefs, Indian restaurant chefs, but that will not shorten the learning curve. The mindset of restaurants, right? Having this kind of finding this balance, working on the drawing board to find out what business requires, that is extremely important. So we need to have that balance. So business understanding important. Figure it out what good looks like in nature. See in all processes. They are completely oblivious to our business rules. Sending people from Indian restaurants to Japanese skill doesn't work. You understand what your business, and as Rashmi said, context determines what you will do in business. So I think this is the skill which I think every HR head at a leadership position must, gain. It's very easy. You're working with the CEO. CEO will say, do this. Yes, sir, we'll do this. That's not, you're not doing justice to your function if you say that, yes, sir, we'll do this. No. You should have a point of view. HR leaders will be respected if they have a point of view on the board. Day before yesterday, I had a conversation with the leadership team, and we were looking at there are people who are doing additional jobs. Okay. And we must value them and go to them. I said that if people are not delivering on the jobs for which they are being hired and paid for, I don't care about the extra curricular activities. I mean, this is but you have benefit and grow his career because he's doing a great job in safety. Then go in safety job, guys. You have to be in HR. That's the point of view. You must have a point of view. If you have, you will be respected. I think that's the skill which I think.
We really appreciate you being really candid and unfiltered. This is what we need in our panels. Santana, I'm coming to you. Given you have spent some time with startups, and this is same for Vikrant as well, to both of you, how culture is different for startup companies, and now you're working in 170 years old company. How different is it? You being the leader of, let's say, building a culture, building a what do we call other than this culture? Let's keep it culture only. So when you are responsible of taking care of it, how different is it for these two organizations? Can you talk about that experience?
Sure. Just to set the context on this is people are people across the board. in a professional environment largely stay consistent irrespective of generations or demography, right? Everyone wants a meaningful job, something to where they're compensated fairly, where the work is recognized and rewarded, where they get to grow, where their aspirations are taken care of. Largely, these needs do not change just because people belong to different cultures or different generations. But having said that, the nuance comes in what the context in which they are operating, like Rahul said. In my experience, in multinational organizations that I have seen, most of the outcomes that people generate are around refining existing solutions or identifying a problem, deep diving, fixing it so that it doesn't break for the next 5 years. At least that's been my experience. Whereas in a startup environment, there's a huge premium on iterative problem solving, right? You don't have the luxury of time to deep dive so much to finesse something to the outcome of perfection or even excellence, right? And therefore, you have 7 problems lined up, you solved something to about 30-40% capacity, and then you move on to the next one. Not because you want to, but because that many problems are standing at the door, which require resolution. The second thing that I've seen, and that begs a different kind of approach that you will take to addressing the needs of the individual. The second thing that I've experienced is the range of demographics that one deals with in a startup versus an tenured organization, so to speak, is very different. In a tenured organization, and I will take the example of the current organization that I work with, in a team, there is a very huge possibility that you will work with people who have been in the organization for 20-25 years and will probably retire in their jobs. People who are at the middle management level who've spent about 8 to 10 years in the organization. And with every year, there is a fresh batch of engineering trainee graduates who are coming in, right? The needs of each of these 3 are different because they come from different social contexts. They come from different levels of experience and exposure. They come from different degrees of responsibilities that they hold in their current life, right? In their current life stage. And therefore, the solutions that you bring to them cannot be one size fits all. The ability, then the need to tailor outcomes to make people effective has to be different. The way to identify motivating factors which help people be effective in their jobs is very different. Whereas in a startup, largely, it's a microcosm of what that particular product is what that organization is trying to put out as a product, right? You have people within a similar age bracket with similar life experiences, educational backgrounds. Not that the problems are any less complex, but your ability to solve for them, in my experience, is slightly more easier and simplistic compared to what you will try to do when you have multiple variables at conflict.
Very interesting. You've explained it really well. Rachna, can AI help? Can technology help?
See, as maybe Rahul was pointing, I think yes, it would. But my sensing is sometimes we have overused the word AI.
I agree.
I don't think it is a fashion statement. I would think it is more something which we need to see as a facilitator for our decision making. As she was saying, if your population is very different in the organization or the demographic is different, it's very important for you to have, and as we grow bigger, right, it's very important for you to have a tool which enables your decision making. So if your AI is able to give you different cuts and is able to throw analytics at you, which helps you in your decision making, by all means, encourage use of all the technology that exists. Today it is AI, tomorrow it could be something else. I think what is very, very important for all of us as professionals in HR, how do we embrace some of these things? None of this should be alien to us, right? It shouldn't be, all of this, I would always think there is, HR people are not different people. Let's put that across, right? They're as human as anybody else and they need to be as leader as anybody else. Anchoring very much into the business and what business needs. Your solutions have to be tailored to what the business is today, tomorrow, and in future. Now, if you have to do that, please embrace whatever facilitates. Is it the capabilities which is in the human beings? Please do that. Go ahead of time, do that. And right now, I think we are all in such a blessed state that you don't need everything to be available physically. It's all there, right? You just need to know where is it available. And I think technology helps us there. Tap into this. Industries like ours, which is auto industry, There's so much happening, which is into softwares, into EVs, so many technology changes, right? All of these are going to facilitate business outcomes. So how can teams like ours be oblivious of it? So therefore, technology helps. However, I was just even also thinking from what she was just saying. I think one of the very important things for us as HR is being very decisive. Okay. This is not the function which is a soft function. It's a human function, right? We are dealing with human beings who are different people. And as I said, everybody needs to feel completely very psychologically safe to be at the workplace. But I would also still think we have a very hard jobs to deliver at the end of the day. The organizations have to get geared for future. People will do it, right? So my sensing is leverage technology all the while. Have your principles very, very clear when it comes to people practices. Have them very mature, have them but very, very flexible, right? Do not get grounded to say, this is how we used to do, this is how we do it generally, right? Because that's changing. So if that is changing, you please change. It's as simple as that.
Very interesting, very interesting. Pranath, coming to you, given your time invested in startup that's up now, what has been your experience like? How is it different today? What are some of the things that you think a CHRO should have in 2025, cannot compromise on? Don't give me the obvious fundamental answer. Huh?
I think first questions first. So I think the time that I spent with the startup, I think was probably some of the most exhilarating time that I've had. Right. So clearly, there's a lot of value that you derive working with the generation that's coming up, and I would agree, people are people. I think they bring in a set of energy that enthuses you as well. So I was superbly excited trying to solve world problems, and I think that's a very infectious energy to bring into the organization. The question, on the other hand, as I head up HR for Wipro Enterprises, how do we garner that energy now as we bring the younger workforce into our organization? How can we galvanize that energy purposefully and make sure that it's as infectious, right? So to me, it's not startup versus a big organization. Is the ability to deal with the generational shifts that happen in the workforce, and can we take the good from one and implement to the other? In my mind, the ability to create differentiation, value, experimentation, take risk is significantly higher. Somewhere that does get subdued in organizations that have tested and weathered multiple eras of brick batting, right? They know what can go wrong, what cannot go wrong. There is a degree of patience that is far more, which I think has its own value, right? So the ability to blend both of them together, I think, would be brilliant. So if we can have the youthfulness, energy that the generation brings up into a startup with more wisdom, that comes along with matured organizations and tenured leadership, I think that'd be an ideal combination, if you ask me. But honestly, personally, I think it's very important for startups to know what not to do. I think we do a lot of things at startups. So clearly articulating what I will not do will probably be the biggest mantra of success, if you ask me.
Very interestingly put. I always feel happy when I see other panelists nodding with what one's saying. So both of the ladies nodding well. Sandhana, in just brief, or let's say in 2 minutes, tell me how difficult or how easy is it to entertain younger set of employees that come to you with a different definitions of, let's say, work-life balance or happiness or well-being? How do you do it?
Thumb rule remains the same. I mean, listen. Try not to, at least I try not to apply my filter and see it through my lens, but that's inevitable. I mean, there's a reason that the experience teaches you something. So it's just about, in my mind, as long as I can listen without filtering out information that could be relevant and vital. Second, place it within the context of what experience the individual is having. Is important. Sometimes, like Rahul mentioned, if you have a manager who is not supportive, then that comes with a different context versus you not being able to deliver because you've not understood the job. So I think context becomes important. Otherwise, there's no gradation of easy or difficult. I think follow the thumb rule of being able to listen to the individual without judgment, look at it within the context of the organization and the individual's present sense, and the outcomes that you want the individual to deliver. And it's always that challenge, right? How do you help people move on their strengths while helping them get better at their development areas, as opposed to just over-indexing on one?
Good one. Good one. Yeah.
I just wanted to add, it's a very interesting topic. And personally, I had my eyes opened up a lot about a month ago. So I've taken up, just to share an example, I've taken out the entire HR team for an offsite. Globally, people were down here. And honestly, we were lacking one session, 3-hour sessions to figure out how do we bridge that gap for 3 hours. I'm being transparent here, right? There's somebody who decided to ditch us last minute. And I turned around, just looked outside my office and there was an intern sitting. We just hired the intern. She's still studying, right? And I just walked up to her and said, hey, why don't you guys organize a few other interns and management trainees? And can you walk us through what goes on in the life and the mind of a Gen Z, right? And I can tell you that's probably one of the best presentations I've ever seen in my life, right? We all gave them a standing ovation for good 10 minutes, right? It was a skit. It had what their fears were. It had, conversations on how do you engage with me? How do you motivate me? So for a lot of us, fair enough dealing with kids, but at the same time, I think it was an eye opener for all of us to say that, look, the hunger, the ambition, the need to be recognized, the insecurities that you go through are all the same. We went through it, pretty much when we were starting our careers, and folks are going through it even today.
The difference was the context must be different. That
I don't think so. I don't want to over-index on context here. Human beings are human beings. Environments have changed, right? Environments are the same, but I think the ability, as Sandra said, ability to really allow them to speak and for us to listen without any biases and filters is extremely important. I mean, the amount of value that they can add, I genuinely believe is humongous, provided as organizations we allow ourselves to let the guards down. I don't think we do that enough. I think we come in with preconceived notions,
that's difficult
set
to
processes. But if we are willing to change, I think there's a world for us to learn as well. Just in terms of how can we do things differently and the value that can be added.
that is precisely constructively what you said. Constructive destruction. You walking your talk, huh? Just the final minute of discussion. In a minute, not a minute. I mean, minute collectively. In a second, you are going to tell me one critical aspect or one role that a CHRO of tomorrow should have, can't compromise on. One point. I mean, I appreciate if this can be an actionable and not a concept. Soul keeper. Interesting. Santana or Rahul? Anybody can. Anything that you think a future CHRO cannot compromise on.
See, I think empathy is something which they should not compromise on. That's the core to what we do.
For me, there are two things. I think humility and trust.
Okay.
For me, it's pay attention.
Very simple, huh? But
just pay attention.
Very critical. All of these pointers are really critical. Might sound basic, but these are very, very fundamental, core and basic. Basic hygiene, as Santana mentioned in our backstage conversation. So this was our panel, and I must take a moment to thank all of you to make time for this. And this has been a really, really insightful conversation. This is how CHRO for tomorrow would look like. Just to all of you. A huge round of applause for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Session. Absolutely. Talking so many important elements of human nature. Not only the head of state and So this is today. And genius. 15. Thank you so much. See you soon. Well, the sound itself says some of them are, some of them. Oh. Uh-huh. Yeah. So before we move further, just request all of you. So today we generally read magazine, but today we're gonna do something a little different. We're just gonna follow the directions of the magazine, which is but again, I'm gonna make it requesting all of you to please stand up. All right. So what we do is just we have our hands. So all the magazine. So you just interesting discussion to be had. Discussing culture, shaping and culture, and HR strategies of satisfaction and performance. For this discussion, I would like to request thank you. Thank you. Mics. Sure, sure. Be at your own pitch. We have the mics
Thank you. Thank you.
just for you.
Everyone's got a mic now.
So we heard some voices, not much of noises, when asked about your lunch. But we hope that this topic is so interesting and important that it will keep you engaged. It's about the role of HR in organization culture. And we've got a power-packed panel, as you can see right here. And I quote Patrick Lencioni. He says, culture can a bad culture can undermine even the best strategy. And a good culture can make a mediocre strategy succeed. So it kind of says that, culture is important. And very often, things like resources can be measured, results can be measured, but culture can't easily be measured. However, there are elements of culture which we can kind of look and see. What the panel will attempt to do is to dissect this whole aspect and see what it is and what you can do as HR practitioners, and some of you are CHROs, many of you are wannabe CHROs, and I think that's where we suppose our deliberations will be helpful. And we'd like to keep it simple and sweet. And we might give some time, notwithstanding the timer, for you to ask some questions. Okay. So let's kind of, start with Pooja Minocha. Pooja Mirchandani. Sorry. I got Pooja Minocha and Mirchandani. So you are at CRISIL, and it is an interesting and large organization, one of the BFSIs globally. What is a positive culture? I mean, can you simplify it for us?
When we think, sorry. So culture is like a central nervous system that we can think about, to the response that I'm just going to give. So it's about how you feel when you enter the room. So a positive culture will be a place where, at least in my experience, I have seen employees feel extremely valued for who they are as human beings, for the work they do. They also feel extremely empowered to be the best version of themselves. While it may sound cliche, but if you do not feel empowered, you probably will never be able to put your best foot forward as far as your work is concerned, and and grow professionally and personally as well. So these are simple things that will truly define a good culture. And while theoretically it's quite easy to say a good culture or a bad culture, but there has to be mechanics to understand what culture an organization wants to drive, how to measure and sustain the culture. So there are a lot of these practices that one has adopted over time. With experience, you sort of work on them. And good culture essentially will truly be, am I feeling valued for the work I do? And am I feeling empowered to bring my best self to work every day? Thank you.
So essentially, you're saying it answers two questions. Am I feeling valued for the work I do? And am I feeling good to come to work every day?
Yes, empowered essentially.
Empowered.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks. In the same vein, Vivek, can you give a different perspective or more of the same? No? Yeah.
First of all, special thanks to all of you for being here. I hope we make it worthwhile for each one of you. So Pooja has very comprehensively covered the essence of positive culture. I'll just touch upon on the basis of my experience. I believe what would be positive in my context from my own experience and what I have seen in my organization, that it is about the spirit of collaboration, the spirit of care and excellence. If all these three tenets work together, then obviously there is positivity in the culture. And how it happens as an outcome of shared belief, as an outcome of making it sure that we touch each other's lives and enable each other to succeed. And also the demonstrated outcome of a positive culture is a sustainable high performance and stickiness of employees. So that, in a simple term, from my experience also, is what positive culture is. But it's a very deeper subject. so we can discuss.
Yeah, it shows, Vivek, but you make some very interesting points. You touched on three words: collaboration, care, and excellence. I mean, if you take out excellence, there are many organizations where there's collaboration and care. And excellence is a dimension which brings about performance and talking of sustainability. I think that's something which we need to kind of focus on, in addition to what Pooja has also mentioned. Right. Let's move further. We've got many panelists here, and they've got a lot of wisdom to share. And let's ask Manmeet. Manmeet, who do you think is responsible for creating the culture? And in fact, I'll ask Shantanu and you as well, but you go first, Manmeet. And then what incidents stand out in your mind, either positive or negative, in creating the culture? And does it connect to business outcomes? Or is it something, you can put culture in a box somewhere and
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we forget about this is that regardless of whether I say something specific about the culture, regardless of whether there is some document somewhere that tries to define culture, an organization will have a culture. And a large part of what that culture is something that is probably set up by the leadership in the organization. The role of individuals in setting up of the culture of the organization is very critical and very important. As I think about culture, I think it's not really so much of a question of are certain specific things critical for a positive culture. Far more important is that the culture be authentic to the organization that you are. And in that sense, the transparency with which an organization can talk about what its culture is and be true to it is really what represents its ability to be successful. To your earlier point around, does it connect with outcomes? If I talk about being a very extroverted, outgoing culture where we as an organization engage a lot and connect with people a whole lot and all of that, but really I have a CEO who's very introverted. I have a leadership team that is very focused on results and outcomes, but not really so focused on relationships. That's not the culture I will have. And what that'll do is that I'll end up attracting the wrong sort of people, making it much harder for everybody to be aligned towards a shared purpose and a shared direction. In that sense, when we talk about having a culture which is set in the organization, it needs to come from the top. It needs to be done in a way that is authentic. And as long as the definition of what that is clearly defined and it is authentic, the organization will be able to move forward in the same direction. I'll give a PhonePe example. We as an organization are very aware of the fact that we are a very data-oriented and a very argumentative organization. But we're also very clear about that. We let people know. It happens in our interview process. It happens in our meetings. It happens in how we conduct our town halls. So there is a lot of conversation and there are a lot of words. It'll be hard for people who are introverts to be able to be successful in this organization unless they sort of develop a certain level of mode of operation. But if this is clear about who we are, it makes everybody in the company be much clearer in terms of how they move forward and how they define their own path to success in the organization. I think another element of this is the sense that we as PhonePe believe that we have a duty of care towards our employees. And in that sense, we've always tried very hard to make sure that we are able to retain people as long as they're performing. We avoid situations where we may need to reduce headcount as far as possible. We've had multiple examples of that happening during COVID and after, where we've stuck to the idea of saying that the workforce that we have is a workforce that we will keep. This might have an impact in terms of how quickly we grow, how many people we plan to hire. But the fact that we have stayed true to this multiple times and our workforce has seen us play this out multiple times means that this is understood as an organization culture. Duty of care is something that is very important to PhonePe. So to your question, how do we, who's responsible? The leadership more than anything else, but the leadership also needs to be transparent and honest about what it is that they define the culture as. And how do you make sure that the culture is understood in practice? It is by those specific moments in the organization where you demonstrate what you're willing to do. And that's what really establishes what the culture is.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's go to Shantanu.
Yeah, I just realized it's really hard going after you, Manmeet, with that kind of an exhaustive response. I'll probably just plus one a couple of points she made. So absolutely, I mean, and again, I'm preaching to the choir here. Obviously, all of you know this better than me, but culture is already there. It's your choice on how you modify it to the best of your strategic and people requirements. And culture will get articulated from the leadership, but it'll require the transformation by middle management, and it'll have to be lived and breathed by everybody in the organization. Otherwise, it's not really going to permeate at the level that you want to do. From an Amazon perspective, given just the sheer size that we are and the number of companies we are in and the number of geographies we are in, I think we found our secret sauce in what we call our leadership principles. So you could just Google them. There are 16 leadership principles that we swear by. Those are the behavior traits that we expect every Amazonian to demonstrate. And the way that integrates into our culture is right from the time we hire somebody, to every performance management, to every business discussion, to every crucible moment that might come up in any business context or people context, is governed through that leadership principle. And just to make it more real, I guess we're all living and breathing some form and shape of what will Gen AI do to us, right? I mean, we're figuring that out. We're no different from that. And one of the leadership principles which is helping us here right now is something which is ingrained into our culture is called ownership. Now, ownership would simply, act like the company is running on your own money, right? So if you have that kind of a perspective, then Gen AI, is it scaling you? Is it integrating with you? Do you need to lean in and learn more about it? It's that mindset which is forcing everyone to kind of step in and do it. And again, it's not easy for the scale that we operate, but that's been one way for us to drive, positive reinforcements of the culture we want to envelop. And I promise you, you wake up any Amazonian in the middle of the night, they can start parroting all 16 leadership principles. So it's that ingrained in the system. Yeah.
Quite interesting. I think I wouldn't like to summarize, but I think authenticity and predictability is what you spoke about, Manmeet, and Shantanu reiterates it with use the word parroting the leadership principles. Though it might seem like rhetoric or pejorative, it's important that some of these stated principles, these principles are stated and understood till the last line. And that's when things start working in culture as such. So Puja Minocha is with butter. So let's throw you in the hot water right now. What challenges have you faced, especially in times of change, like a merger, like downsizing, change of a CEO, anything transformational happening? Could you just spell out something for us? What challenges and how did you kind of navigate?
Sure. Thanks and good evening, everyone. Transformation, change, I think, has become the norm, right? And there's always a very business reason why the transformation is needed. However, transformation starts with a very small seed as to there is a need to change, and to really understand that need comes from any corner of the organization. So some of the practices that we at Bata have been driving, and I've kind of put an acronym to it, calling it the CEO method or the model. It's about communication, emotions, and really the operating model. Typically, when a transformation happens, and I'm not qualifying what kind of transformation, because transformation can be as little as within a very small part of the organization, or it could be the entirety of the organization going through a new channel or a new merger, etc. What is the CEO model, right? How do we really bring more entrepreneurship within the organization when transformation happens? How do we make it not the thing, but something that we need to move ahead, leap ahead to get into a more competitive advantage? So when we talk about the first alphabet C, is really the communication. Are we really communicating the need and what really is the end goal that we want to drive to in terms of this transformation? So does every part of the organization understands that? Not only employers, but also stakeholders sitting outside the organization, be it your vendors, be it your suppliers, be it your the entire industry, the talent industry that wants to look at what your organization is doing. So being very honest, authentic, regular, keeping the same tone, not making it too complex. Grade 1 student should be able to understand what you're trying to do. It should be as simple as that. The second is really about emotions. Whenever we're trying to build change or bring change or drive change, the most neglected part is really how does the employee or the person associated with the organization feel about the change. There's always nervousness, right? How do we manage that set of emotions? How do we manage the nervousness? Is it something that's really perceived or it is actual? Needs to be articulated well and needs to be thought through before we move to the last alphabet O, which is the operating model. What is the transformation for? Functionally, where things will change? How will the entire organization run behind it? Is what needs to come the last in that order, right? We spoke about orders earlier in the panel discussion, in one of the previous panel discussion. So I think emotions for me personally is a very important part, that how employees or stakeholders are going to perceive the change, the transformation, back it up with very robust, simple, consistent communication right from pre, during, and post, during hypercare period. And last, be very, very clear which part of the organization is this transformation happening, the operating model, give it more attention. So that's really the way I would perceive it.
Thank you. Would you like to add something to the CEO model, Manmeet?
So, in terms of how we think about challenges, so I think
Challenges and
CEO model, I think, is very comprehensive in terms of how Pooja's talked about it. So I won't attempt to go there.
But challenges, what challenges have you faced as such?
But I think the story around the challenges of sort of maintaining a culture, for me, I think at PhonePe, what has been really powerful, one example that always stands out for me is this was actually fairly early in my joining PhonePe, within first couple of months. And as an organization, we were relatively new. Our bank partner at that point in time was Yes Bank. And then one day, RBI just decided that Yes Bank was not going to be operational. So suddenly, we as an organization who were so proud of ourselves and we thought we were doing so many things and we were going to be going so far ahead, suddenly nothing on the PhonePe app was working anymore. What has stuck with me about that moment is that what the culture of the organization was, without us having yet written it down, without us having gotten to a size where this was the sort of thing that we all talked about. What happened in that moment was the culture of the organization. And what happened? This happened in the middle of the night, and within an hour of that announcement in the media sort of coming out, everybody in the company, which was about some 400, 500 people at that time, began to pour into the office in the middle of the night. The CEO and the CTO were there, the founders. They, within seconds, sort of distributed the work amongst themselves. One person focused on figuring out how we can do alternates to what we have in the place. The other person tried to figure out what was it externally that we needed to get done, whether it was meeting with RBI and whoever else. And everybody else, without being told what to do, figured out a specific spot and a specific place in which they could contribute and figure out how to get everything back up. We were in office for some 24 hours, and I think it was about 24 hours before we were right up again. But in that moment, the culture of that organization was established. We've sort of often joked about the fact that we've not really had to do an engagement activity after that for a couple of years, because that was the engagement activity. So I think this thing about how does an organization react in moments of crisis, the fact that everybody in the company felt that this did not mean that the world was falling apart, but this was an opportunity for everybody to stand up and rise to who they were. That nobody in the organization was shouting and screaming and trying to figure out who to blame. Everybody was super focused on figuring out how to get to a solution and get onwards. And I think that sort of, again, flowed from the top down, because whether it was your founders, whether it was your leadership team, everybody was working, trying to get to a solution. Nobody was sitting there trying to tell other people what to do, or, figure out some other alternate thing, or at home saying, oh, there's nothing for me to do. Because even if you were somebody who had nothing concrete to contribute, you were there and you were figuring out what you could in fact do. So I think more than what as an organization you do systematically to get the culture established, I think it's been moments like this that it's sort of established who you are as an organization and where you take the organization from there onwards.
So, Manmeet, I was just recollecting what you said a little earlier to the previous question. You said shared purpose, shared direction, and predictability. And you said it all in this narrative. Thank you so much. Right, friends, we are kind of ticking along. There's a lot to cover. There's little time, but let's see how we go about it. I just want to touch around this piece around employee engagement. And let me ask Vivek, what practical steps can HR take to boost employee engagement and make employees feel more connected to their work?
Thanks a lot, Emmanuel. I think what you have mentioned is spot on. What we do from engagement perspective has to be very contextual, and it has to be connected to reality. It has to be authentic. So I just share from my experience. Obviously, first of all, it is important that there is a meaning and there's a purpose in terms of what we do. And in Zensar's context, so we are a mid-tier company, and in an industry where we are competing with companies of size of 15, $20 billion. And our industry and the companies who have grown in the industry have pivoted on certain transformation. And we all know that everybody is now pivoting on AI. So it was important for us to really energize our organization in the direction of growth. And what we did, and we have a very strong speak up and listening culture, that we reached out to our people, all our stakeholders, whether employees, customers, our shareholders, and also community we serve, to really put together what is the why of Zensar. And what has come to fore is that it is together we shape experiences for better futures. So that is spirit of togetherness, that is spirit of opportunity and making it happen became the DNA of the organization. And that's the why of the organization we have. And that, in fact, that meaning energizes everybody a lot. And it is very contextual because we all know that there is an opportunity to make a difference and make it happen. And here we have that as a why. So that's one. Second, we have a very strong culture of happiness. We went beyond engagement to happiness. And happiness is a very esoteric word, right? It is very intrinsic also. It can mean different things to different people. But again, going back to the principle of listening to our people and understanding what matters to them and what is contextual, we in fact got to understand from them. We did a very deep insighting. Got to understand from them that what are the tenets that makes them happy. And what came to fore again was tenets like I love my work, I'm growing, I feel valued, I cherish my culture, I have a purposeful and balanced life. So these tenets actually came from employees that this is what matters in terms of their engagement and happiness. What we did was that we built a very robust action plan to ensure that we work on the feedback received and we really create a culture where everybody thrives. Now, obviously, there has been a journey where we have increased our score from 75 to what is 84 right now, but it's not about the score, but what we have done in the journey. And last but not least, experience happens at the point of engagement with manager. And there, in fact, we have worked towards ensuring that we build the capability of our leaders to ensure that they create that ecosystem, they drive that purpose, they drive the values which we have to ensure that there is a high level of engagement and connect. And obviously, there is a so what of everything which we do. So when I speak to my CEO, we do have that conversation. So what's the so what of so much we do and investment we make? And the source also has to be there, and it's very clear. One, in fact, our retention is best in the industry. Second, we have recently been recognized as top 15 great places to work. And obviously, our advocacy is pretty high. Beyond that, customer index is in the top quartile, and obviously our shareholder value and the business is successful. So it's combination of making it real and authentic and making it happen.
So systematic work and where people thrive and there's an opportunity to give their best is what you're saying.
That's right.
And it's linked to business outcomes. Let's listen to Pooja Minocha, what are your thoughts around this aspect of practical steps which can be done?
So I think there are 2, 3 things that we could do very quickly. I'll summarize is reinforce and recognize what we really want to stand for. Because at the time of engagement, we kind of get distracted with many things which are not the core of the business, whether it's purpose, whether it's culture, whether it's the change that we want to drive. So one, please ensure that engagement retains the core of purpose. Why, as an organization, we exist and what are we thriving for? The second is check on the pulse, then really the posture, right? Instead of those annual surveys or check-ins and structured one, which becomes very monotonous after a point of time. Really, are you getting the pulse? Are your antennas on? And there are many ways one can do it. So to each one's own, what really is the culture? The last is celebrating small wins, right? Really, really celebrating. So I think thank you is one simple word, but very powerful when you really recognize somebody for the little things they do for you, right? Even an email response saying thank you, it goes a long way. So take it from there. These are the 3 things that engagement can become more regular part of daily behaviors and habits than really making it engagement as a process or a program in itself. So more fluidity in that space.
Fair point. Thanks, and very succinctly put. Again, purpose, pulse, celebration. You have to remember these 3 words. I've got the next question. How do you engage with an outsourced and contractual workforce who are part of the value chain? What are the opportunities despite the challenges? Have you heard the question, audience? So I thought as a panel, we'll ask the audience this question. Let me repeat again. How do you engage with, please give some mics to anyone who volunteer, and you will have an opportunity. How do you engage with an outsourced and contractual workforce who are part of the value chain, and what are the opportunities despite the challenges? Any volunteers who would like to answer? The award night. Did I see some hand go up there?
Okay. Can you give the mic? Want me to give the mic to you? Thank you. Yeah.
Come up front so we can see you. Come up. Please. And
JSW Steel.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you talk about contract employees, even outsource employees, we need to be very clear about what is our vision. So the top to bottom, I can say the symbols should be there, the mass communication should be there, the culture must be mixed up, and in any of the engagement activity, this should be the part of it. That's it.
Sayog. Sayog. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to him. Right? Who's one of us, but he got some interesting gems from Sayog. Thank you so much. How do you know that? How do employees know that their workplace is a safe space to express themselves, including any dissent? Pooja, would you like to go?
But I understood your question, Emmanuel. All right. So basically, how employees know if it's a safe place to work. Correct. So there are, of course, there are different ways to understand it. A lot of it is spoken, measured, and a lot of it is not spoken, neither measured. But there are those cues that you will find all over. The classical one, is the different types of surveys, and the check-ins that you do. It could be at a team level, country level, business level. So we do, like, for example, at CRISIL, we have a very formalized way of listening, and listening we do through multiple channels. And one of the most conventional one, as all of us would know, is running those surveys. And, those become very powerful for us to understand that how employees are feeling. And then the most important is it's easy to give a survey and, narrate a insight.
but what do you do after that? So what we do to ensure that employees understand that we've heard them and we're acting on it is we have a very structured mechanism to go back to them instantly after the survey. So it's like think of a shop floor where it's like automated. So we'll start cascading the insights that came in from the surveys and the potential actions that we're taking. So it will start from the CEO's town hall to business town halls to different FGDs, and at manager level, the stand-ups that they have on a regular basis. But that's not going to be enough, right? One is just communicating that we've heard you and this is what we're doing. Then most importantly, and that's really worked for us because that's something that we've experimented a few times and we believe that we've got it right this time, is to really involve employees in co-creating those solutions. Because sometimes, the solutions can seem very superficial, right? I would want to get a faster career. Career to most they interpret as promotions, right? But there's also an aspect of how we can enable you get faster promotion. So it then goes deeper to say, have you learned a new skill? Have you expanded a role? How does it fit in with the organizational construct, operating model, so on and so forth? So we co-create the solutions with them, and that's an opportunity for us to really tell them, how do you think about different aspects that's important to them? Because for CRISIL, the 4 values that really define our culture and day-to-day behaviors are integrity, excellence, partnership, and discovery, which absolutely means partnership would mean that we will co-create everything that we need to, and it will not be a top-down approach. Of course, we do tend to take it when needed, but mostly when it's concerning large sets of people, we will co-create the solutions with them. And excellence would mean that anything that we do needs to be absolutely of a very high quality. So that repeating, we've done now a few years of cycle with the new CEO coming in, and that's truly helped us. And we've seen a visible shift in all our matrix, be it the business profitability itself, the EBITDA, the run rate growth that we see year on year. Of course, all sorts of employee metrics, be it retention, attrition, performance, etc. What became important in this process is because CRISIL was growing at a very rapid pace. We have diversified pretty quickly, both from the business lines that we now service and the geographies that we operate in, which really meant that we had to be extremely mindful that we always ensure that all groups of employees across our globe are treated and given a fair chance. And what defines our whole framework will be access, advancement, and enablement. So any and every employee, do they have access to everything that they need to? It could be very simple, having an access card to a laptop, to access to, conversations, access to leadership, access to CEOs, access to infrastructure. Simply put, enablement, right? Do I understand what are the behaviors I need to display? Like I was mentioning, for us, integrity, partnership are very, very key, which means respect is at the core of how I need to show up every day at work, correct? Intuitively, you may not necessarily know how to deal with a colleague who may not necessarily come from the same background as yours. If I'm dealing with a colleague in, say, a China or a US, the cultural nuances are very different. So are we enabling them to engage, interact, and get the best outcomes? So we spend a lot of time on sensitization of employees, a lot of role plays, conversations through the enablement pillar. The last one is advancement, which is really core. A whole host of work happens demonstrating that we're keeping each employee relevant, not just for CRISIL, but for the industry, because if we do not do that, they will be not relevant and may not grow in a manner they would like. So different ways of listening and ensuring that they understand what they're doing and co-creating things with them.
Thanks so much. In the meantime, they've kind of reduced the time for us. Shantanu, could you take 30 seconds, please, and on the same response before we jump into one last question?
I think I'll just try to color a slightly different perspective on the dissent element. Again, it's the culture you want to create. So I'll just try to join the dots. In the organization that I represent, we actually celebrate irreverence. So it is good for you to disagree and bring a new idea, because otherwise you just want to get into status of inertia. And again, the way to implement that, because you're of course dealing with multiple levels, multiple seniorities, and all of that, is what I spoke about, the leadership principles. So what's the worst that can happen if you disagree when you're a relatively junior person? Hey, maybe my suggestion was wrong, right? That's the worst that'll happen, right? But then if you start with every business meeting by discussing successful failures, because that's the culture we have, which is here's what we learned by doing something wrong, and which if you look at business, he's done that as well. This is what we'll do next time. It's encouraged to bring successful failures to the table, right? The other principle out there is what we call being vocally self-critical, which is we encourage leaders to self-proclaim and say, I screwed up here. This is what I did wrong. It was a bad call. But I'm owning it up. In fact, I want all of you to know it so that you don't go making the same mistake. So the more you are self-critical, you are as a leader because you have the courage to and the gumption to stand up for your mistakes, right? When that starts happening, a third element starts happening, and I don't know if I stuck to 30 seconds, but I'll take another 10. Is another one called disagree and commit. Now, what does that mean? We were having a disagreement, or we were discussing, I had a dissent, and finally somebody else, the final call and said, Shantanu, we're going with that suggestion, we're going with person X. Now I have two choices, either I sit and sulk because you didn't go with my decision, or I disagree and commit, but then I'm at the forefront of the decision-making team because I've thought through all the things that could potentially go wrong and I'm keeping you honest on them. And that's what makes a hero product at the end of the day. So some of these elements actually fuse dissent into the culture and just make us a stronger organization.
Very well said. I think both of you touched on two aspects. What Pooja touched on through her values. The outcome is access, advancement, and enablement. And you, I would like to sum up as you can disagree without being disagreeable. I think that's an interesting thing. I don't know how we do on time because we wanted to touch a little bit on board-related things, but I'm afraid we'll have to wait till the next awards to do that. But let me just take a few seconds, maybe have a liberty as a moderator to speak and close the whole conversation. But I think, dear friends, what the panelists have kind of weaved out for you is actually a small one credit course on organization culture, right from, how do you kind of set it right? What are the values, whether it's being authentic, whether you feel like coming to work and you're empowered enough, things like stated leadership principles, and then you have the CEO model to look at change, actually, which is communication, emotion, and operating model as such. And from PhonePe, we understood about shared purpose gives shared direction, and there's predictability. And that's a fantastic story which we listened to. And then we heard that we need to create opportunities and culture thrives. The most critical link is the manager. As long as all of us are in, the leadership is able to connect to the manager, they would be able to do that. We also thanks Sayog for telling us about contractual workforce, which was a simple but good input. Communication is important and connecting with the vision is what he said. Okay. And then finally, we close off that unless there's a safe space, culture can't thrive. And that's an important aspect for us. And someone quoted saying, when HR listens with empathy and acts with purpose, it transforms a workplace into a community. And what also it is said that a toxic culture can destroy a company faster than any competitor can. I think we need to be aware of that. And finally, a quote Simon Sinek, who says that culture is the heartbeat of an organization and HR is the pulse that keeps it alive. So friends, please keep it alive. Thank you. Shall we? I think
Thank you so
up.
much. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Insightful session. Virtual from the stage. Can we please stay back on the stage? Yes. Please, I would like to request Ms. to please come up on the stage. She is the Chancellor of Central University.
Shantanu Chakraborty, Miss Miss Ranjan and Miss Chandani. Let's not forget Mr. Emmanuel David. Thank you so much. Keep the taps coming. Thank you so much. Thank you, all the panelists. And Madame Supriya, thank you. A lovely smile for a beautiful moment to be captured. This is about creating a giant HR strategy, navigating dynamic global geopolitical and economic scenarios. Let's put this together. Team. All right. So let's all just let's welcome him. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. For the earlier session, at least she came here and did something like this. My session, she left me alone and went. So I think I will have to do all those things. Good afternoon. So you can put up the slides. I have a couple of slides. I thought a 15 minutes address seeing my face will be difficult. So I'll use some slides to keep you busy. It's about being an agile HR, creating an agile HR strategy, navigating through the dynamic situation today. We have heard enough about VUCA words, right? Though it has been there for a long time, only after pandemic we understood what it is, right? Literally, I still remember we have an office at Andheri where our chairman sits. We are in some discussion, and I remember if it is March 23rd, suddenly in the TV there's a flash news. India under lockdown. As a HR people, we have only saw factory lockdown, strike, etc. India under lockdown was a bit surprising thing for us. Then 15 days, then it was a So we manage those issues. Not only that, there are so many other disruptions happening, right? Whether it is geopolitical tension in the Middle East, and very recently getting into whether it is Trump administration or inflation or the technology disruption, the way it is happening. And very recently, not very recent, at least a year back, after ChatGPT came, everything has turned. As a HR person, I thought I'm very smart enough to understand ChatGPT. So we create JD, we shortlist application. The candidate puts the JD into the ChatGPT. He prepares the resume and he sends it to me. I put it again into ChatGPT, shortlist it and say he is a top ranking. And he also comes with a probable question and probable answer. We also prepare for the interview. Last minute, we'll put in ChatGPT what I can ask. So finally, both of us play games each other, right? So later, when we don't do that, we do a serious business. Yeah. So a lot of disruptions happening across. At the same time, very good thing, India is at a very, very progressive thing, becoming a 5 trillion economy, demographic dividend, in terms of lot of investment happening in terms of infrastructure, in terms of defense, in terms of manufacturing, lot of PLI schemes, etc. A lot of things happening. And in fact, whenever I go to some campus and I speak to them or to my fresh graduates and they join, I used to literally, from my heart, I used to tell them, next 20 years is going to be amazing. And you are at the right time, right place, right situation, right country, right job. So it's amazing period ahead. So one side this, another side is this, and the change, what is happening. Earlier, many professors are also here. They know it will start, there's a decline, reach the peak, then again you start, go. The circle was like this. Today, the thing is going so fast. The change is happening so fast. Before you purchase an item, the next model has come and you feel very much disheartened. A nice example, airlines took number of years it took for the product to gain 50 million users. Okay. Airlines took 68 years. Electricity took 46 years to get 50 million users. Computer get 14 years. YouTube 4 years. Twitter 2 years. WeChat 1. Pokemon Go 19 days. This is in June 2019 statistics. ChatGPT within a week it crossed to so much. So that is the rate of change in which it is happening. You have to run faster and faster to remain where you are, otherwise you will be pushed back. You are out of the game. So again, we spoke about generative AI. It's a very interesting question now. All this disruption, technology, things are happening. Is it an opportunity or is it a threat? Is it an opportunity or a threat? How many say it's an opportunity? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, a couple of hands. How many say it is a threat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So how should we as a individual or as a corporate or as a how will we look at it? We should look at it as an opportunity or we should look at it as a threat? Some people will look at it as opportunity and some wonderful. I did a program with LBS. There was a professor called DeCosta. Very interesting professor. You can see a lot of his speeches in the YouTube also. He asked the same question in the class, whether it is an opportunity or threat. Some people said opportunity, some people said threat. Then he gave a nice example. He says a family wanted to go to a wildlife, it's not a sanctuary where you go into the forest and you see, you go in a cage and you see the animals outside and come. No, it's a sanctuary, we call it sanctuary. Like Gir forest, etc. So they wanted to go, so family planned. So They said we'll go next week or 10 days after. So made all the arrangements, booked the tickets, booked the all arrangement. They said, the morning they packed everything, sandwich, all those things while going inside. They got into a jeep. They take it inside. Went inside, went for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, nothing seen, half an hour over. The fellow was telling, see, can you see? No, nothing was there. They couldn't see. So they went around 1 hour, 1.5 hours. Too hot, sun also. So by the time they stopped near a tree, cool place. So everybody got down, no animal, nothing is there. So they got down, one took the coke, somebody was drinking water, somebody was having sandwich. Suddenly from there, one lion started coming. What would have happened? Next second, all were inside the vehicle. Within a second, all were inside the vehicle. So he says, you should look at this as an opportunity as well as a threat. If you look at it as an opportunity, you will make all strategic plan. How to go, when to book, what to do, all those things you will do. But if you look at it as a threat, you will act immediately. Sudden, immediate action you will take. So he says you should look at it as an opportunity as well as a threat. If you look at it only as an opportunity, you will keep doing strategic plan. By the time somebody, your competitor will complete the job and go. If you look at it as a threat, you will not do any planning. You will jump into it and then land up in trouble. So you have to look at it as an opportunity as well as a threat. So we have to look at it like this. So successful companies look at it as an opportunity as well as a threat. Typically, whether it is a project-based company, whether it's a manufacturing unit, or whether any organization for that matter. So in a context, we have to look at cost, we have to look at time, and look at value what we produce to the customer, right? In that, we may use different levers, manpower, material, design, machinery, etc. We do that. But in the larger frame of, hello sir, how are you? Larger frame of the economy, what we talked about, disruption, geopolitical, and other aspect. So the typical challenge for any organization for that matter is, how do I cut cost? How do I improve my revenue? How do I manage my working capital? How do I manage my cash flows? With all these things, how do I manage my employee engagement? And how do I retain people? So this is the challenge for HR in any industry for that matter, whether you're in manufacturing, whether you're in software, whether you're in a technology business, wherever it is. How do you do this? So for us, if I come from Larsen & Toubro, and predominant business comes from EPC, construction of roads, bridges, tunnels, harbors, whatever it is. You look at any major structures, we do that. In addition to high-tech manufacturing, etc. We use technology to the maximum. Though it is EPC business is a primarily a brick and mortar industry, we use technology to the maximum. Not because everybody is using technology, because to sustain. If I have to bring down cost, if I have to bring down working capital, if I have to bring in productivity, if I have to bring in efficiency, there's no other way out than moving to technology part of it. We adopted a lot of technologies in terms of RFIDs, like for example, all our machinery, if you look at the construction equipment, there will be thousands of machineries with the truck transit mixers. If you look at batching plants, you will have welding generators, so many things will be there. Every machinery is attached with RFIDs or sensors. So at every point of time, the data follows to our data lake in the headquarters, where we know in terms of usage of machinery, usage of fuel, preventive maintenance, everything, like your high-end cars, how the entire data keeps going, so that the entire machinery data. Same way we use drones for survey, we use a lot of analytics, we use virtual reality, all those things we use because we have to stay ahead of time, finally to reduce cost, improve revenue, improve productivity, and give value to the customer. So even in HR space, we have got into many areas, whether it is a chatbots, whether it is a different, including very recently we introduced a avatar in one of our learning centers. We have like TMTC, we have a LDA Lonavala. a new startup, very small startup called Lokibot. They said, I can do something. And I said, what is that you want to do? I'll do an avatar. I didn't give him any data. He said, I'll do something for your LDA. Then the two of the persons came, not even the senior person, the junior person came. He just opened the laptop and he showed a person standing there. He says, this is the avatar we have created to you for LDA. You can ask anything regarding LDA, it will answer. So he has taken it from our website, LDA website, and generally about Last Minute Pro. I ask, what is LDA? What type of program happens? How many rooms are there? What are the facilities available? Everything you ask, it is answering. Entire thing taken from that. So my friend Sunil is here. He got little, he's a little naughty fellow. He slowly asked, how near is the airport from Lonavala? It took little time, immediately said, you have two ways to come, either through Mumbai or you can come through Pune, and this is the distance. And he became little more naughty. He asked, is there any nice place to see nearby? So it is not only to using my website, it has gone to Google. It is searching nearby and it said. And last question was, is there any good bar nearby? But also it answered. So see how the thing has moved. I have not given him any data. Based on the available data, he has created an avatar. Now I asked him to put it in my LDA. Wherever he goes, it is in the screen. Anybody wants, he can ask, including what is the menu today, it says. So technology is moving to a maximum extent. We spoke much about this. So some of the changing trends. First and foremost, when I talk about agility, I will talk about the need for agility and adaptability. The things are changing in such a fast pace. As an organization, you may have a vision. Based on vision, you may have a strategy. Based on that strategy, you will build your structure, right? Whether I should have a centralized structure or a decentralized structure, whether I have it in Middle East, where I should have cluster offices. All the structure is designed based on your environment as well as your business requirement. Based on your structure, you will put your business processes. And based on business processes, your HR management, rewards, everything is linked. So that environment is so dynamic. Suddenly, if there is an issue in Middle East, you cannot keep on. You should have a risk mitigation strategy, right? Typically, you are based on which your structure has to change, based on structure of processes. So finally, to put it, if the rate of, as Jack Welch has said somewhere, if the rate of change outside is more than the rate of change inside, then the end is near. So you have to be very fast to adapt to the change, what's happening outside. You have to change your structure, you have to change your system, you have to change your process, etc. Very fast. HR plays a very, very key role in this, guiding the management and regarding how do we form the structure, processes, etc. And now the next, based on COVID, after this flexibility has got a totally new definition. Each one has got a definition. For some people, it is work from home. Some people, it is part-time working. Some people, it is the role. Some people without working also. So different flexibility has a totally different type of meaning. So you have to be flexible. Finally, the net result is, since so much of opportunities, today I cannot say that we cannot do that. So how do you ensure flexibility? What is possible based on the industry, whether it is construction, whether it is manufacturing, whatever possible, how do you bring it into your system is more important. Employee experience has gone to a different level. Very simple. You talk about today we are talking about Swiggy or Uber or Zomato or whatever. The way we use the apps and things, your entire HR systems process has to be there. You cannot ask him to go log in and book a ticket and all those things, the existing system. Each one, including performance management system, goal fixing, goal setting. We have developed a very interesting system using AI for performance management. Every organization will have a system. So you will have the last 2 years, 3 years KRAs of all the people, right? It is there in the system, performance management system. Each staff, you know his role, responsibility. We have a JD for each of the role, responsibilities are there. You know about the organization. So we have like that fellow took about the LDA. You have your own website, you know your organization, culture, values, etc. So all these things moved into as a knowledge base in an LLM. Then we use success factors. We created a screen, just a front-end screen similar to success factors and with a voice enabled. So if you have to fix a goal, you have to just click there. The first question is explain your roles and responsibilities. You have to just speak about what's your role, responsibility, but then what are your deliverables? What are the additional things you play? What is important? Some 5, 6 questions. Once you answer the question, the voice is converted to text. And then it gives you a summary like ChatGPT. It gives a summary. This is your role, responsibility. This is what is. If I go through it and say yes, if I want to edit, I can edit. Immediately it converts into 5, 6 key KRS with measure of performance with milestones. So this will become very, very structured. All your SMART principle, specific, measurable, realizable, all this formed and this. You want to accept it immediately, your KRA is fixed, or we can edit it and go that. So technology is being used so that the experience of people getting it done. In terms of learning and development, so much of online coach is there now. You read a thing, you can ask for a summary, you can ask for a objective type test with that. All those things are built. So the employee experience is taking a next level. Renewed focus on employee well-being. Right from beginning, it was there, not that we were not taking our well-being and now we have jumped in, but after the COVID, the whole meaning of well-being has moved across. Traditionally, we had done online counseling, etc. Now we have gone to the next step of marathons, your walkathons, and then different initiatives, etc. In terms of well-being, in terms of financial, physical, social, emotional well-being. We also started as a well-being survey and bringing a score and year on year trying to move which of the areas, how it is, making it more objective. Now again, one more thing, because of technology, the surveys have become very easy. Otherwise, it was a big process once in a year. Now, just like that, you create, you put it and analyze and you get a survey. That's the next part of it. And challenging work and growth opportunities. This is the most important thing, whatever it is there. Whatever people look at, how am I growing? Every year, it is not only that I'm saying what is the value addition added to me, what type of, that we are able to give, because though we call Larsen & Toubro as one company, within that there are 23 companies. So there are opportunities to move from one to another, to one project to another project. So the multiple rotations they get, that helps them to move forward. So this is another which is very, very important today when you look at. Last but not least, we look at continuous learning. L&T is also called as learning and training organization. We also, somebody says lunch and tea also. We provide very good lunch and tea. Wonderful canteen we have. That's a different issue. But it stands for learning and training. We have 19 physical training centers. Taking from LDA Lonavala, we have 2 technical training centers. One is Mad and another in Mysore. Then we have a project management academy, which is in Vadodara, it's in there. Then we have a rail academy, tunnel academy, safety innovation school, many, many things, whichever the area we get into, there's a training becomes a way of life. So continuously there's a thing, and we have tie-up with almost all the institute, IIMs, XLRI, we have with the Raw School of Michigan, INSEAD, London Business School, everywhere we have a tie-up. So we, based on the level, based on the requirement, we nominate them people for internal as well as the external programs. DA is again, traditionally we was being a construction, remote working, our gender ratio was too less. But today with all the effort, we have almost reached 10%. It's a big number. Base is very big. So reaching 10% is a very big number. Software, she may be laughing at what is he talking about, 10%, I have 30%. So coming to my industry part of it, that's a big achievement. But when you come to other ratio, we have more than 50 nationalities working, more than 80 languages being spoken, and at least 4 generations of people working. Okay, right from 18 years to 67 years also people are there. So this is the diversity part of it. And next, ESG is becoming a value by itself. It is not that just because of the BRS reporting, etc. But as an organization, we care for this. We are the people doing it for many, many years. Even before that, my friend was taking care of ESG. Panish Rao is also here. Yeah. And to just put it for today in the changing environment with all these things, one is agility and adaptability becomes very, very important. Flexibility, employee experience becoming a most important thing. Well-being has taken a new avatar, and everybody looks at a challenging working opportunities, learning opportunity. DEI and ESG becomes another added thing. Before I close, I think it's time. So thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity here. But I'll if I don't talk about this, it'll not be. Above all this, one thing which is most important is how do you manage people? People don't leave organization, they leave managers. We look lot of effort in this. We have started a 270-degree feedback where we're looking at one is individual excellence. That is how an individual plays his role. Team excellence, how he handles his subordinates, etc. Individual excellence, team excellence. Then the performance excellence, how the performance management, goal setting. Development excellence, how he gives, trains them, coaching, mentoring, etc. Finally, leadership excellence. This is done for each manager above a grade, and this becomes part of their development project. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Wonderful.
Discussion. Let's just have a simple. So, right now, just that's all. Okay. So, and it's that's good. Okay. Sixth. It's going up only 6 times. Next speakers for this discussion. Management.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for such a warm applause. Thank you, Shashikant, for making it more balanced. Otherwise, it would have been a women panel. Today, our topic is navigating challenges for HRs in a globalized world. When I got this topic, I couldn't decipher what is globalized world, and I leave up to this panel. How do you decode what is a globalized world? Why do we need it? Why do we need it? What are we doing with it? Specific to HR, it can be your wild imagination, your observations across the sectors. So we start with discussing what is globalized world in your understanding, what is your personal definition to it. Furthermore, we will discuss in this panel about how cultural differentiations give you scope of opportunities to work, also give you many challenges. Towards the end, we try to sum up with what is expected if a CHR is leading in a globalized world? What are some of the things that he or she can't compromise on? Are we good with this? We have a very eminent panel with us today, holding a lot of years of experience. And it's my privilege to be speaking with you all. Now I'm going right to you. Tell me, in your understanding, what is globalized world in 2025 mean to you?
To me, it's globalized. So I think we should. The thought? Yeah. I think if I take a step back, if you're okay with that, Resham, we should understand why we are looking at a globalized world. We could easily be an Indian company, right? So why is it that I want to make foray as an organization into Europe, into US or into Middle East? That's because of multiple reasons. So every organization has its own reasons of why they want to be globalized. So for me, as an HR personnel, it's very important for me to understand why we want to go global. And once I know that, then is where my strategy around globalized world happens. So for us as an organization, why we went global is because we want to build foray of supply chain into Europe, into US, because US, we did a great job. We said, why not look at other geographies? Why put all our eggs into one basket? So keeping that in mind, we said for the next stage of growth, we need to go global. And at the managerial level, we asked them, what is in it for you to go global? At the employee level, we asked them, what is in it for you to go global? And of course, management knew why. And once we understood all of that is where the tactical piece started. Because till we don't have a buy-in of being global, our culture cannot be global. And that's the reason why I've been able to answer.
That's interesting. You brought in culture. We will deep dive in that later after this round gets over. Shubhra, your take on how do you define or decode globalized world for Shubhra? You give it a personal touch. You need not to get into strategy or why you plan to foray, but how do you decode it personally?
So I think maybe I'm going to take a couple of nuances to how do we see the global world, right? So of course, I mean, today I think from a business standpoint, people are going global on organizations are going on global for two reasons. One is, of course, you want to go global for markets. So, I mean, the traditional definition, I think, when we talk about global organizations, was I'm working for a multinational, right? But today, I actually think that we have so many organizations which are Indian started here in India, but they are going global, right? And it's not just, the conglomerates of Tatas or Mahindras, but even startups, right? I mean, I was being told that, Resham, yesterday you facilitated a panel on fintech, right? And if you see, fintech revolution was started in India, and now it's being taken to so many neighboring, Southeast Asian countries. So there's, of course, a business reason why the world is becoming, more global, because you want to go broader on markets. I think another very interesting thing on global definition for me is that the talent is global, right? I mean, like I represent Honeywell Technology Solutions. It was a capability center that was started in India. Honeywell came to India for, let's say, talent. But today you are wanting to go global because you have access to talent in many different geographies. And the third personal bit is that I think, we at an individual level work with people. Like I'm based here. The teams are in Mexico, in Czech, and you just need to have a very global mindset to be able to work with people, right? So I think there's so many different connotations of looking at this.
Interesting. Shruti, what do you say? How is it different for you? And how do you look at it?
Yes, so my answer would be a little different because CureFit, which is also known as CultFit, is currently present in India. We went global, that was in Dubai in 2020, but we had to shut our operations because of pandemic. Now, why we aspire to go global? If any one of you would have seen the recent podcast of Mukesh Bansal, he mentioned about it that we're planning to go global very soon. So, like Shubha rightly said, one of the reasons is market. But if you ask the current language and definition or the philosophy, we want to take fitness and active lifestyle, Indian style, the Indian way, to the world. We have been getting overwhelming responses because currently everyone would want to stay active and fit. But one thing which is lacking is the motivation and the nudge. We are here to build that community, and we have built that strong community. We want to take that community to different countries. And again, to bring the talent, we learn both the ways. When we are taking our fitness, our community, our intelligence to your country, we in return learn by hiring the local talent in those countries. So it's a win-win situation. So that's the strategy we have when we are going global.
So this building in India for the globe is something really, really common to my ears, because as a part of my job, I primarily take care of one of the verticals, that's startups community. And I get to meet a lot of entrepreneurs and investors today, and everybody is so gung-ho about building in India, but for the world. This is not restricted to only technology or some particular sector. It's all across the board. Everybody is so excited. I mean, the one good story that's coming to my mind right now is UPI. I mean, it's fantabulous. Coming to you, I mean, of course, ladies first on the panel. You're the last one to pick up the mic and say a bit. But how do you look at it? What is your definition of globalized world?
First of all, namaskara Bengaluru, and thanks to fellow panelists here. Nari Shakti, stage काफी भारी लग रहा है, but it's a pleasure, and it's been a crazy day. I come from Chennai. I chose to drive my car today, and 6 hours of driving straight onto the stage. It can't get any crazier than this. I'll try to do my best. And then I find adding to a purpose of adding diversity to the stage. Okay, makes me feel good. Wonderful. I think talking about globalization, it's about let's go back from looking at it from a business lens, right? Why do businesses exist, right? As long as we get the why behind it and what are we solving, right? The world is getting more and more consumerism oriented, as we know. India services economy has overtaken the agrarian society that contributes to the GDP. With all of that, I think we exist because there is an idea and there is a business around it, right? Come to think of it, Uber, most of us would be using Uber. Uber started as a localized idea. Uber started because it wanted to solve a car parking problem in San Francisco. People are finding it difficult to park cars. So can we hail rides where a taxi comes right to the place where I stand, rather than me going to a place where a taxi is available, right? So that's how something like that came about. So as long as there is an idea that serves a need, amplify it, magnify it, see how it caters to markets, and organically take it globally. And globally, it's just incidental, right? Where there is money, where there is consumerism, where there is need, you will find businesses occupying prominently there, and you will find talent fulfilling the business objectives there. If I, as a company, represent a Bay Area headquartered organization with development teams in Chennai, Coimbatore, a smaller team in Bangalore, partnering with teams in Israel, working for a Japanese client, taking models and inspiration from European clients in the past, and delivering at the cost of what the Chinese can offer. I truly embody what globalization is in my organization. And the rest my case there.
Interesting. You put it in a very interesting way. And that's actually what everybody said on the panel. And that's what we are here to discuss. One thing that intrigued me is absolutely culture. I want to go deeper into it. This is one area where HRs lead the round. I mean, there are many deeper problems, many intensive problem areas that you might be working on. But culture is one thing that you lead. How difficult or how easy is it to maintain when it comes to cross-border? Even if you are in India, it's different in different cities. You can talk about that too. Anybody who want to go first?
I can go first. So I strongly believe culture is not one monolith. It's not a unified block. Sorry, especially in a country like India. So in Capit also, while we have one single definition of culture, the values revolve around, one second. Sorry, guys.
We'll take some time. In the meantime, Pooja can. Yeah.
So to be in a globalized workforce, something like a vision has to be overarching. I think when you're looking at a globalized workforce, culture has to be overarching. It should be flexible and all encompassing, which means that, for example, if there is a culture in any of the organization where we say we need to come in at 9 o'clock and leave at 5, put in that many hours of work, it cannot be a global thing, global culture. So if we are rigid about certain cultures, certain aspects in the organization, we have to change that. And that is, to me, is very important because it will take care of all the changes of future, be resilient if it's more overarching. So that to me is
Important point there. Yeah, Shubhra, please.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to build from where Pooja left. I believe that the culture piece is shifting in a globalized organization to more guiding principles. Because if we have to survive, thrive in a globalized world, we have to kind of weave in the how each culture behaves, right? I mean, how we are as a community, how like recently, and I'm going to make it like more example, right? Because recently we had one of the CTOs visit India, and then she came and asked me, hey, I'm like in the US, it's very different because people come, they go finish their, they'll sit at their desk, they'll finish their work, and they're very, regimented. I'm here to work, and then you're going to go back at 5 and whatever. But hey, here in India, I see people, going on, there's some event that's happening. They want to go out for lunch together. And they're also very curious about asking me many things just about me as a person. And I said, yes, that's because, that's how we are as India, right? I mean, we are, we don't have like play dates. Our kids go and, play with the neighbors because that's how we are culturally. And people here bring, it's not just I'm coming here to sit on a desk and, finish my job. I want to know what my colleague is doing. I want to interact with, the next person. And if you want to build engagement with the team in India, you need to know and respect that culturally, and then get to know them as people, because that's very important. So I just gave this example because as leaders, we also have to adapt our style to have to build a globally cohesive workforce. Similar thing if you go to Europe, like I have a team in Europe, and the culture is very different. Like we, as in India, are more, like I'll give you a real example. Like my team member in Europe asked me, Shubhra, I want to ask you, how are you guys, like in India, I always feel people are okay to adjust. Okay, you want to do a call at 9 p.m.? Let's get it, let's get into a call because that's needed to get things done. Like in Europe, you can't do that. And I said, yeah, that's true that, we always find ways of adjusting and, finding our way through. That's how traffic works in India. But I know that I can't do that in Europe. If tomorrow I do that, I kind of, it would not be culturally sensitive, right? So I think as we are becoming leaders who have to work with teams across, we have to have some guiding principles. We have to be very culturally aware. And those guiding principles have to give enough flexibility to teams in whichever parts of the world they are to associate their identity to that. I think that's very important. If we make it regimented, I think people lose the connection with what you're trying to do. So that's my take on.
Interesting. So there comes flexibility, and addition to that, what Shubhra said, there are always some fundamental nuances of how do you hold your culture, how you build it further with the recent context to it, what's happening across the globe. There are some fundamentals, stick to that. Now there are some context that keeps on building. The world is really dynamic today. What can we do to not leave that behind. And we understand we need to be flexible. These are core areas that we can't leave out. Yeah, we need to be agile. We need to be resilient. We need to be open, listening to what others are saying, employees are saying. But how can we match the pace with what's happening today, and we not leave out on that?
In an increasing world of artificial intelligence enablement,
The moment AI comes in.
It is necessary to balance between natural intelligence and natural stupidity, right? I think all of us.
Can AI really help in culture building?
No. So what I'm trying to say is, with a lot of tech adoption, with a lot of nuclearization of our thoughts and the way we go about our job, I'll tell you the kind of problems that I face in a typical workforce today. People hardly smile. People hardly smile, right?
All smiles.
Right? Well, we are HR leaders. Our job is to smile and make others smile. But the point is, it is a problem. People hardly smile, right? I'm talking about the 24, 25-year-olds, 23-year-olds. In looking for purpose in their job, they're completely immersed in it, and there is life beyond. So what happens is 5 days I slog, Saturday, Sunday, man, bindas, I'll enjoy life like anything. We must move out of this 5-day work and then 2-day work hard, party harder on the weekends. Every day is an enjoyable day. If you can bring that balance, it is easy. Culture, to me, is not a formula, but a framework, right? Values and beliefs are the fundamental bedrock of culture. And there has to be certain minimum set of standard cultures that you have across the globe in an organization, and have scope for localization, right? So that's how I would construct culture in an organization. Or what I would suggest here is, I spoke about AI, right? Something that is non-negotiable and getting increasingly important is, can we have empathy as part of our culture across globally, right? Hey, can I put myself in your shoes and take a much more human approach? We are technologizing a lot of things. Can we humanize our approach? A little bit of, I'll give you a point in case, right? I work extensively with a team from China. I have a 100-member team in China. The basic issue with Chinese is they work hard. They work as hard as the Indians. The other problem is they have the language barrier. So when they speak, when they make an attempt, there is a lot of fillers when they speak. The fillers are more than the words. What I'm trying to tell you is, with a lot of fillers, it's difficult to catch the words and understand, what is a person trying to tell? If there is empathy, collaboration continues to thrive. If there is no empathy, we dismiss, we body shame, we dismiss them. I said, I can't work with this because I have a certain preference. I'll work only with people from the south or people from the north within India. Then you're talking of a cultural breakdown, and collaboration goes for a toss. Business imperatives do not get addressed.
I mean, with this, what I could understand is how specific are the problem areas. I mean, this is a deep problem to address too. And it's really specific to certain areas, certain people, certain functions. It's very specific, yeah. Before you start your bit, Shubhra wanted to add to
clarify on one thing, which was, the flexibility and still having consistency. I think it's also very important that, the consistency comes when we are all aligned on the same business results. So, of course, like, if that kind of gets drifted, then I think we kind of, go we get disillusionment, right? So I think in a globally spread out world, alignment is very important. That what are you doing? Why are you doing? How does this impact the business and making it successful? And what we are giving you examples is experiences is how you have to be mindset wise flexible to be able to work, because otherwise, like what you said, we will only be looking at, then we won't be inclusive, right? And that's the piece. So I just wanted to clarify that, otherwise people will feel that, hey, what's the common thread? The common thread is the principles. The common thread is that we're working towards the same mission, outcomes piece.
Yeah, I was saying, I believe the consistency when it comes to culture can be managed by the value principles rather than behavior. Let me give you Kofit's example. We have common language of culture. We have customer obsession, bias for action, focus on physical and mental fitness, empathy, respect for co-workers, and so on. It remains constant and consistent. Having said that, how it is practiced in different areas, different teams, different functions may vary, depending on the region, depending on the maturity level of teams, depending on the kind of function they deal with. At Cofit, we have two categories. One is corporate function, another one is our core teams, which are our frontliners. So there, while the philosophy of culture is same, but there how we are practicing all these values may differ, and we have to tweak it or take a call accordingly. So it's all about sticking to the common theme, but operating it or practicing it as and when the situation arises.
Interesting. I'll come back to you, Shubhra and Shashikant, on the part of how globalization is anchored with localization. In terms of your strategies, your practices, your policies, or your personal lens. I'll come back to you on this. Now, Pooja, I was referring to a study that has come up with this certain data. It says 67% of cross-border teams struggle due to cultural misalignment. This is not because of strategy. This is cultural misalignment. Now, in your opinion, tell me how much of culture building is responsible or is a part of your personal understanding, your personal hold. Is it strategy or is it human?
To answer the question 0 and 1, it is human. Let me give you an example. 3-4 years back, we were an Indian company and we did not have too many nationals. We had more of Indians even sitting abroad. Then what happened? We got a lot of local nationals coming in for different strategic reasons. And it was very difficult for our Indian managers to deal with local nationals. So then came a situation where we had a slump in the way we were doing business. So who got targeted first? The local nationals. It was not that they were bad, and it was not that the manager had a different mindset. It is about opening the eyes of the manager that these people are important to us. So that's the job that we do. So we have to have conversations. We have to ensure that the managers and the employees connect and they see value in each other and then make the decision. And that to us was an inflection point. Now, if you really look at it, our numbers have changed. We have so much of acceptance of local nationals today that they are thriving. We're making them thrive because we have got some good case studies, good, we make them visible. So that has really helped us, in a way.
Interesting, very interesting. Shashikant, what would you say on the piece of localization? Now, I understand that, as Shubhra in her initial remarks mentioned, that it is not only MNC's problem to cater to. It is everybody's concern to become a globalized company. How do you look at it and what needs to be done to become a globalized centric, or let's say, to address that part? How localized should we be?
Be localized to the extent that the soul of the local team is not lost. Be global to the extent that the business objective is not lost. Right? We listen to every single employee with intent. When I say open door policy, or when I say across hierarchy, you talk to anybody, we listen. We listen with respect, we listen with intent. And a lot of conversations happen because there is mutual respect. The point is, nobody goes overboard to impress the other person, right? It's perfectly okay for me to say thank you in English, or nandri in Tamil, or dhanyavad in Hindi to somebody working in Dubai. I don't have to necessarily go and say shukran. I think we generally have a tendency to overdo things beyond because we want that acceptance. I said we want that acknowledgement. Yes, the external validation, as we say, right? To be accepted. Truth be told, right? We still need to know where our boundaries are when we especially deal with clients across the globe. You find somebody from the Europe or Americas, I think the imperialistic mindset still comes in. It is changing, but lots more need to change. And I would say that as long as we respect space for each other, listen and show the empathy, we are good. It's working great guns for us. I can say that for sure.
Very candid and very unfiltered. Anybody who's becoming a CHRO next year or the next year or the next year, empathy and listening to employees or customers is something that's coming up again and again. You wanted to add something, and your bit on localization as well in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think I'm going to just take that. So I'm just going to like maybe, we've talked about culture and all of that. I'm just going to give an example or put a flavor of even if you have to attract, retain talent, right? And you have to have a global mindset, of course, but you have to have a very good view about what works in each of the regions. And I'll give you an example of this. I spent like close to 15 years with Texas Instruments. And when we were working, I mean, like any global organization, you would have a certain comp philosophy, right? And you would say, but we realized that, and in India, we had to be much more heavy on cash because, people would say, hey, and this is like pre-era of, using the stock market boom. People will not understand what is the value of this share money that you're giving. I want more cash. And that was not what the strategy that would work in the US. And we had to the company had to have you may call it empathy, you could call it localization, the understanding that if you have to win in India, if you have to attract in India, you have to probably change your comp philosophy for this market to be able to win. And we did that, right? And same thing is happening across, right? Like if you, if an Indian company is going to any of the other regions, we have to understand that what would make us win from a talent standpoint in that market. Of course, your comp philosophy would be consistent, which is, hey, I want to pay for performance. I want to differentiate for, rewards. But I have to be flexible to say what is working in that region. Like you spoke about China. China doesn't like equity. They want cash, and they want cash like after every year. I want to see something. After every 18 months, I want to see something. And companies had to tweak and say, hey, what's going to work in US or what's going to work in Europe will not work in China if I want to win in China. So, this is also an example of how are you empathetic at a very, very strategic level. Because if I try and apply an approach of it's working in this region and it's my global philosophy, it will not work in the market and it will start showing up. How will it start showing up? We'll start seeing our attrition go up. We will start seeing that, we can't attract the talent that we want. So I think it's very important that, the more global we become, I think the more interplay of markets and consistency happens.
You just summarized what every HR professional goes through in their office, right? At the end of it, it's just 2 words. Kitna milega?
Interesting way to put it. I mean, these are people who work on a very grand scale. They're talking business and they're very, very focused on business outcomes, the larger purpose of the organization. But as part of my job, I get to speak to a lot of startup founders. They're very excited. I told you about it. And this is, I'm taking a very, very small example of a lot of makeup companies. They are doing trial experiments on different shades of lipstick, maybe different shades of foundation for brown skin. A lot of skincare companies are trying to come up with different types of sunscreen, different types of hair products for our super wavy and frizzy hairs. So hair are different in different regions. Skin is different in different regions. Lips are different in different regions. So it is just like that. So giving you a specialized, personalized, customized offering in across the band is the objective. We have 1 minute left. In 1 minute, quickly, all of us have to give me one specific point that will collectively make an HR work in a globalized world. One point that can't be compromised for an HR who said to be thriving in a globalized world. 57 seconds. Anybody can take up mic and say. Keep it quick and short.
Yeah, I think it's cultural anchoring rather than cloning is something that we need to focus on. That goes a long way.
That's too heavy. Make it simple.
We don't have to replicate. It's the same example that I gave. Tweak it as and when it's required.
Perfect. I appreciate if it's more actionable and tangible.
I think it's sensitivity and empathy. We spoke about it.
Perfect. Perfect. Shubhra?
Yeah, I think for me also it is about being a very keen listener and observer.
Good one.
These policies, humanize experiences.
Interesting. Interesting. And on this note, I would like to, oh, you want to add something, Pooja? Yeah, go for it.
So being sensitive is one. I've heard you. You told me I have issues. I hear and I walk off. What's the use of it? Right?
Yeah.
Credibility comes only when you respond.
Yeah.
So you have to listen and
Take
respond.
actions. Yeah.
So that the speed in which we respond, the authenticity with which we respond is make or break for us.
Very.
One thing I want to add. So one last thing from CareFit point of view, wellness has to be a strategy and policy. So that again goes a long way.
Looks like they're not stopping. So was a compelling discussion for everybody. On this note, I would like to thank all of you for making time for this, for speaking with us. Thank you so much for being a very, very good audience. Have a round of applause for this panel. Good night.
For sure.
System of energy services to one stage to the stage or one stage.
Are you
Thank you.
Thank you.
To be here. Okay.
Mindset.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
That's great. So my very super is just going super big. That's simple. And hi. Um, what we are also doing is, consistently thinking in terms of how the future is going to look like. Wish you had a crystal ball, but we're talking about the future of work. We are talking about how can we really shape the future. And I know that some of you will probably raise your hand and say that why is that illusion of control, Supratik? And I will take that with a jibe. But process and very let me put it this way. Right. There is almost everything that's been done by technology today. Whether it's coming to managing the mailbox by Copilot or interviews through AI. People are even throwing up lots of proposal forms I've seen through ChatGPT. It was quite hassle, but that's what is happening, right? So, based on this technology, the question that we start asking ourselves is, what is going to be the differentiator if is doing everything? What is going to be the differentiator between you and the other company, your competitors, or somebody else in this world? Yeah. So we keep talking about that, we don't have an answer. Or probably we do. Yeah, we figured out, and I think that's a really valuable thing that we figured out, is that it is not the difference. Okay, it's not the attrition dashboard. It's not how much our succession planning is working out. I don't think it is going to be about any of those fancy dashboards, colorful stuff that we are very fond of making, right? The field is actually moving to a completely new framework. Yeah. More than more people talking away from people are starting to talk about every individual thing, but talking in terms of what is going to be return of investment on we will get as an organization on customer experience, employee experience. And that, friends and colleagues, is what I call the return of experience, right? This, to my mind, is what we have to get right. Just walk across a few other slides on that, right? Like all of you, I mean, we have to talk about our customers, right? We have to talk about, are we making enough money, right? Is my customer happy? Is my customer engaged? Are my returns increasing? Right? Like all of us, help us do that, right? What to happen is started to say, can customer experience drive those things? Can customer experience can it improve my profits? Can it give me money? Right? We said for companies, let's say, see it, what we do is trying to design everything that we do based on what the N equals 1 customer wants. We sell tires, you buy a tire once in 3 years. How are you going to remember us after 3 years or 4 years? So the way we manufacture the product, the way we pack the product, the way we ship the product, we will sell the product, the way we service the product, we're trying to keep that equals one customer experience in mind. Another company, KBC International, you may have seen those Eiffel Tower looking structures on which those wires pass. We build those structures, transmission towers. Mr. Jacob was here some time back. So we are into the similar business. Now, in time we do a project execution, one small thing that is missing, the project will go into millions of dollars, right? So we are using technology to ensure that everything is in place at the last moment so that our project can go on. Is that something that you can use to create technology to help the customer experience at the last point, right? So finally, all of us are doing that. We're talking about customer experience. Now the question is, what is that that's providing our customer experience? What will happen if those people who are designing the customer experience actually got a similar experience from wherever? What sort of a magic would that be creating? What is it that we can do to enhance the employee experience today, which finally will lead to that customer experience, right? That's the question that I think we've come to be asking ourselves. Now, how do we make go on to create experiences that matter to people? Yeah. How do we move from to experience, for example, right? That's when magic happens. You do that, all of a sudden splits. I think the magic dies. The product and services that dissipate the service better. Efficiency or sufficiency of your workforce, that doesn't make your workforce great. Yeah. We have to do something entirely different. Right? The first time business world reached out to me, they talked about technology. You have to talk in terms of technology. Today's the age of digital, AI. Honestly, I believe yes, but it's still a human age. It is a human age. Things are changing, and the world of work has changed. Technology is evolving faster than we can keep pace with. Right? We're upskilling people. Many times you ask the question that, how are you upskilling people? I honestly don't know. Skilled people, technology has changed. Right? So talent is more fluid. Right? It's more useful than ever. We keep talking about expectations, but you know what? Expectations are not rising. I'm confident. Expectations have already risen. They're up there. Right? Now, strategy, we did a Gen Z survey. We honestly did a full-blown survey of the Gen Zs to figure out what do they want, right? We figured out in different cities, different levels of cities to figure out what is it that the Gen Zs are talking about. Because finally, we have to get them in, right? They want to replace us. And believe me, they are not talking about ping pong tables. They are not talking about bags in the office. They are talking about purpose, honestly. They are talking about leadership that listens. Yeah. So they're talking about trust. They're saying that, speak. Can you? Okay. So if you want to know that survey that we did, you can click on it. You will get the entire Gen Z survey that we did. But with a word of caution, whenever I tried to use technology, I have failed miserably, so I don't know whether that worked. Okay. Great. So I was talking about on investments and return on experience, right? The problem of talking about return of investment is we end up measuring return of investment alone. You measure it's what you get, right? And then you miss out on a larger thing called experience. So the question is, do we need a new lens? A new lens, anyone? There's some research. Companies focused on experience, we're saying that they charge a premium of 16% for their products and services. I'm not saying this. The guys are saying it. Okay. Percent of these companies that provide employee experience, they say that help the others. Who says that? MIT. Not me. Right. I just talked about a few things that we do in the companies, that we all do. We do, for example, onboarding. Onboarding is not a checklist. It's first impression. Right? A promotion is not a transaction. It's a trust signal. Right? Okay. That tool that all of us are talking about isn't just a functionality. It's either a friction or a flow, correct? So, the reason I'm here is because that's what the future is going to be. Sometimes it was Molecular Voice when Shashikant talked about human experience, right? Shashikant talks about, just in the panel discussion before, he talked about, I believe that we need to get that human experience. So X is the way of measuring the real impact your organization goes through, and it is about how your people are following that organization. All right. So it is not about how the process works. It's about how the process feels. You can have something happening. It is not about how fancy it is. It is about how does it feel to your employees. Okay. Now, keep hearing that technologies will keep doing all this work like managing your mailbox and all of the stuff that I just talked about, like filling up your performance appraisal form, etc. Right? Then the question is, what is it that we have to do with? So, a few things that I felt was design. Our job is more and more to become design experiences. That has to become, that has to be, because I'll give you some quick examples here of. Now, creating a culture where feedback fuels growth. How many of us are actually talking about performance appraisal season? I'm talking about it simply because the season has just passed. How many of us have actually talked about a performance appraisal as a tool, and not just about what happened in the past, but it's about how are you going to do in the future? How many of us are actually talking about what experience have I given to my people so that the person is ready for the next year? So, that's what it has to be in the future. Okay. Shishikant also talked about another thing, if you noticed. Did you hear that? Right? That's what I sort of say. It's a state of mind. It's about what's in the mind. You do employee engagement surveys because you figure out whether the employee is engaged or not. But your highly engaged employee will also leave if he or she is not heard. If you have a top talent program, all of us have, but if a top talent is still going to leave, if the top talent is not seen or burnt out before you realize, all right? What I get is the thing when we talk about engagement. What's in it for me? What will you do? I'll take up the job, but what's in it for me? Yesterday I was actually spending time with one of my acquaintances who's an entrepreneur, and he spent a whole day with me talking about his business and all that kind of stuff. One of the things that he said, and actually it hit me hard, was, he said that one of my general managers at my plant is leaving after working with us for 16 years. He's got some family problems. He has to leave. All right. So difficult to find that kind of a skill set. I need at least 6 months to get that person a replacement. But that person, what that person has done, he has formed a focus group within his team, proactively saying that when you four will have to do these things because this organization has to go on. That person is leaving, by the way. So that's not what we get. What we're talking about, how do we go to that stage when we're saying what we are to get? That, friends and colleagues, is experience. Yeah. When we redesigned our onboarding to focus on connection, figured that instead of brands, we figured that to get into productivity was far higher. When we give tools to our managers to explain the vision and mission of the company, we figured out and sought. Yeah. We created flexible growth channels for our people where attrition levels dropped. When I see, for example, we just, for the sake of the benefit of the group here, we just launched something which we call the opportunity marketplace, where we're saying that what we do in the organization, even if it's a short-term project, it has to be there. And for example, if I have a need, that need which says that Supratik needs to get some understanding of supply chain. The AI engine will throw up those opportunities to me and my boss. We start getting engaged in those things. So our attrition dropped. Is going up. So as I could get. All right. And it's on the slide. You could just take it through, go through. It effectively is just talking about how risk can drive a virtuous cycle. Now, friends and colleagues, I don't want to just drag off, and I just want to say just 2-3 things here. One is HR is not a function. It's a force. I think so. I'm not a core HR person, not an HR like all of you have, but this is what I feel. Yeah. We are experience design studio. Think of it that way. You just want to shift your thing a bit. We have to be an experience design studio. Yeah. We have to move from process managers to solution architects. Using these words, you're using them. All right. That, I think, is the work that's going to define the next generation of the work that we do. Because as much as we say this is, the age of AI, age of digital, in this grand design, friends, I think the most powerful force is you. Nobody's talking about it much. So, be the day when your investors will start questions and all that. Oh, you can rest. I'm going to talk about ROI. Okay. But it's really not too early to start figuring out what your answers are going to be. Thank you.
Discussion between yes. And succession planning. strategies, succession planning frameworks. For this discussion, it's to please join us. So such discussion.
Good evening, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today to chair this wonderful session on this very critical topic. And we have, a really experienced set of speakers here on this panel. So, we can get right to it. As I was researching, this topic, it's so pertinent. Leadership development and succession planning in the current environment, especially. While all of us know what succession planning is, what leadership development is, etc., as I was going through it, there are some companies that are globally known to produce CXOs at scale. Companies that we've all heard of and admired. Global organizations like General Electric, GE, or P&G. Or the previous company I used to work for, which is PepsiCo, and in India, closer to home, there's Hindustan Unilever, very well known for generating leaders at scale. However, while there's a McKinsey study that says that 84% of executives, which is CEOs, recognize the need for succession and leadership development, most companies really struggle to get this one right. There's another survey that actually says that all business or many business leaders agree that the workforce should be 67% built and only 33% bought, from a build, buy, and borrow perspective. But most organizations still rely heavily on external recruitment. So my first question, and let's start with Sukhjit on my right. What do you think, Sukhjit? How can organizations embed succession planning into their HR strategy as opposed to it being part of a checklist?
Thanks, Avantika. Good evening, everyone. Well, I would like to start with saying that there are all three dimensions, and the speaker earlier was also talking about future readiness. And I think one of the key challenges is how do we get the organization that we work for future ready, especially when the workforce, and the workplace, all three are changing very, very rapidly. And I think there are a lot of challenges, especially in the talent front, that I'm sure each one of us, whether we are in X industry or Y industry, are facing. For example, I'm sure we all in IT city, AI is a big talk as to software engineers' role is changing, the skills that are changing. Similarly, the automobile industry is going through shift to EV. So every industry has this shifts that are going on. And as the saying goes that nowadays it's not about competition that you need to worry about. It's about the external volatile environment and the digital disruption that you need to worry about more. So I think the key here is how do we change ourselves? How do we keep the organization future ready? And I think there are three aspects to that. One, the challenges definitely one is that multi-generation workforce, especially the new generation workforce that we have today. How do we align to that kind of workforce? At the same time, so it's a legacy that we need to wisdom of we definitely need to have. Similarly, we need to have the knowledge and disruption that the new generation carries. So definitely we need to use both and not just one aspect of the multi-generational workforce. Second, I think there is what I call as this new generation saying that we belong to the economy, or the different flexible environments that we require. So how do we attune the organization towards these changing environment? So there are different aspects that we need to take care of. The organization readiness and succession planning becomes more and more challenging in this kind of environment. So one of the key areas that, in fact, the research says that only 30% of your high performers are actually high potential. So even if we have and that too, there may be and 70% actually may be just good for crowd role, but they're not future ready. So how do we not only prepare the rest 70% for the future organization that we are building, what we are getting into, and second, how do we take care of this 30% of the and by the way, high performers are not we don't know it's just about close to, let's say, if 30% high performance means about it ends up one third of or 10% of the whole organization that is actually high performance and high potential now, if we actually strictly go by what skills are needed for the future. So I think most important aspect for us nowadays is when we are looking at succession building, pipeline, etc. We definitely need to map out as to what are the critical skills that we require for taking the organization to 2030 vision, and or maybe just 5 years hence how the organization will look like. So I think this aspect can be ignored at this moment.
Thank you so much, Sukhjit. Amit, would you like to add to that perspective?
Sure. So, when we really look at it, when can something become a business critical piece rather than an HR checklist? One of the key pieces is that how does it make a difference to the business? A business leader will only look at a process only if it's making sense to him. Otherwise, if it's just a paper exercise, it really has no meaning. So one of the most important piece is that we shouldn't be looking at succession planning exercise as a replacement chart that we plot the entire organization and start looking at it. Hey, who will kind of replace what? But the key piece is that which are our critical roles which are really making the business succeed. Till that time, we are not really looking at that, and then doing a succession planning, the business mind never comes, because ultimately we need to look at it that across all our roles. We divide them into those three categories. What are my A roles, B roles, and C roles? And A roles being the roles which are really driving the business strategy, not the roles which are most highly paid, not the roles which are where people are most diligent, are working in the most challenging environment. That's not the criteria. The criteria is, when you have very clearly defined your business strategy, what role is really firing that strategy? And if defining that, and then started to look at our entire succession planning exercise in line with those critical roles, it really starts embedding in the business, because they just see it something as going to add value rather than doing it for a B role, which is more like a supporting role, or a C role, which is like it even can be outsourced. So they will really not bothered about it. So that's an important element, in my view, we need to focus on, rather than doing it as a complete across the organization, kind of process. Focus it, have it around where it's really making a business impact, and then the business will automatically take it as part of the strategy rather than keeping it as an HR checklist.
Thank you. Really interesting perspectives that we've got, from both Amit as well as Sukhjit. On the first question, again, as I was researching this subject, there's a very interesting framework called the Korn Ferry 7 Signposts Framework. And what it does is it tries to create a framework around who are likely to be your high potentials from a leadership success standpoint. And some of the attributes that they have called out through their research are a drive to lead, aptitude for logic and reasoning, managing derailment risks, self-awareness, leadership traits, and an ability to learn from experience and a track record of formative experiences. Now they have this framework, you can get analyzed on it, and based on how you're scored, it is to determine potential. But Sachin, I'll come to you now, and which competencies do you believe are the most critical for next gen leaders, and how do you develop them?
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. In my point of view, so I've been in the recruiting domain for the last 2 decades. And it's very important that we have the right kind of competencies in the traits in a leader that we are either hiring internally or somebody external as such. So the most important criteria that we would look for is the learning agility. So that's something which is extremely important, because if you put the person through all the stretched kind of projects, right, the complexity is something which adds value to it. And that's where the person learns and would be able to depict that in any other experience that you have. So that's the first one and the foremost one. The second one which I would look for is curiosity, right? Challenge the status quo. And we have been doing that for a long time now. The last 5-6 years, we have seen the industry change, right? And that's what is bringing back, why should I do this the traditional manner? Why shouldn't I adapt technology to it, right? Or something else which will be smarter and can be done faster. So that is another trait that I would look for. Strategic vision, maybe exposure to international projects, cross-functional projects. That brings in a lot of value to this trait. And then you have emotional intelligence, digital fluency. I think that's also something which is becoming more and more important. You need to be more tech savvy as a leader, right, and guide the organization accordingly. So these would be primary ones, I would say. And we look at different kind of assessment methodologies, right? When you talk about a 360-degree feedback, right? You have feedback from your manager to your peers to different business leaders, and that gives you a kind of self-reflection. And unless a leader has that with him or her, it becomes very difficult for the progress as such. So I would like to share that point of view as such.
Wonderful, really interesting, Sachin. You look within, you're checking for how they respond to other, environments, etc. Really comprehensive point of view.
I'll just add one point.
Yes.
Avantika, on this. See, apart from the competencies which we just talked about, and then these are, universal. But I would still, ask all of you to look within your organizational context. That's very critical. Something, may work for my organization may not work for his, and what will work for his may not work for his organization. So it's very critical that we always, customize, in line with what is my organization's DNA, what is my organization's strategy, which is my organization in, growth phase, is it in a, quick startup phase, rapidly expanding phase, or getting into a new business model. So it's very critical that apart from looking at, these universal, traits which are there, customers in line with what is really required in your organization. That's most important to really be effective.
Thank you, Amit. Yeah, so I'll move on to Sukhjit now with the next question. There's a real struggle for internal successors in many organizations, as per various research reports, and I'm sure all of you will concur as well. As roles evolve and as the organization grows at pace. Sukhjit, you're leading HR for a very large and still growing enterprise. How do you balance between internal and external talent when you're thinking about succession and leadership?
Sure. So just to build on first what Sachin said, interestingly, my list is also similar, and I classify this, competencies as A to E. So it's about agility, B for building culture, C for curiosity, and he mentioned about that.
D for digital influency, he mentioned about that, and E for empathy and inclusion. So A to E of what a leader would require. Now coming to the question on internal versus external talent. I think it's age-old phenomena that we have used in HR in our talent discussions always, which is build versus buy. Then came a few years back, build versus buy versus borrow, and then came build versus buy versus borrow versus bought. And I think that's the phenomena that probably we all can simply use in deciding as to what kind of skills can be built internally, what are the skills that we need to go and hire for externally, because we cannot build in internally due to shortage of time, or maybe that kind of exposure is not there, or that kind of education levels are not there, etc. Then I think the borrow came where we said, okay, what can be outsourced, what can be given better to experts than managing ourselves. And then, of course, of late, last 4 or 5 years, I think I'm sure each organization is doing what, which is what is the impact of technology, what roles can remain, what roles need to be dissolved, what roles can be replaced by technology, and efficiency can be brought in. So I think if this yardstick is applied carefully during discussions in the talent councils, definitely we can decide on internal versus external talent.
Wonderful. I totally agree. I think, as we've looked at in the organizations that I've worked at as well, this conundrum about internal versus external. Oftentimes, there's just so much change in the industry that you need fresh perspective for a particular role. And Amit, you'd spoken about critical roles, as well. And there are certain roles and certain groups of roles where you really benefit from that external perspective, or a certain skill set or talent. But then for the vast majority, if we're doing things right as an organization and doing them responsibly, we should be able to develop internal folk as well, because there's a lot of data that suggests that companies end up losing a lot of talent that they develop because they don't give them roles fast enough. And they go seeking those roles externally as well. So we are all in a big conundrum here, and it's a tough balancing act. I'll now move to Amit, and then anyone who wants to answer, because this is a real hot topic. What role do you think AI and data and technology plays in identifying and developing successors?
So I'll start with saying that AI is a good servant but a bad master. So let's not. We used to talk about this in the context of fire when we were kids, and we used to write an essay on fire. We used to say that, but I would like to say that with AI, because it's important to know how we use it well, rather than they overpowering us and kind of trying to dictate what's to be done. Now, where it's really helpful is about removing biases. Where it's really helpful is throwing up people whom would have been not picked up. Sometimes what happens is the people who are the loudest in the organization tend to get noticed much more than people who are more quieter in the organization. Sometimes it happens that a manager who's very loud and he would continue to push his people or her people, and then there is a certain manager who's more not as much as vocal, and then the people under him or her will sometimes struggle. So these are all these dilemmas or situations which do happen practically, and sometimes a good talent gets hidden, and sometimes a talent gets overrated, or I would say sometimes some talent gets underrated. So what AI does is able to kind of bring it up. Now the key piece is that do we have the right data to get that up? Because ultimately somebody has to ensure that the right competencies are fed into the system in terms of what does success in a role look like, what kind of competencies, what kind of experiences are essential for somebody to succeed in a role. At the same time, what is our assessment of people over there? Now, is it really also equally fed into the system to kind of so that there's a matching which is happening at the back end, and somebody is really showing up, this person is showing promise, this person is, let's say, 40% there, 80% there, 70% there, or in other 5 competencies, 4 competencies, it's there 60%, 1 competency is 20%. Can you look at it? So all of that data is a very helpful data, because it then ensures that we are not missing out on anybody. But then again, it's always about the fact that when we are actually trusting that person, and when we are, putting that person in, in a situation, say, okay, let's, this person is a, let's say, a potential successor to a particular role, and let's kind of put the person to some kind of a stretch assignment to see does person really deliver it or not, is person showing that right maturity or not. This is where the human element has to come in. So it runs both ways. Good to kind of pick up, good to ensure that nothing is kind of left out. But I would still say that human intelligence has to kind of take over that, from where the AI would kind of leave it to you.
Sure. I completely agree with Amit, and it's more important that we have all the data in place in our platforms to make that happen. Just a small example that I was just thinking of was at Dell, we fill up our positions almost like 33 to 35% internally rather than going external. And the reason why this happens is because of AI. The internal marketplace that we have with the kind of scorecards of all the folks that we have in the system, that's giving us all the traits of why we should be selecting particular people. And, they need not even go through, levels of interviews internally. So that's how we are able to make things faster and recognize the person's capabilities and competencies. So that's playing extremely well for us, and it's faster. AI is helping not only internal for our internal progressions, but also the external hiring aspects as such.
Just to kind of add one more element to it, and I have seen the biggest, pushback coming around this from the managers themselves, because they who actually have to first feed in the data. They have to provide the data, and for them, should I focus on my business delivery or should I focus on this? And that's a standard, answer you will get from many managers, and it's changing their mindset. It becomes equally critical because ultimately garbage in will be thrown the garbage out. It is ultimately working on some data itself. So it's very important that we kind of work on that element, as we are kind of moving towards that. Otherwise, it's not going to give us the results which we're really looking at.
Great. So, another topic that's been going on for a very long time, and, many of us, I'm sure everyone in the audience has been working on this for a long while as well, is how to improve diverse representation, especially in the context of gender representation, at mid-management, senior management, top management in the organization. However, we're not being able to crack it, right? All the data is telling us that there are so many programs in place. Some companies are doing better than others. But by and large, it does not seem like our actions in terms of creating succession pipelines that represent both genders well are working as well as we'd like them to. So Sukhjit, first I'd like you to go on. What do you think we need to do? What needs to be done here?
I think especially the leaders need to be more inclusive and more empathetic towards, understanding the needs of each and every generation. I think, or maybe diverse talent that we have, whether it is global versus domestic, or whether it's male, female, LGBT, or whether it is, a multi-generational workforce. So there needs to be a lot of appreciation between the differences, each and every one carry. So I'll just take an example here. Now, and that happens when we become parents, and we say, our world, this used to happen, that used to happen, but that doesn't hold true now. So a simple, I was just watching a podcast recently in one of the colleges. There was somebody giving a session and said, fine, and he was training teachers, and he said, fine if your students are not learning the tables now, 1 to 20. In our, our kind of environment, 1 to 20 tables were very, very important to be, we used to be by heart, we used to know that. But now they don't need to memorize that because they have calculator on the phone, they have a calculator on their watch, etc. Now they can easily do it. So, and we memorize what we are supposed to memorize. In our system, in our generation, probably we were supposed to memorize it. Now they don't need to memorize. Similarly, I think now the challenge is on, we may understand that the new generation is less on racism, less on, if I may call it, sexism, So I think we need to understand that. And so we need to understand these multicultural generation differences. Very surprisingly, I heard a statement like, when playing chess, why would you start with the white and not with the black? Isn't it racism? So those kind of statements. So I think it's very difficult to understand these aspects, but because we're so tuned to for years, but we've never been challenged on these things. But now we are being challenged on these things. And I think once we start understanding these differences and start appreciating these differences, I think we will be more inclusive, and will be more, accepting different kinds of generations and different kind of diverse people in our organization.
Thanks, Sukhjit. Why don't you go, at it as well, Sachin?
Sure, sure. I have few examples over here for sure. At Dell, we have D&I to the core of it, and it's in the hearts of everyone. And when I talk about diversity and inclusion, it's not only to do with women or specific genders. It's to do with primarily neurodiverse aspects, PWD, true ability. Or we can look at the EWS community, which is the economically weaker sections side of it. So all this comes, very clearly to our prerogative. And it's very important that we do this first thing very clearly, is be very deliberate and go very structured in terms of our approach towards maybe the way we deal with unconscious bias, or maybe the systemic barriers that we have in place. One of the things that we have done within the organization is driving a agenda called Be the Change. And that's something which has really given, and it's across all. It's not only for leaders. It started with the leaders, but it went across all employees of Dell, wherein we rolled out those sessions, and we made them aware that what or how you need to actually deal when you have diverse kind of employees coming in from all kind of fraternity, and how you should deal with them. I think it was a great training for all the managers, for all the employees, and we learned quite a lot from that. So that's number one. Number two, what we did was, it was a clear direction from our CEO, our founder, Michael Dell, that you have to drive on a basis of measurable term. Right. Way back in 2017-18, we had a prerogative of having 40% of our leadership being termed as women. And we have achieved that and moved ahead of that. And the reason why I say it, because once we have that prerogative from the top leader, every other employee or the leader follows that, and nobody discounts on that fact. So that's extremely well driven, and basis that we create kind of our strategies based on that, right? So from early careers part of it, I was able to strategize into women only schools. Though we are equal employment opportunity provider, I will not go into schools, any school which is non-women, and hire only women over there, right? So if we have a prerogative over there, we should go by that. There are various other strategies that we have adopted which are unbiased, and we let the best of the people come into the organization. And also it needs needs to be all data driven. So without a transparency in the data, it is not really possible. And we take corrective actions according to that. Another important function that drives this is our ERGs, employee resource groups. So we have women in action, we have true ability groups, pride groups, and they are contributing enormous kind of effort into all this. Thank you.
Brilliant. Amit.
So this topic is, to me, it's like beaten to death, and we are still not, there where we need to be. By the way, I come from an organization where out of my almost 50,000 workforce, 84% is women. So that's the kind of diversity. So probably I'm a minority. I'm a diverse person there. But jokes apart, see the problem. In my view, the problem is twofold. One is sometimes organizations are only looking at targets without really creating an inclusive workspace inside. Till the time you're not ensuring that people are feeling valued and included and their perspectives are being heard, nothing will happen. You can keep on hiring people, you'll keep on losing people also, and this leaking bucket will kind of continue. That's the biggest problem which we find. So the inclusion and the manager sensitization, people sensitization is equally important. The second important piece is also the larger, sociology of the society. See, organizations mirror the society. And I'll give an example. A day before, we were having a birthday celebration, and actually somebody pointed out that, so it's pretty fresh in my mind. After the moment the birthday person cut the cake, suddenly the women went forward, took the knife and started cutting that cake into small pieces to kind of share it with all. Nobody asked them. Just it's the social conditioning which has happened over the years that it just took on that. And the boys all just kept aside and they were just waiting for them to be kind of delivered that plate into their hands. Why this is happening? This is happening because as parenting, we are also kind of reinforcing these kind of stereotypes that if there's a kitchen ka job, it's to be done by the girl child in the house. If it's a bahar ka job, it's going to be done by the male child in the house. And that starts. So when you have that kind of a mindset, and when these people kind of look at that and come to the organizations, you have that kind of a challenge. So in my mind, we need to equally work on our society and parenting in the organization. If we're able to work on that, and start making a difference. It may not be a big, but at least every organization, if they're starting to focus on this piece, in my view, will start to make an actual noticeable difference, which will be much more long-term sustainable than just doing a lip service around numbers and just trying to fill in and just going by, around that.
Love it. Thank you, Amit. And as the only woman on this panel, I'm very happy to hear the perspective of my male colleagues. Okay, great. Sujit, the next question's for you. Many organizations use a 3E model or 70-20-10 model for development and, to grow their potential successors for various roles. What do you think about this model, and what do you think is an effective mix in terms of developing talent for senior roles?
Well, nowadays, I think we were talking about employee experience in the previous session from RPG. I think somebody, the chief talent officer was talking about it. So I think learning, in my view, learning again depends on individual. What kind of learning style the person has. I think it's equal to one approach which is needed. Some people learn through social, engagements from each other. Some people learn through e-learning modules. Some people learn through trainings. So I think all kind of formats in this context are needed, and not just one kind of approach. And you can't make some people sit in training for 2 days, and there's a bunch of people who would want to, just run out of the classroom after 1 hour. So I don't think one size fits all works here. But yes, different formats and mix of formats are needed nowadays.
Wonderful. Thank you. I know time is up, and I'm not sure if we have time or any questions from the audience, but maybe we can take a quick one. I don't know who's helping us out with this, but if there are any questions from the audience, and you might be waiting for tea, so I'll wait for 5 seconds and see if anyone has any questions. If you want to raise your hand to this lovely panel that we have here. There's someone right at the back. If someone can get them a mic, or you might want to speak loudly and we can hear you.
My question to the panel is, so there's been a recent update regarding IBM downsizing by almost 8,000 and claiming that they have been leveraging AI. So AI is going to transform HR or HR is going to transform AI in the times to come?
Is your question directed to anyone specifically? Okay, does anyone of you want to take it? Acha, okay, let me start. There's a pehle aap situation happening here. But I think AI is transforming the future of work overall, right? But I don't think the transformation is as big as the headlines are. There is a long way to go, but we are on that path for sure. I don't think it's a transformation just in HR, it's in every single function in the organizations. In fact, if anything, I think it's happening much more on business functions and in a very positive way. Yes, there is an impact on jobs. Those jobs need to evolve. And I think as many of you might be in HR, it is our responsibility to incorporate in our talent strategies, what does that mean for the future of talent? And therefore, how are we preparing our workforce for the impact of AI as it impacts various business processes within the organization? So, but I definitely, I'm seeing it in my organization. I've seen it in my previous organization as well. And I'm sure all of us are, there is, it's slower and faster in some, different areas, but it's definitely out there. And it's a big responsibility on all of us to prepare the workforce for it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I think last question, if there is one. Okay, there's one hand that just came up. Yourself in the middle. Yes, you. Who's turned behind? You. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Roy. I actually worked with the startups and I worked with corporate for a long time. For the pandemic, I was driving certain functions. I was telling specifically the HR VPs, reduce 10% people from the office, take them work from home. Before pandemic. They say, no, we have a big establishment, people need to come, people need to meet and all those things. Within 6 months, pandemic happened, then the same HR people running around with table and chair, going back to their home to give them. Wonderful. Now, once again, the situation came with the same HR people are dragging them to the office. Now, the question is, we are talking about AI, we are talking about functions, sustainability. Actually, this question to Mr. Sachin, what the IT workforce, where we are thinking, why we are not making use of the work from home as a vacuum? Because at any given time, 50% of our resources are unutilized. Morning I go to office, my home entire working place is empty. Night I come back, my office is empty. So how we can make use of it?
Perfect. So what I feel in this situation is the organizations to be more flexible, right? Though I have seen, yes, you're right that during pandemic we were all virtual, and post-pandemic we are all now physical back in office. I think that's extremely important to have everyone back in office to know each other well, because during the pandemic, we were absolutely in silos. Though you were working, on the virtual platforms and there were, big revenues coming in, but we had the side effects of that also. Now, bringing back employees to the office and still being, flexible is, I would say, the right way of dealing with it. If you have a need to sort your personal things out, you can take a work from home on that day, on that particular day. If you need to go to your hometown and ensure that you take care of somebody ailing over there, please do that. But once you are back, you can be in office and be with the team and do the right things over there. So I think that's the kind of hybrid culture that we need to bring in. And many of the leaders are thinking about it, if that has answered your question, right?
Wonderful. Thank you for this is all. Thank you for that, Sachin. And I think our time is up. So, thank you to the wonderful panel and over to the organizers.
Thank you. Music, please. Some that's not and controllers. Thank you.
6:35. 35 also is not there. Yeah, wow. So this was
Take your seat, settle down. Requesting all of you to please take your seats and settle down. Now, an interesting topic that is being addressed. Management. Management, the most important thing that all the
Oh.
Thank you.
It's simply, injections. So about 6 million were citizens. Capacity, then that's authenticity and vulnerability and empathy. And at least today, something they can do. Um, in, let's go. And land at that time. It's not only this strategy was us. This and this yeah, I've got the task of through this and that scenario. Leadership journey, the more I realized that every individual's hopes, fears, ambitions, and in the case of Thailand and I think India also, perhaps the hopes and ambitions of families linked to those employees were wrapped up and very much in my hands. And as I was
kind of developing leadership style a little bit into this direction, my wife found me this book and she said, John, you've been talking about this stuff over dinner for months. And maybe this is a little bit about the stuff that you've been talking about. And if you've not seen this, I really would endorse it to you. The book Everybody Matters, The Extraordinary Power of Caring for People, Your People, like family. And then moving into this job, I was scaling up my leadership capacity by a factor of 10. In fact, now we're 1,000 people over in Whitefield. At the time, it was 2,500. And I was curious as to whether the leadership traits that took me to a successful journey in Thailand could take me to a successful journey and a 10 times scale up. And it seems that that's true. So I landed in India and I was tasked with doing, as many GCC leaders are, hammering in a GBS or GCC strategy into the organization. And it didn't feel quite right initially. It felt a bit like putting a sort of square peg through a round hole. And I couldn't quite figure this out. And then I started, exactly not to run surveys, but to ask my team to talk to employees, to sit in the cafes, to sit in the pantries, to sit in the lunchtime, and really bring informal groups together and say, what's bothering you? What are your concerns? And people started to open up and they started to list some of the things that were missing in their employee experience. And it dawned on me that it felt a little bit like a Maslow hierarchy of needs, that if I didn't fix the basics, then how could I possibly hammer in a strategy from the top? And so that's the sort of introduction to the journey that we've been on over the last 3 years. So where does this take us with talent management and talent development? And the key message is humanistic, human, and an individual. I put this sort of problem statement down that I kind of figured out as I got here. And we had an attrition. Maybe some of you would say the attrition wasn't too. For me, it was a shocker. It was 17.5%. And my customers, our affiliates, were saying to me, but I never speak to the same person twice in your organization. Everybody leaves. The moment we invest in developing somebody, they've gone, and then they have to start again. So attrition was, in my view, engagement was, people were leaving because they were getting better opportunities elsewhere. The culture felt different. Novo Nordisk is a very culture-centered company, but the culture didn't feel like Novo Nordisk. And also had some compliance issues. To be fair, we'd got some problems with some of our systems, and I needed to focus on house in order. So these were the kind of if you like, that we started to work on. And I became obsessed with this. So our talent attraction system wasn't working. I mean, it was taking us more than 100 days to hire, confusing us with another pharmaceutical company beginning with an NLV based in Hyderabad. And we couldn't get talent, and yet my customers were demanding that we were hiring talent. So we spent a ton of time looking at our TA system, optimizing it. Yes, we work with an RPO, but we also looked then for specific niche hirings. And then we, as you can see, spent a bit of investment in external branding, in kind of promoting the company and the values and what we do. And then what we hadn't done, and what many other companies, of course, do, is spend time with academia collaborations. And so we started to tiptoe into that, and we signed MOUs with Manipal over in Mangalore, with Triple IT here in Bangalore, with It's Pilani, and a few others. I remember one of the deans of the medical school saying to me, "Look, John, these MOUs are easy. You know, you turn up and you just sign a piece of paper and we take a few photographs. The real test of this is whether you yourself and your leadership team into making this thing work." So that became a kind of mantra for me that we actually need to do these collaborations properly in order to engage our employees. So big effort on academia collaborations to enable us to attract talent, but also retain talent and develop our people. Similarly, when it came to engagement and talent retention, spent a bit of time looking at our female employees. Now, one of the funny things that we encountered, and this came from one of our female employees who was coming back from maternity leave, was she said, "John, go and look for the numbers of how many, if there are 10 ladies leave on maternity leave, when they come back to work, how many are still here in 6 months' time?" And the answer was 1. So we had 90% attrition of the people who were returning from maternity leave. And I thought, well, I think we can do better than that. And with the inspiration from a group of those females, we created this thing called the Flamingo Program. What this means is that it's a bespoke program that from the moment a lady says that she's pregnant, right the way through to 6 months after she returns to work, there are bespoke things that can support her. So when somebody announces they're pregnant, if they choose to, they get an amigo, they get a buddy who then can help them through the journey that they've already been on, with the family interactions, with the expectations, with the multiple expectations of work and family. We also do things like specific transportation, so they don't have to sit in the TT with another 8 people. We do specific portal for information, so that you don't, whilst you're in your maternity, you don't have to search through the 2,500 unread emails to find that your boss has just left. And there's specific portals for that kind of information. And then when you return to work, you can demand that you have extra flexibility, extra work from home, etc., etc., etc. Result of that 10, we're losing 9, is reversed. Now, for every 10 that go on to come back from maternity leave, we lose 1. So the investment in people, maybe it's not so much development, but it is development, because those careers can then be developed within an organization and serve us better in the future. Furthermore, when it comes to culture, we've spent a lot of time investing in not only Indian cultural events, and there was last month, but in a GCC, you're quite some distance from the patient. And in a pharmaceutical company, the patient is very dear to us. So we've invested a lot of time in bringing the patient closer to our employees so that they feel a purpose about what they do. Another number of things to do with medical benefits and policies. And then when it comes to specific development opportunities, we then look across the organization and we've segmented it for the needs of age of people, the needs of generations of people, the needs of male and female, the needs of leaders, the needs of senior leaders, and we've created bespoke activities and bespoke training courses and collaborations with people like ISB to develop our folks. And it's not easy. It's heavy lifting. It's not AI. Maybe it's not so sexy, but it works. And to give you a couple of numbers, perhaps, that would corroborate my argument. That 17% attrition, which maybe in our industry is not bad, is now 6. And it has been 6 for the last, on average, for the last 12 months. I'm sure as HR leaders, you understand the net promoter score. You know, for our exit interviews done by an external company, we then look at the net promoter score. And for our GCC industry, the average net promoter score is 40, meaning out of 10 people who go through an exit interview would recommend the company. That's seen as excellent or good. Our net promoter score is 77. So even those who leave us are recommending the organization in terms of policies, in terms of culture, in terms of respect, and in terms of people development and organizational development. So I guess with that in mind, what I would put to you is the future is for sure utilizing technology. It's for sure utilizing digitalization. You know, all our training material is now digitalized. People can access it from anywhere, any format. They can do Harvard Business School courses online through their phone while on vacation. Digitalization is key for sure. To be able to figure out where our talents are, and I think I heard on a previous panel somebody saying really interesting things around being able to identify talents that perhaps wouldn't identify themselves. I think that's a super exciting thing that we can use technology for, and that's for sure a part of the vision of the future for talent management. Maybe it's my grey hair, maybe it's my losing my hair, but I'm a bit old-fashioned. I think we should not forget that everybody matters. And as HR leaders and as leaders, if we jump on the bandwagon of technology, which we should, but we do it at the expense of the human interaction and the personal development, and really investing in human beings' careers and ambitions and wishes and desires and hopes for the future, then we do that at our peril. So my vision of the future is embrace technology, utilize it where appropriate, don't give up on the skills of empathy, of consideration, of communication, of collaboration. We used to call them soft skills. I now think they're core skills, because that's what's going to develop the leaders of the future in organizations like ours and perhaps yours too. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I enjoy the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you please stay back on the stage? We are so glad that you've joined us. You've been gracious enough. And to felicitate him, I would like to request none other than the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media. Can we please? Okay, so I think
Thank you very much.
Shakespeare University.
Wow, that's beautiful.
They are our partners.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. John. Up next, I would like to invite Vice Chancellor, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Odisha. Let's take a chance together for about insights and actionable advice for young aspirant HR professionals to lead in the future. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
I'll just use
Sure.
you. It's been a long day and a lot of learning. A steep learning curve for me. I have the distinction of neither being an HR person nor a technology person. I'm actually a social worker, and so I'm a people's person, John. So, and I don't have a PPT. I have come with my notes, and so I'm just going to talk to them. So today we'll be talking about reimagining human capital through skill-based, industry-specific education aligned with India's national education policy. So good evening, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and fellow champions of human capital. It is an honor to stand before you all at the BW People HR Excellence Awards, where we celebrate those who dare to reinvent the future of work. I speak this evening as the custodian of Centurion University of Technology and Management, an institution often described as a decade-old prototype of what the National Education Policy 2020 now urges every Indian university to become. When the Government of India released the NP 2020, it articulated three clarion calls that resonate deeply with HR professionals. Firstly, it emphasized competence rather than qualification, shifting the yardstick from mark sheets to mastery. Secondly, there is a shift from silos to synergy, since the interdisciplinary worlds are collapsing to spur creativity and innovation. And thirdly, education is moving from the ivory tower to the industry floor by treating the workplace as an extension of the classroom. It sets an ambitious target. 50% of all workers to have vocational exposure by 2025 and a 50% gross enrollment ratio in higher education by 2035. At Centurion, we view these not as obligations, but as opportunities we've already been pursuing, sometimes imperfectly, always relentlessly. The Centurion model is a skill-first curriculum, since 60% experiential learning is embedded in every program, from BTech to Moreover, the National Skills Qualification Framework and carry in the academic bank of credits, ensuring our graduates possess nationally recognized skill passports. We also promote multi-sector industry-specific ecosystems. There are 20 on-campus production units from precision machining to sleep food processing, generating CHROs and as live classrooms. More than 350 MOUs power the centers of excellence in renewable energy, agri-tech, healthcare simulation, fintech, and Industry 4.0 manufacturing. We have also focused on apprenticeship degrees. The BWORK program is a flagship program where our students learn on the job. The program is designed as per NEP's flexible credit architecture, and students spend up to 30% of their spend of their program time inside partner companies, drawing stipends that offset tuition fees and delivering productivity from day one. Now, to integrate vocational learning from school level onwards, Centurion skill hubs have upskilled 35,000 women across Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, and in areas such as drone maintenance, solar microgrids, and green technology, besides training over 600,000 school dropouts. Many communities within a year of completion. I must also emphasize inclusivity here. The world is talking about AI and its impact. Our nation, with its vast geographical variations, has a population that still lives hand to mouth and cannot afford to send their children to school college. We must create a system where such students are included and get skill integrated education to become employable immediately after completing their degrees and diplomas. We are making efforts from our end. I hope the HRs too will include them in the workforce as they deserve the push. Central University's education system will impact the HR leaders the most. The World Economic Forum projects that 44% of current job hours will be automated by 2030. Degrees stamped in ink cannot keep pace with skills encoded in practice. HR leaders can have proficiency, not pedigree. They can demand candidates demonstrate proof of skill, competency badges, non-credentials, apprenticeship programs, measuring NLP's competency-based assessment ethos. We want universities to be treated as R&D allies. With essentially co-creates centers, we can automate perhaps the line between innovation and instruction a single semester. Moreover, this will allow students to champion lifelong learning. At Centurion, we will be sustained stakeholders by developing productive, responsible citizens, by developing an education model which transcends through traditional applied action learning. And stop credit. Structure HR policies to support this elasticity with an enterprise. Centurions journey proves that industry integrated, skill intensive education is not a theoretical aspiration. It is a scaling reality. But scaling without solidarity is unsustainable. I invite every HR leader here at least one apprenticeship seat for every time graduate hires. You can also invest 1% of your annual into coordinate skill labs housed within universities in your supply chain clusters. Lastly, it is imperative to recognize and reward skill credit profitability, honoring the credits as employee earns anywhere in the ecosystem. Is the once in civilization window. The national education policy hands us the blueprint. Universities like Centurion supply the working model, and you, the custodians of people and culture, ignition key. Let us pledge to heart to move from policy to practice, from degrees to deeds, and from science to symphonies. In doing so, we will make more people graduates. We will forge a workforce fit for work and ready for the world. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to visit campus and see how it happened. Thank you. Let us turn NEP's vision into India's lived reality. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. To first tell you to request now, but to please
Mic check. Thank you. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 10th edition BW People HR Excellence Awards, presented by Centurion University. Well, this year is very special. 10th year, 10वां साल. यहाँ तक आने में बहुत मेहनत लगी है. अकेले हमारी बिजनेस वर्ल्ड की नहीं, but आप सबकी. It's all because all of you are here. It's for you, by you. We are just there to bring all of you together. Can we have a big round of applause for yourself? Thank you so much. Thank you for joining in person, joining in virtual. I'm sure a lot of people are watching this live, and this hall is full. That shows the commitment and the responsibility of joining us here. Well, welcoming again all of you. And just to thank our partners first, our presenting partner, Centurion University, Industry Association Partner, National HRD Network, Talent Solution Partner, Ripple Hire, HRTX Partner, Zensible, Exhibit Partner, Apna, Event Partners, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Twitch, Pandrum, Binley Coffee. It's time to start with the awards, the most exciting part. Of course, सुबह सारी बातचीत हो चुकी है, फॉर्मल कॉन्वर्जेशंस हो चुके हैं, नेटवर्किंग्स हो चुकी है, क्यों ना थोड़ा सा हंसी मजाक, मस्ती और थोड़ी सी खुशी और बांट ली जाए, राइट? Are you with me? Yes or no? इतनी less energy, HRs की, CHROs की, come on. Hands up. You have to be with me. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, can we have our the rest of the two partner AVs, please? We have already seen Centurion University.
Your end-to-end AI interviewer. Upload your job description. Then describe your hiring process. Only Round AI instantly learns your hiring DNA, who you want, how you evaluate.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, my name is Devika Kundu Sengupta, and I'm not an MC. with the permission of our chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra, I'll be co-hosting this awards along with MC Kruti. MC Kruti, you will be part of this journey with me, yeah? All right. The awards ceremony is being streamed live across all our BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwpeople.in. Okay, I hear a little siren buzzing. Okay, so जब आपको अवार्ड्स मिले या जब आप तालियां बजा रहे हो या आप स्टेज पे हो या आप किसी को चीयर करना चाहे, फोटोज खींचना अनिवार्य है। कृपया ध्यान दें, अनिवार्य सूचना। आपको फोटोज टैग करने हैं #HR Excellence Awards। एको कम कर दीजिए प्लीज मेरे माइक में, थैंक यू। Okay, and I would like to really request Dr. Anurag Batra, our chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business World and founder Exchange for Media, to kindly speak about the BW People Lifetime Achievement Awards and the HR Excellent Awards presented by Centurion University.
Good evening. She's a conference producer and she does much more than that. She had a FinTech conference and a FinTech award, which she's been producing for 5 years. She does my most favorite event at BW, which is our Wellbeing Festival, which happens between Delhi and Mumbai. And she's very important. She does about 5-6 conferences for us. And, she curated a I have for many years. It's called the IBLF, India Business Lit Fest. I buy more books than anybody I know. My daughter comes close. So I read the book that he talked about. I've read all of his books. And books can be a great companion. So she and Priyanshi, another colleague of mine, curated the India Business Lit Fest, which is the biggest non-fiction lit fest in the country. Books are written by people like in this room, CXOs, CEOs, founders, HR heads, people like Mr. Rao, who really built the talent pipeline, if I may say, for the company. And people talking to them were also interesting people. In our first album edition in Delhi, it was at the Rosie House in the university. The first key, these speakers or 18 speakers, I don't remember, but I remember the opening speaker, he's in heaven, and he got a Padma Award. He was the chairman of the Prime Minister's Economic Council, Dr. Vivek Debra, a very kind man, and Mr. Gurcharan, this plan was like that. And I remember Karan's second name, I've forgotten, he sold his company, Walter Jr. to Karan Bajaj, to Byju's, and his book was like there. And then the founder of Reebok, who was 88, 2 years back, he must be 90 now, he launched this book at our one edition. And then in Mr. Garan Das launched his, launched his book at our Gurgaon edition. We did it in Pune, I think 6 cities. We're 209, but the founder of Reebok was supposed to be 3-4, but he, at 88, he was in 12. So people, first of all, it's honored and privileged to be here, and I'm speaking between the awards, so I'll try to keep it as brief but make it contextual. I believe before we do anything, a round of gratitude and acknowledgement is in order. First of all, my gratitude to Mr. Dauber. I hope I got your second name right. For that presentation, I got most of it, except I want to take a call. Please give Mr. Dauber a big round of applause. One of the most important things in life is to be enthusiastic and keep your mood cheerful. I know when I'm cheerful, I can surmount anything. And to take everything seriously and nothing seriously, but you took it seriously, right? And made an effort. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Fanish Rao, because of whom we've had the Centurion University relationship. Thank you for believing in us and connecting with the Centurion University. Ms. Supriya Patnaik, she's a vice chancellor at the Centurion University. Your address was relevant and short and impactful. Mr. Ajay Naik, the Pro VC of Centurion University, Mr. PK Mohanty, who's a VC at Centurion, Dr. T.V. Rao. I was in a business school almost 30 years back, not 30, 29 plus years back. He was relevant then, he's relevant now. So somebody who can be relevant and be in conversations and make a positive contribution for such a long period of time, you really are a institution builder. So I acknowledge your presence, Mr. Emmanuel David, who's the MD of Grid International. My friends, Mr. Sunil Kumar, and I must say that Mr. C. Jay Kumar, I don't know where he is, he spoke in the day. Mr. Jay Kumar, you come from Bombay, he's the group CHRO of L&T. He's a friend of mine. Last time I met him on my birthday, didn't give me a gift, but I still remember you for not giving me a gift. It was an event, a CHRO event, so it was not like I was working on my birthday too. So all my friends I met some new people, I met some old people. Mr. Hari Rastogi, I finally met you. You're very famous in my organization, I'm told. So I'll have a chat with you offline. Dr. Rana Singh, I've had some conversations with you. I met Miss Pooja Minocha. I don't know where is Pooja ji, and we shared that a lot from my friends. At least two of my friends work at Bata. One is the CEO for Bangladesh in India, and another is a MDI junior. Now, let me, you had a long day, about 45 CHROs have spoken. You're waiting for the awards. I'm a filler between the awards. But let me contextualize what both of them said. And I'm saying, don't use PowerPoint presentations. You know why? John, you know why? Because PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I have lots of powerful friends in this. But let me say, Taylor said to me for suitors, I won't keep you long. And thinking of Elizabeth Taylor, and John, I'm reminded of one more thing about Elizabeth Taylor. Do you know what Elizabeth Taylor was famous for, among many other things? Do you know what she was famous for? How many times? So on the night, so you got it right, most of it right, not all of it right. But on the, when she got married for the seventh time and she was about to go on a honeymoon with her seventh husband, John, she, the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor said to Elizabeth Taylor, darling, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I hope I make it interesting. So I hope what I say, I make it interesting over the next few minutes. And Ms. Mohanty, you're talking about how, when I first got to know about Centurion University, I met your chairman, the founder, thanks to Mr. Rao. Me and Ved spent an hour with him. And you started in the skill domain, skilling. And if you can do skilling, you can really bridge the gap between academia and the industry. And the other university which comes to my mind is Stanford University, which is a hotspot for entrepreneurs. Just to read out how many entrepreneurs over the last 3 decades, 4,000 big entrepreneurs. Just to give you the one of the you were talking about AI of every company. We should call our company businessworld.ai. There is almost a point. I told him we should brand it at umesh.point.ai. He'll possibly sell more. I mean, not sell it. But the one I found is Sam Altman dropped out of school. He was at Stanford. Ronald co-founder at Stanford, which is a bit like Zomato. My daughter, she's in American university. She uses DoorDash. The founder is from Stanford. Flexport. We can keep giving you if there is. I have almost 400 names, not 4,000. So clearly, universities can be a bridge, and of course, how AI will change the landscape, and it is changing. But I want to say that we've been COVID, and I said, events is an important part of a business. It brings the stakeholders together. Money is another point, but yes, it does bring in money. I will not say it doesn't, but it's also a very important initiative for us. And during our events, both in my companies, Exchange for Media and Business World, the events went down, and I said they will come back and will be bigger. And look at what has happened to the event and the experiential economy. Mark Cuban said a week back or 10 days back, he said in a year or two, because it may happen faster, so he doesn't know, that there would be no difference between an actual video and a real video. And if you're interviewing a person, is the person a real person or a virtual avatar? So the face-to-face interaction, meetings, the face-to-face economy in every aspect, people would want to meet people, shake hands, talk to each other. And I just returned For some reason, they invited me to lecture at Oxford. Maybe I'm less hair. My first time to Oxford, and it's a great place, a great character in history and heritage, and it has produced fantastic leaders. I can tell you that the AI discussion is in every university, it's in every boardroom, it's everywhere. But the more AI grows stronger and we apply that, I think the value of human touch will go up. And I was in the tube going from where I was staying to the Bond Street, and there were too many in the tube, in the metro. There are self-help apps which focus on loneliness, lack of contact. You shouldn't underestimate the power of a handshake just from the biological standpoint, forget from an emotional and physical standpoint. So let me quickly first say, how many of you believe you're lucky? All of you are lucky. I was telling you in Ludhiana, Ludhiana, right? And there were 66 students in the class, and I was talking to them, and I asked them, how many of you are lucky? No, only 30. What did they say? Huh? They were called happy. No, the 36 were called happy. But the is not, how many of you believe that you're successful? 2, 3, 4. Very modest. We're in Bangalore. Mr. Rao, you also think you're, and Dr. Mr. T. And let me ask somebody, I don't know, what do you attribute your success to? A very short answer. Huh? No, what do you attribute your success to? Hard work. Like you, that's what I say. Hard work and my parents' blessings. That's what I've said. And my wife's good luck rubs off on me. And it's astrologically true. I do believe in astrology, right? This is a book I read 2-3 months back, and I gifted 200-300 copies. I gift books. I used to gift single malts and wine. I've stopped that. Anti-liquor and anti-smoking. This is a book that I read, and it's called Fluke. And it basically says whatever happens in life happens through God's grace, kindness, serendipity, luck, chance, fluke. We give ourselves too much credit for our success. Hard work, everyone does. A lot of people do, they're not still that successful. The laborers do more hard work than you and me. There are lots of people I know in my home, outside my home. So success is about providence. I'm a Hindu, I believe in providence, right? But the central message of the book is that hard work, of course, matters. Whatever you focus on grows. If you work hard, we don't need luck. But we give too much credit to ourselves for our success. But it is a series of chance happenings or serendipity we make success. And there are lots of beautiful stories in the book. There is one sad story which I like telling. There is a couple in a company. There are couples in companies, some formal, some informal, in America, and they're meeting in New York in somewhere, and the girl gets it's a real story, it's in the book. And he wears the tie, he's wearing a certain shirt, but she says the tie is not looking good on the shirt. So he says, okay, I'll go and change my shirt. He goes back to his hotel room, he's ironing his shirt. And the girl goes back to the office. The office is in Twin Towers. The planes hit the Twin Towers, she dies, and he's saved. And you know from what happened in Pahalgam, what happened in the Air India crash. There was a lady who tried to get on the flight, missed the flight. She got saved. People whose food was not good, salty, they complained, they couldn't go there. So sometimes not getting something is luck too. So don't give yourself too much credit for the success. Give it to others, give it to God. Be humble in your success, right? Because who knows what will happen tomorrow? And it's a real thing. I feel it. Now, I come from the advertising media space. Last year was a watershed year in the media industry. The advertising spends crossed $1.1 trillion. That's a lot of money. I know in Bangalore, 1.1 trillion is not too much. That's how much startups raise in a week. I mean, metaphorically speaking. But this is a book about one of and in that $650 billion is digital, and $360 billion is mainstream traditional media companies like ours. Of course, out of the 650, $460 billion goes to two companies. You can guess which one. Which one? Meta and, of course, easy guess, right? So this is a book about all of the companies, and I will not take the name for legal reasons, but it's a book I read, and I buy books, read books. I buy much more books than I read, but I do buy a lot of books. And I read them on flights. It basically says that technology is good, but the big social media companies only care about one thing. Guess what is that? What is that? Huh? In a world where you can buy everything, possibly the American president also with $1 billion or $2 billion or an aircraft you can gift to him, right? This is written by ex-policy head at Meta. And it's an interesting book. I will not endorse the book. I'm not endorsing everything in the book for legal reasons. But it's an interesting book. Read it. It says that social media companies, large tech companies are selling data that is not good for our children. They are playing tango with not so good elements in the world and some rogue regimes to make sure that the war of narratives is won. Media is a war of narratives. I know, Mike. Now, this is a book that the publisher sent it to me 8 months and 6 days back. My mother expired 8 months and 8 days back, 2 days after my mother expired. And I read the book. I was at home and I was in a very contemplative mood. And Mr. Rao, you would know everything in this book, both Mr. Fanish Rao, Mr. TV Rao. But it's great storytelling. And, I talked about giving credit to serendipity. I met Mr. Fanish Rao through serendipity, Mr. Sira Jayakumar through serendipity. Almost everyone in my life I met through some serendipity. And it is a lovely book. I loved reading and I've gifted many copies. But there's a certain chapter that I loved and I want to show. It links up with what I said. I'll come to it. It basically says that there was a rabbi who carried two pieces of paper in his one in one pocket and the other in his other pocket. One said, Bishvila Nivra Holam, which means for my sake the world was created. I am the center of the world. Am Brahmasmi. Fulfilled. And I posted 4 or 5 days back. Somebody was giving me a compliment and I didn't take it because I really don't believe in it. Like, you helped this person get a job. I said, I can only try, God give. So I posted, somebody who believes that are also the sufferer. Because I don't believe I'm doing anything. God is making. That's what I tell my wife. But on a serious note, it says, for my sake, the world was created. And the other one, it says, Va Anoki Afar Vahafa, which means I am but dust and ashes. I'm a speck in a large universe, which is the truth. Our actions are significant, but there is a larger play. So I think CHROs is a very important role. I know a lot of CHROs. I served on my alma mater MDI's board, first alumnus to be on MDI's board. For the last 18 years, I've been the chairman of alumni, and I'm from the first batch. Dr. Abad Ahmad was our first director, and Dr. Preetham Singh, the late Dr. Preetham Singh, was our second director. And I can say in the last 29 years, I know almost everything about MDI. Almost. I can't say everything. So I have interacted with CHROs in my current job. I've been an entrepreneur for 25. So again, be humble. Because it goes to I meet a lot of people. I run a media company. They come and tell me their stories. And I'm excited by them. India, people are doing great work. And I want to go back to now. I just wanted to show you because CXOs, business leaders, these are the industries that will grow. This is a McKinsey report over the next 14, 15 years. And of course, you can see e-commerce will reach 20 trillion, right? AI software, almost 5 trillion. Cloud services, 3.4 trillion. Electric vehicles, 3.2 trillion. Digital ads, 2.9 trillion. We are at 1.1 trillion currently. So semiconductors, these are the industries that will grow, so which means that there will be automation, but the value of human life will continue to be important. If you read the skills, of course, the cliche is that there will be leaders who use AI and there will be leaders who don't use AI. That's the only difference. Leaders are not going to go out of it. I want to end very quickly. This is a book. Anybody has read this book? Yes, Mr. Jaykumar has. Sunil, of course, you have. Mr. Jaykumar, I would have to ask you, what was the central message you took away from the book? Okay. So you remember the story, but I'll tell you the message. I want to save time. This story is about a guy who's dying. His name is Mori. And his student is a guy called Mitch Album, who's the author of the book. And every Tuesday, he goes and visits Mr. Mori, and Mr. Mori talks to him because he's dying. So he wants to talk about his life. And the gist of the book, which is very relevant, is spend time with your loved ones, with your wife, son, daughter, husband, children, friends, dog, I don't know, whoever. Because, my mother passed away and I really feel mortality for the first time. I mean, I've had close friends who died, uncles who died, aunts. You don't get it till it really happens you don't understand it. Now I know life is mortal. Okay. To spend time. I love my work. I'm always traveling for work. My first call is my dad every morning, and he calls me in the night. He calls me when I'm traveling. He's about to be 86. So really spend time with your loved ones. I know all of us want to be successful, more impactful. Forget money, fame, all that comes when you're impactful, right? But don't forget spending time with your loved ones. It's a very basic message, but we forget. I want to end by saying, I'm not going to play any of the music. A lot of you will get awarded. And we live in a world where we constantly compare. And when I was younger, I read this saying that comparison is the thief of joy. Each one's journey is unique, so don't compare. Don't criticize and don't complain. It's very difficult. You have to be a saint, but you can definitely minimize and embrace the three H's. So do away with the three C's, embrace the three H's. One is humility. I can say I know some of the leaders in this room, hopefully humble. Mr. J. Kumar, I keep coming to refer CVs. People call me. He responds whether we get the job. I make my effort, right? So humility. Second is hard work. Whatever you focus on grows. And third is hope. I get up every day hoping tomorrow will be better than today. And hope that. I believe that. I'm excited every morning that I get up. And I'm not, anyone who even works with me knows that. I want to leave you with the three cardinal rules that I believe are important. You know all that. First, before I go to how many of you sleep less than 8 hours in the night? I'm assuming no one sleeps in the day. That's a lot of people. First audience, almost 50% people sleep more than 8 hours. Right. So, how many sleep more than 8 hours? Yeah, 20-30%. How many sleep 7 hours? Yeah. Okay, so about 40%, 7 hours, rest. How many sleep less than 6 hours? Okay. That's India is a sleep deprived country. Yeah, it is. We sleep much less with the phone around, constant work. If you sleep less than 8 hours, you're doing yourself a disservice. When you'll be older, it will impact you. You can get your risk of getting Parkinson's or any other disease. Don't believe me. I read this book called Why We Sleep. And once you read it, I never compromise on my sleep. One of the reasons I have high energy, I sleep 8 hours. I call it at 8:35. I woke up because I slept by 12:45 in the night, which is almost 2 hours later than when I sleep. And I said, I'm going to sleep for another hour. I woke up 15 minutes later, but I prioritize my sleep over anything else. So these are the three rules I want to mention. One is sleep, 8 hours plus. First rule, surround yourself with people whose eyes light up when you see them coming. I mostly agree with Devika and a lot of my colleagues. Bilkis ji works with me. Abdullah, second stint with me, worked 9 years in my first company with me. That's when he lost hair. He had hair when he used to work with me. Surround yourself with people whose eyes light. So I agree with them. Sometimes I'm a boss. I have a point of view, but I listen to them. Strong point of view most times, right? But I work with people who I like. I hope they like me, but I mostly surround myself with people whose eyes light up when they see me coming. I was in London. I met my college friends, my business associates who like me. I lived in their homes. My kids lived in their homes and came back and said, "What lovely friends you have," right? Kids are very honest. I mean, they're 21 and more, but They're no longer kids. So, it's a difficult thing sometimes in life, but what good people who are genuine, let me put this way. Second, we live in a world where everyone wants to grow fast. You want to become a CHRO fast, you want to do fast. There's no shortcut to success. Slowly is the fastest way to be where you want to be. If you're slow and consistent, you'll learn the right lessons in achieving success, and you'll be able to maintain your success. Last, the top of one mountain is the bottom of the next, so keep climbing. You'll get alerts today. Mr. Jayakumar, we don't want you to retire. I'm sure you won't. There's a long way to go. And we live in a life of comparison, accolades, social recognition. Facebook is that. But really, we all know that the real prize is in the journey and enjoying the journey. Confucius said, if you love what you do, it's your hobby. If you make your hobby your profession, you don't have to work a single day. And I'm telling you, there are some people in this room who are like that. So I congratulate all the winners tonight. The winners have been selected through a process. We get our process 99.99% right. Sometimes we haven't got it right. That's the 0.1%. Sometimes we have said salespeople who are overjealous and want to do revenue. But we do honest awards. 99.99%. That's a lot close. Because there have been sometimes instances which I'm not proud of, but we corrected them. But some of the jury members are in the room. We do award honestly through a process. It's a process. No process is perfect. The only two people who are perfect, Ms. Monty, you know who? You know who? Lord Shira and my wife. In your case, maybe, right? It's the same, So I wish you well. What I'm going to do, I want to at the end, I want to call all my colleagues. There are a lot of my colleagues today in Bangalore, from Delhi, Bombay. I want to first call, most of you know, Ms. Bilkis Naqvi. I want to call Bilkis on stage. Mr. Ashish Kumar, I don't know where is Ashish. He must be near the console because he had the reason. Ashish, I want to Ashish, you know, he should have been in my life. So I'm going to have him. None. Is in the sales team and the most sincere people that works with me. He also the better half of Devika. Devika, curator, Devika, and Prashant. Where Prashant is everyone said, you see how casually he's dressed. He has a very easy job. Yes, I will keep reminding them, forget these two people. They're from Bangalore. Distribution in Bangalore, he must be outside. Mr. C.S. Rajaman, I don't know where he is. Where is CSR? CSR. Yeah. God is smiling. And I have edited colleagues. Rohit is on leave today, but I have Mr. Vishal Kattach, Ms. Resham Sohel. They worked, Resham has worked many, I think it's the 6th year with me. It's the first job. I don't know what was Resham. And all the colleagues, who have contributed to what we do. So please give me anybody issue. Can you go to Vishal? This is people's business, as you said. There's nothing else in our business. If we don't have people, we can't do anything. I was sitting there first day. That's why I didn't understand. That's the reason I like you. I like to be in the room. I like to learn. I make presentations, so I may learn something. And I'm attentive mostly. Where's Vishal? So and we should honestly we have to go. So thank you for being supportive of us. Thank you for being involved with us. My gratitude to the jury. We do everything through a jury process. Everything. And awards. In some of the informal awards, we don't use jury process, but in the subsequent years, we start using it, Mr. Rao. So for some time, so we do it through editorial, we call experts, we bounce off names which Bilkis would have done, but subsequent process, we gets you the right choices. And also, you almost can buy everything. There should be something that you can't buy. That's why My career is almost 12 years of owning business world. There have been two incidents that I'm, going to offer, aspect. Sometimes is not a core value, but that's the aberration. That's not the norm. And I built exchange for media. I built exchange for media. I really use India's number one website and marketing, advertising media. So I'm going to talk about media, I can only tell you. With all humility, I know a little bit about media in the country. So please give my colleagues the work. For breakfast. So I tell them, dosa, I love dosa. Banga dosa, ragi dosa. Also, she she's she's not company. She was part of a company. Specific people, relationship oriented. But once they find a new job, I mean, you're a CHRO, some of you know what I'm saying. They change, right? But she was extremely relationship oriented. So I want to acknowledge that. After she came to us, she used to contribute to what we do without a fee. And you get that energy. So Shri Rupa, thank you. Gratitude is the most important. So please say thank you to my team. Thank you once again. Enjoy this house. And I hope your journey towards abundance continues. Awards are one celebration of what you do. Every day matters. God bless you.
Mention as well, and when we did so, we had this sort of meeting and around for example, which around was not the words there we go. It's not go. It's not possibly, lacking human resources carry unique significance, recognizing individuals whose enduring dedication has shaped the world of decades. There is always impactful leadership, innovative practices, and commitment to fostering workplace cultures that empower people in profession century or manage and nurturing human capital such as a beacon, inspiring both young practitioners and future leaders to strive for excellence and meaningful contributions to just not problem but indicators. Which excellent. Come on, let's reflect. You mentioned that the browsing lifetime achievement business work for example, exchange family, so on the board and professor at cover picture members, systems and president national HRD network, former professor at and we also have Professor Mukti Kanta Mishra, President Central University, Mr. Professor Civic Achievement Achievement Award in 2022. Mr. President, Plan, Ms. Neil for the group as well. Can you have a bit one more time, please? All right. Now we see these announcement. I request for the share this work and I request Madam Secretary, Chancellor of University, systems of national child network from I'm about to call you join us on stage to present this wonderful and we will review it some these. Can you have a show? It's not what I've done in these many years as a lifetime achievement. This is just a beginning to say that you still have a lot of time to achieve much more. It's just the beginning. The journey goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready for the first time. Yes, come on the story, please.
Meet a woman who began her career with circuits and systems and went on to rewire the world of HR itself. Ms. Rachna Mukherjee, a name that resonates across boardrooms, break rooms, and beyond. She started as an engineer, yes, deep in the technical trenches, solving real-world challenges for nearly a decade. But then came the leap of reinvention. And what a leap it was, from Escotel to Aircel, IBM to Microsoft, and finally Schneider Electric. Rachna has held leadership roles at some of the biggest global giants. But it wasn't just about the designations, it was about the difference she made. As CHRO at Schneider Electric, she didn't just lead, she transformed. Long before the world was talking about digital agility, hybrid working, and diversity, she was already embedding them into the culture. With her unique blend of business acumen and people-first thinking, she turned human resources into a strategic powerhouse, driving growth, resilience, and innovation across the board. A certified executive and life coach from the International Coach Federation, she's always believed in empowering others, guiding, mentoring, and inspiring generations of professionals. She even co-authored a landmark case study on L&T's post-merger people integration, published by Harvard and Ivy, no less. She's cracked the code on M&A integration, led industry-first initiatives in DEI, championed employee well-being, and future-proofed organizations with solid talent and succession strategies. And through it all, she's remained grounded, a passionate gardener, an avid traveler, and always a learner, an alumna of BITS Pilani, an industry icon, and truly a woman of substance. Today, with 4 decades of dedication to people and purpose, we celebrate her legacy. Ms. Rachna Mukherjee, an inspiration to all of us.
John, yes, I am tonight. She, and she, yes, she, you got me. Absolutely. On stage, and if you could have a pleasure of listening to you, if you could share a few words, please.
Thank you. Can I take this? Good evening, everybody. And today is such a special day. I want to thank everybody. And before I do that, Dr. Anurag Batra, I must say, I feel very, very lucky amongst everything else. I'm deeply honored and humbled to be standing here tonight to receive this Lifetime Achievement Award, to be recognized in this way by a renowned Centurion University and by the esteemed advisory board and the jury. Incredibly moving. Over the years, I've seen the role of HR evolve tremendously from a support function to an integral part of business strategy for organizations.
It was a privilege and also an honor to be on the jury for BW this year, second time in a row. Uh, Much better this year. The participation, the quality of presentation, um, must must say has improved a lot from last year. Good part is a lot of younger leaders are coming up to present and not some people only because of their ranks in the organization. Fresh ideas, bright ideas. Some of them are struggling to measure, but that itself is an indication that they're learning. And for us, for me particularly, it's a big learning experience to sit through this and learn how their minds are working, how new things are being innovated, how new things are being introduced so seamlessly using technology. And it's very refreshing and new method of learning for people like us. And it was a very good opportunity. So thank you, BW, for inviting me to the jury. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
As it is being an initiative of Business World, I'm sure and I just happy to know that some of the best organizations in our country have taken the initiative to be a part of this. And they came with a significant amount of preparation, which means that they take this as a very serious affair. And probably it's an opportunity for them to do an introspection too. And I think these kind of things, from organization like the Business World also help the companies as a part of introspection. And for me also, it's been a great learning experience because things are changing. I mean, the life is changing so fast around. The new companies are coming, new technologies are coming, bringing a lot of shifts. And I think an opportunity to sit here and listen to a diverse set of companies, from multinational to small companies to e-commerce to all from all segments. To think about how they are planning and preparing themselves for the changing technology and the change in the world around, and the change in the attitudes and practices and the aspirations of the employees. I think it's a fantastic experience. I think when you bring it out, this learning and the results, I'm sure it will benefit the industry as a whole. Thank you.
It was a pleasure and honor to be a jury member for the BW People 10 HR Horizon Awards presented by Century University. It was wonderful engaging with the young minds. I learned a lot in the process. It was also very heartening to see smaller companies doing much better in their HR practices than the large companies. It was also very heartening to see that manufacturing doing far better than the new age industries in HR practices. I wish all the participants the very best and congratulations to the winners. Thank you.
Let's attend this presentation of the winners. Just a minute. Excellence Awards presented by Central University. Only one question. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's emotions are connected. So pattern principles and we see this with our hearts and souls. So this is right. The technology on one system, it has one source. You start with the company. See the smells behind your photos, or working on somebody's it's your gift, you're taking care of the safety, you're taking care of the crashes, you're always there, like I always say, it's lonely, you are making sure that everyone is enjoying, but you take a back seat. But it's also very student and we have it's time to start actions for start actions on the universe. Something happened exactly 30 years back. Yes, so we are using that energy levels. You have to phones out and turn on your flashlights and give me a blackout race. Happiness of this life, which has managers, we must have this excellence photo. And as we have this fantastic. Now, let's see if right. Makes you feel up and right. Like it's right. It's
Okay, here we go. And we move to the left, 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 left. Take it to the move it to the
Yeah, we started just smell was going on. We see what happens in the same. After the civil war, we see the left side of the stage, which will be different. So we want everybody to spirit online. And now, at the next category, strategy. Analysis. That's strategy. In the league, the gentleman that certain sensual joy. Is and one things sensual energy. It looks like it's in the category. So we the best which are this is it's things from June from the sixth grade. He's telling and I'm the next one, you know, that almost killed me. And for joining our strategy. And even the Central League. Because you have the ones also. Years. Chance. Strategy. This one's an interesting one. What you will do. First is to look. It's because of luck. This one is special version. This was some like special recognition because to child. And it's kind of share happiness policies, right? And so that how many people happiness policies it's kind of happiness policy. So you can do you can this is the most happy stable. And you can understand let me see which is the happy person. You make it first happy people give around you. So you know it's not even the interested. Come on, Let's keep next category. Uh, Organizations, space, balance. The next category coming up on the screen. Defines Gets it wrong, so open the one. Sarah. Yeah. Nice. Wow. Some category, completely, different. Space, luck. History. Switch. Two. Dust is luck.
I think it is about inclusiveness. Venki talked about being the HR being in the cockpit, and then like Anurag also talked about like you being in the driver's seat. The fact that I'm from commercial and they are from HR and CNB team talks about the inclusiveness that we practice in Abbott, and that's what makes Abbott the best place to work for. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. And so we can And to go into the stage, can you please?
You know, there are three reasons to clap. I'm an aspiring MC, so please be encouraging of me. One is there's no GST on clapping. Not yet. Second, clapping is karmic. Something's needed when you're on stage. So build your karmic balance. And third, the selfish reason, karmic and no GST is good, but clapping is good for your heart muscles. You know that when you do yoga, Mr. Rao, they ask you to clap, right? So do it for yourself. Can you clap for the presenters and Mr. Jayakumar and Ms. Mohanty? And when the winners come, clap. It's good for you're doing yourself a favor. Okay.
Absolutely, sir. And it's only now let's move on to the next sentence. Australia. Saving yes, the child. Resource standards. And English. Tech. Steam. Next game. Next time. It's now. Next. This time it was excellence in compensation and benefits. League excellence and compensation and benefits. First stage. Nice. Now, is question. Should I was and excited for the league. Just It's full. 17. It's some pictures and networks and 17. 17 pictures was super enthralled into that. Yes, you got from things, but you've actually got our gold, you've got our heart, and this is my profile. All right, yeah, I'm going to next one. Excellence in talent acquisition. Space. Systems. Excellence in talent acquisition. So as the chapter excellence and talent acquisition and time and store tag equals to Jonathan's notification spark integrity center. News. The next league, and same category. Excellence in talent acquisition and improve. Instant talent acquisition. Fantastic stars and champions. We can get the stage champions and competing at each forcing to come on this stage. The next performance, critical HR, Mr. Constantine. Back.
Life is about relationships. They give you most happiness. Just one sec, one sec. Vijay is my friend. When I started exchange for media and the people from media, that's why I talk to them a little more because I know that sector a little better. Okay, let me put it very politely. And we did our first award. That was the first award, and I would still believe That was the biggest award we've done. It was called the Indian Marketing Awards. And me, Amit, and Naval started. Amit is my batchmate, MBA Universe. For those who know Amit, right, he's my batchmate. So me and Naval started it. Amit is no longer active in the company, but he's still a close friend, and he's my batchmate from MDI. And we remember the first Indian Marketing Awards, and the jury process was happening, and the jury was like, it was the biggest award we've done in the scale we did. We did it at Ashoka 800. And I remember one of our jury curators, he was not on the jury, but he was Mr. Shunu Sen's son. Those of you from marketing would know who she was, the marketing director in late 90s. And, we use the word marketing guru very loosely these days. But he was truly a marketing luminary, like the Dr. Preetham Singh of marketing, let's put it this way. And Amit went into the jury room, and Rahul Sen is Sunu's son, and 2 hours they won't come out. So I was calling them, and then I finally went into the room, and they were sitting with this gentleman called Mr. Vijay Singh. So I first met him in August or September 2003. I can't be sure. And since he became my friend, he's also stood for election twice from Bangalore Central. He brought lots of actresses. And my son was here to present at the Mensa School of Business. And it's at a certain place. There is a hotel, but for some reason we decided he should stay in his home. And I never pick up his calls in the night because he kidnaps me, and I don't like late nights. I can deal with everything else. And last he kidnapped me was his wife's birthday. I was staying in the hotel. So 10 minutes, Anurag, 10 minutes. And he freed me. So I go back a long time with Vijay. He looks younger than his age. I don't know how, but he does. And I go back more than 22, almost 22 years with him. He's, some of you are from Bangalore, this chain of retailing called Next Uday Sales, right? Uday Sales, that's his brother Uday. His father, Mr. Dharam Singh, set that up, sold that to Videocon, right? And then, ICE Expo, Vijay founded that, and he does a lot of other things. But what I'm most proud of, his daughter studied at AMCAL, and she's gone on a full scholarship. She worked with Niti Aayog for a year, and she G20, and then she's now on 100% scholarship at the Howard Kennedy School of Governance. So, Vijay has been my friend for 22 years. I first met him because of an awards, because both Amit and Rahul disappeared for 2 hours, and I'm calling them, and they're talking to him for 2 hours. So I don't know. There is something about this guy which you'll discover if you meet him. But, I got excited seeing him, so I must tell you. Sorry.
Thank you. Always sharing anecdotes, an amazing story that inspires and always emphasizes that relationship takes it this way. Thank you, sir. And can I have a big cheer for Mr. Vijay Singh as well? Thank you for joining us this evening. Let's move on to the next category of winners coming up on the screen. And we now have the It was the same series and experience. And we have our own drawings with right now. Let's have a look. Yes. Experience and experience. Success. Success. It's excellence and experience. This fucking was next in place. And this time it was check company obviously with that history. Fuck. He's sick. Next, It's experience. something else, and the financial system which we engage because it's almost finished. Next time, please be seated on the meeting. And now, this is everyone will stay back. This is everyone will stay back. As well. Which next so we're going to stay the next category. It's excellence and playful fulfillment. The goes to NTPC. Team NTPC to join us on stage. NTPC, the gold winners. Next up, another category that we look forward to is technology is catching up. This honors excellence in HR technology. Next category, please. As mentioned, excellence in HR technology. Gold goes to Swaziland Financial Services.
Congratulations to the gold winners. And now, let's move on to the next one quick, please. On your screen, excellence in performance management. Well, we announce the bronze winner. Could we have Professor Ajay Naik from VC Centurion University to please join us on stage to be the set of presenter? Tech Mahindra. Bronze, excellence in performance management. People at the back, can we have you be proud of excellence awards and join hands? Come on, everybody. We're celebrating us, our peers, our friends, our fraternity. Everybody, give me energy like the Superman is clapping. That's the energy that I want. Say it loud and clear. Let's move on to the next category, please. This time, last time they got bronze, this time they're getting the silver. Sony Pictures Networks India. Second one to the table. Sony Pictures Networks India, silver, excellence in performance management. Sony Pictures team, last time it was bronze, this time it's silver. Do you think the next one is good? Let's manifest that. Next winner, please. Excellence in performance management. And this time around, it's the Gold League. Gold League winner, JSW Steel. JSW team, can we have you on stage? Excellence in performance management, JSW Gold League winners. Congratulations, team. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Please sit back and have a great night ahead. Before I introduce the next category, could we have our next presenter to join us on stage? Could we have Mr. Venkatesh S. to join us on stage, please? To be a part of the presentation party, our lifetime achievement winner and the presenter for the next segment, Big Chuck. Music. All right, let's hit it with the AV. This time it is excellence in employer branding. And we go with the silver. Goes to Labs God, LG Electronics India. And it speaks of legacy, history. A household name, LG Electronics India. Silver. Alright. Next one, we're going to get into the gold. But before that, one more time the question. Who's the happy table? 2 points. I'm going to come to you next. Gold. Excellence and employer branding. Structures Networks India Manifestation Works. That's called Climbing the Ladder. Bronze, silver, another gold. Congratulations. We have the bronze, silver, and gold. What's next? Let's very much. Next up, move on to the next category. Bronze. From Digital. Right. Silver League. Travel India, excellence in the line of business strategy. Jobber India. Again, one that represents the country, the culture, the legacy, the history. Quickly moving on to the next one. Please. Next. Yes, celebrating the best HR practices right here at the HR Excellence Awards. And this time it is Excellence in Line of Business Strategy, Gold League. Yes, sir. Once again, let's come back. Sony! Sony the Nakiri, Sony Nakiri. Sony Pictures Network, India, Gold. Congratulations. Move on to the next one quick. Let's have a look. Excellence in employee engagement strategy. Once again, let's call the lovely team back on stage. Silver once again, JSW. JSW.
Congratulations, team. And quickly, let's move on to the gold winner. Celebrating excellence right here tonight. Excellence in employee engagement strategy. This time it's for the Gold League. Put your hands together. Let's call the team HDFC. HDFC team to join us quick on stage. The energy has gone down. We need some applause in the house. Join in. Heart and soul together. People to people. Our team, our fraternity in the house. We celebrate together the excellence. Congratulations, HDFC Bank. And thank you, Nayak sir, for doing the honors. We request Nayak sir to be seated. Nayak sir, thank you so much. We request you to be seated. Venkatesh sir, we want you to be there. And now, joining the two gentlemen, we have Professor K.V.D. Prakash, to please join us right here on stage from Centurion University. A big cheer to Professor Kiri Prakash. And now, next category, AV. Excellence in health and safety initiatives. Who is it? Goes. Last energy. Sony Pictures Networks India. Thank you, Console, finally. And now, next category to come up on the screen. AV, please. This time around, it's a silver one for Excellence in Employee Welfare Initiative. Silver goes to the Clearing Corporation of India. The team, join us please. Well, the next category is coming up. Who is the happy table? This time, this team, 1 point. Sony, my bet was on you. You have the highest award. Well, now let's celebrate the gold. Abbott's India Excellence in Employee Welfare Initiative. The second gold. A lovely team of Abbott India. Congratulations. Thank you, Venkatesh sir, for doing the honors. Thank you, Prakash sir, for doing the honors. Hold on, before we get into that. Let's get the fresh set of presenters for the next segment and the interesting ones, and this is the individual ones right now that's coming up. And to present this, Dr. T.V. Rao, and could we have Ms. Supriya Patnaik once again back on stage with a round of applause to be the presenters. She's like, I was just resting, but we troubled you again. I'm sorry for that, but we want you to be part of the presentation party. A big cheer once again. Let's welcome Ms. Supriya Patnaik, and could we have Dr. T.V. Rao? All right. Tables ready? Team ready? Who's the happy table? TVS gets this time, 1 point. 2-1-1. Next, let's head to the category coming up on your screen. Celebrating the best HR practices. Future HR Leader of the Year. A biggie. Ladies and gentlemen. Sony table, a big job. as we step into the first individual award, we request Nicolas to share a few words, please.
It's a very good thing that somebody from employer branding communications is getting this award because it's a proof that HR marketing lines are blurring as we move forward, and that's the future. Everybody has the responsibility to be inclusive, to be responsible, and all of us will shape the future together. Thank you so much.
Moving forward, yet another award. And this time, let's have a look at the category. I'm sure an award to celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, Women HR Leader of the Year. Women HR Leader of the Year. We have together for Ms. Pooja Minocha, with Bata India. Congratulations to Ms. Pooja, Women HR Leader of the Year. Pooja ma'am, concerning the music, if you could just share a few words.
I think lots of words, especially in front of Sir. It's a fangirl moment for me. I'm very, very lucky you asked me. One, I'm standing here with all of you and especially Sir. So pardon me, I'm lots of words because Sir's here. But I want to thank two people, and that's primarily who I am and what I am, which is of course parents. I know they are like one category if I can say, and my children. They really bring a lot of power. My daughter actually from last 2.5 hours is hooked on to YouTube Live, which BW is working, and she's telling me the audio is working, not working. She's just 12 and she's watching me live. And I don't want to forget there's the third group or category because of which I am here, which is my team here. I'm very lucky to have Bhavna. Please come, Sibi, on stage and chair for the entire Bata India HR team here, guys. Let's shout out for Bata India.
On a lighter note, can we give you this compliment that we are 99.9% happy and 0.1% excited for you? While we are celebrating excellence, before I introduce the next category, to be a part of the presentation party, could we have Mr. Panish Rao to please join in and be a part of the presentation? Can we have a big round of applause to Mr. Panish Rao? Music, excitement, and applause, please. Come on. We're getting into the final league. But we wanted you to be a part of this last 67 awards to be given away, yes. Along with him too. We want all four fantastic four to be there. Quickly, yes. We have the bronze winner and the best HR team of the year already on your screen. Cardeco Group. Cardeco Group, the bronze winners, the best HR team of the year. We are at the biggies now. And now, ladies and gentlemen, get it ready. The last few awards. Let there be excitement, let there be energy. This is the best HR team of the year. Silver. It goes to which team? TVS Motor Company. All right, congratulations. Last 3 awards. So we need the maximum energy in the house. Who's the most happening table? Everybody get 1 point each in this one. TVS Motor Company winning the silver there, the best HR team. And now let's build the excitement for the gold. Best HR team of the year goes to who? Best HR team of the year. This time it's the gold. Ladies and gentlemen, hands up in the air and clap it out loud. Let's bring in the energy for the gold winners. It is Axis Bank. Axis Bank. Best HR team of the year. Console, don't play the next category yet. Console. 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 Don't play the next category yet. Yes. But can we cheer for the gold winners? Axis Bank, the best HR team of the year, one more time. I think I've said console more number of times than Alia Bhatt said in the movie Brahma Astra, right, Shiva? I think I said more console than her. Quickly, we have just 2 more awards to begin away. It's the biggie, the best CHRO, and we need excitement. And of course, the group photo, so we want everybody to stay back. 2 more awards, more energy. Who is the happy table? Which is the happiest table? All right. How many of you can clap? How many of you can cheer? How many of you can cheer louder? And how many of you can whistle? I'm just going to break the decorum a bit with Bilkis ma'am's permission, because the last awards, the chief HROs, like, happiness or human resource officers that we call it, or happiness officers we call them. So I'm going to break that a bit, and I'm going to add an element. How many of you love to whistle but you cannot whistle? How many of you love to whistle but you don't know how to whistle? I'll teach you how to whistle, and you're going to whistle for the winners who are going to come. Are you ready for this one, ma'am? It's very simple. All you have to do is take a whistle like this and whistle. Who doesn't know to whistle but loves to whistle? There we go. Can you bring out the whistles, please? Put your hands up and my team will hand out the whistles. I just want everyone, it's our celebration. It's our team that's going to win. Couple of whistles here, please. Pass along. Yes. The top 2 awards. We need the energy. We need the applause. हमारा excellence award है, तो माहौल बनाते हैं. Come on, Sadhu. Clap, cheer, whistle. City Maro City. Ahmedabad. Now the talent managers. Now the CHROs. Now the HRs are in the house. With that. Wow. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's have the winner. CHRO of the year. Keep the applause ready. Keep the energy ready. Keep the whistles ready. Ladies and gentlemen, first up we have Divya Mohan, CHRO Insurance Deco. Now it's like the Excellence Awards. Divya Mohan, CHRO Insurance Deco. Quickly, a few words, please.
Thank you so much. Feeling very humbled and overwhelmed at the same time getting this award. I'm a believer in the process more than the outcome itself. So while I'm happy about getting what it is, but Sir was on my panel and Sir was also on my panel, and I had a lot of bigwigs on my panel, and some of them, like Siddiqui Sir, are people whom I looked up to when I joined Mahindra & Mahindra as a management trainee. So love learning from all of you, from the questions. Many thanks to all my mentors who have helped me learn all along, and all my team, because while we come and receive the awards, I think it is the team which is working really, really hard backstage. Cannot be more thankful to have been born to my parents, almighty, a great husband, and in-laws as well, who have helped me cruise through maternity and take up all large roles and traverse different parts of the country and be here. And my 12-year-old son and my 4-year-old Labrador, that's what completes my family. So thank you so much. Privileged to be a part of this audience. Thank you.
I noticed she missed out one person. You know who? Her husband, right? You did? Okay. But sometimes people mention their dog, not their husband. That's okay. In your case, clearly you did. So jokes apart, please give the guy a big round of applause.
So hope, Anurag sir, hope that statement was not made based on true story.
I have a true story. Sunil knows that about somebody which I can't share on stage. Very famous people. Where in my first job in '96, I was in a job. She used to sit next to me, and we had an Australian boss. And I always used to joke. There were two colleagues, and one of them very tall. And I used to say she treats her dog better than her husband. I can't tell you what happened, but you can guess. I don't want to make generalize, but it was more in a jest. So don't generalize anything, because relationships are built in heaven, and I don't joke about relationships. I can joke about everything else. They're built in heaven. We don't have a serendipity. ऊपर लिखा है जो जितना जिसके साथ, ठीक है?
Absolutely, thank you. Always his stories are fun to listen to. And now we head to the final award of the night. Once again, it is the CHRO of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, get your whistles out, energy in, let's hit it. The final award of the night. Are we ready? Are we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, the CHRO of the year, please together for Dr. C. Jayakumar from LNT Lawson & Doyle. Executive VP and Head of Corporate Human Resource, LNT, Dr. C. Jayakumar. So one whistle for yourself.
Thank you very much. Really, really humbled to receive this. That too from business world people in front of Mr. Anurag Batra and my HR guru, Mr. Dr. T.V. Rao. The first HR department in India was with L&T. That is in the mid-70s. And the two by Dr. T.V. Rao and Dr. Uday Parekh together did our performance management system and created our HR department in the whole of the country. Thank you very much, sir. It's an honor to receive this award in your presence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to this work. I should also thank L&T for the excellent career which gave to me, and the whole HR team who worked with me, and a special thanks to my family. Thank you very much.
Thank you one more time for Mr. Jayakumar in the house, the CHRO of the year. A big applause and some whistles. Yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, could we have all of the winners to please join us right here on stage, irrespective of the categories and the league. Please carry your memento, your award, and join us on stage. While you come on stage, please do walk in with your award. Can we have the entire set of winners right here at the 10th edition of BW People Excellence Awards? Carry your awards and please come on stage. Let's keep the music on. We could have few people sit. We could have few people sit on the platform too. That is great. Thank you. Few on the steps as well. It gives a lovely picture. When we're a team, we're a fraternity. This is more of a family picture. Let's give that vibe. We have few more slots there. The gentleman in the corner, sir, if we could have you down, you can sit down there. I think you're out of the frame. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, everybody look at the camera. Let's have one conventional one. Smiles all around, right here in the center. And to your personal cameras too. Because those are the pictures that's going to go on LinkedIn tonight. Thank you. Everyone to the camera. 3, 2, 1. We are the BW people. And one, well, once again, one with the energy. Hold on, sir, hold on. One with the energy. You shout out, you cheer, you put your hands up in the air. Let's go all out together at the count of 3, 2, 1. Hey! Before we move out, ladies and gentlemen, cheers to the night, cheers to the winner, cheers to all the attendees. Can we hear a big shout out to the entire BW People team? Could we have a big shout out to the leading lady, Bilkis Naqvi, and the entire team? A big shout out to Dr. Anurag Batra sir, Mr. Ashish, and everybody who are part of this. I'm sure you won the award tonight. You're thankful to all the people, your team members, your parents, your family, and be thankful to me for calling out your name. And the name is RJ Amar Prabhu. It's been a fantastic time being a host and host. And with all the leaders and talent managers, here's your talent, RJ Amar Prabhu. My dates are available for your future events. See you on the other side. Love you all. Let's celebrate. Get to dinner. Good night. This is BW People Horizon 2025 and Excellence Awards 2025. Could we have the entire Centurion team to join us on stage for a group picture? Could we have the entire... could we have the entire Centurion team to join us on stage for a group picture? And with this, dinner is open. Let's network and have a great night together. Thank you once again. Good night. Cheers. Check. A big cheer for Centurion team, Centurion University. A big cheer for them. Centurion team, you're supposed to cheer for yourself.